Cantos 55 to 57 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 55. The Passage of Yamuna. The princely tamers of their foes thus passed the night in calm repose. Then to the hermit having bent, with reverence on their way they went. High favour Bharadwaja showed, and blessed them ready for the road, with such fond looks as fathers throw on their own sons before they go. Then spake the saint with glory bright to Rama peerless in his might. First, lords of man, direct your feet where Yamuna and Ganga meet, then to the swift Kalindi go, whose westward waves to Ganga flow. When thou shalt see her lovely shore, worn by their feet who hasten over, then Raghu's son a raft prepare, and cross the sun-born river there. Upon her farther bank a tree, near to the landing wilt thou see, the blessed source of varied gifts. There her green boughs that fig tree lifts, a tree where countless birds abide, by Syama's name known far and wide. Sita, revere that holy shade, there be thy prayers for blessing prayed. Thence for a league your way pursue, and the dark wood shall meet your view, where tall bamboos their foliage show, the gum tree and the jujube grow. To Chitrakoot have I oft trodden that path so smooth and soft, where burning oats no travellers care, but all is pleasant, green and fair. When thus the guests their road had learned, back to his cot the hermit turned, and Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their reverent thanks for courteous aid. Thus Rama spake to Lakshman when the saint had left the lords of man. Great store of bliss ensued these hours, on whom his love the hermit showers. As each to other wisely talked, the lion lords together walked on to Kalindi's woody shore, and gentle Sita went before. They reached that flood whose waters flee with rapid current to the sea. Their minds a while to thought they gave, and counselled how to cross the wave. At length, with logs together laid, a mighty raft the brothers made. Then dry bamboos across were tied, and grass was spread from side to side. And the great hero Lakshman brought cane and rose-apple boughs and wrought, trimming the branches smooth and neat, for Sita's use a pleasant seat. And Rama placed thereon his dame, touched with a momentary shame, resembling in her glorious mien all thoughts surpassing Fortune's queen. Then Rama hastened to dispose, each in its place, the skins and bows, and by the fair Bidehan laid the coats, the ornaments, and spade. When Sita thus was set on board, and all their gear was duly stored, the heroes each with vigorous hand pushed off the raft and left the land. When half its way the raft had made, thus Sita to Kalindi prayed. Goddess, whose flood I traverse now, grant that my lord may keep his vow. For thee shall bleed 1,000 kine, 100 jars shall pour their wine, when Rama sees that town again, where old Ikshaku's children reign. Thus to Kalindi's stream she sued, and prayed in suppliant attitude. Then to the river's bank the dame, fervent in supplication, came. They left the raft that brought them over, and the thick wood that clothed the shore, and to the fig tree Syama made their way so cool with verdant shade. Then Sita viewed that best of trees, and reverence spake in words like these: Hail, hail, O mighty tree, allow my husband to complete his vow. Let us returning, I entreat, Kaushalya and Sumitra meet. Then with her hands together placed, around the tree she duly paced. When Rama saw his blameless spouse, a suppliant under holy boughs, the gentle darling of his heart, he thus to Lakshman spake apart: Brother, by thee our way be led, let Sita close behind thee tread. I, best of man, will grasp my bow, and hindmost of the tree will go. What fruits soever her fancy take, or flowers half hidden in the brake, for Janak's child forget not thou to gather from the brake or bough. Thus on they fared, the tender dame, asked Rama as they walked the name of every shrub that blossoms bore, creeper and tree unseen before. And Lakshman fetched, at Sita's prayer, boughs of each tree with clusters fair. Then Janak's daughter joyed to see the sandis-coloured river flee, where the glad cry of many a bird, the saras and the swan was heard. A league the brothers travelled through, the forest noble game they slew, beneath the trees their meal they dressed, and sat them down to eat and rest. A while in that delightful shade, where elephants unnumbered strayed, where peacocks screamed and monkeys played, they wandered with delight. Then by the river's side they found a pleasant spot of level ground, where all was smooth and fair around, their lodging for the night. Canto 54. Chitrakoot. Then Rama, when the morning rose, called Lakshman gently from repose. Awake, the pleasant voices hear of forest birds that warble near. Scourge of thy foes, no longer stay, the hour is come to speed away. The slumbering prince unclosed his eyes, when thus his brother bade him rise, compelling at the timely cry, fatigue and sleep and rest to fly. The brothers rose, and Sita too, pure water from the stream they drew, paid morning rites, then followed still the road to Chitrakoot's hill. Then Rama, as he took the road, with Lakshman, while the morning glowed, to the Videhan lady cried, Sita the fair, the lotus-eyed, look round thee, dear, each flowery tree, touched with the fire of morning sea. The king shook, now the frosts are fled, how glorious with the wreaths of red! The bell trees see, so loved of man, hanging their boughs in every glen. Overburdened with their fruit and flowers, a plenteous store of food is ours. See, Lakshman, in the leafy trees, wherever they make their home, down hangs the work of labouring bees, the ponderous honeycomb. In the fair wood before us spread, the startled wild cock cries, hark, where the flowers are soft to tread, the peacock's voice replies. Where elephants are roaming free, and sweet bird songs are loud, the glorious Chitrakoot see, his peaks are in the cloud. On fair smooth ground he stands displayed, begot by many a tree. O brother, in that holy shade, how happy shall we be! Then Rama, Lakshman, Sita each spoke, raising suppliant hands, this speech. To him in woodland dwelling met Valmiki, ancient anchoret. O saint, this mountain takes the mind, with creepers, trees of every kind, with fruit and roots abounding thus, a pleasant life it offers us. Here for a while we fain would stay, and pass a season blithe and gay. Then the great saint, in duty trained, with honour gladly entertained, he gave his guests a welcome fare, and bade them sit and rest them there. Rama of mighty arm and chest, his faithful Lakshman then addressed, Brother, bring hither from the wood selected timber strong and good, and build therewith a little cot. My heart rejoices in the spot that lies beneath the mountain's side, remote, with water well supplied. Sumitra's son his words obeyed, brought many a tree and deftly made, with branches in the forest cut, as Rama bade, a leafy hut. Then Rama, when the cottage stood, fair, firmly built, and wild with wood, to Lakshman spake, whose eager mind to do his brother's will inclined. Now, Lakshman, as our cot is made, must sacrifice be duly paid by us for lengthened life we hope, with vanishing of the antelope. Away, O bright-eyed Lakshman, speed! Struck by thy bow, a deer must bleed. As Scripture bids, we must not slight the duty that commands the right. Lakshman, the chief whose arrows laid his foeman low, his word obeyed, and Rama thus again addressed the swift performer of his haste. Prepare the vanishing thou hast shot, to sacrifice for this our cart. Haste, brother dear, for this the hour, and this the day of certain power. Then glorious Lakshman took the buck, his arrow in the wood had struck, bearing his mighty load he came, and laid it in the kindled flame. Soon as he saw the meat was done, and that the juices ceased to run, From the broiled carcass Lakshman then spoke thus to Rama, best of man. The carcass of the buck entire is ready dressed upon the fire. Now be the sacred rites begun, to please the god, thou godlike one. Rama the good, in ritual trained, pure from birth, with thoughts restrained, hasted those verses to repeat, which make the sacrifice complete. The host celestial came in view, and Rama to the cart withdrew, while a sweet sense of rapture stole through the unquailed hero's soul. He paid the Vishadevas due, and Rudra's right, and Vishnu's too, nor wanted blessings to protect their new-built home did he neglect. With voice repressed he breathed the prayer, bade the dew in the river fair, and gave good offerings that remove the stain of sin, as texts approve. And many an altar there he made, and shrines to suit the holy shade, all decked with woodland chaplets sweet, and fruit and roots and roasted meat, with muttered prayer, as text require, water and grass and wood and fire. So Rama, Lakshman, Sita paid their offerings to each god and shade, and entered then their pleasant cart, that bore fair signs of happy lot. They entered the illustrious tree, the well-set cottage, fair to see, roofed with the leaves of many a tree, and fenced from wind and rain. So at their father Brahma's call, the gods of heaven, assembling all, to their own glorious council hall, advance in shining train. So resting on that lovely hill, near the fair lily-covered rill, the happy prince forgot, surrounded by the birds and deer, the war, the longing, and the fear that gloomed the exile's lot. Canto 57. Sumantra's Return. When Rama reached the southern bank, King Guha's heart with sorrow sank. He with Sumantra talked and spent, with his deep sorrow homeward went. Sumantra, as the king decreed, yoked to the car each noble steed, and to Ayodhya city sped, with his sad heart disquieted. On lake and brook and scented grove his glances fall as on he drove. City and village came in view, as over the road his coursers flew. On the third day the charioteer, when now the hour of night was near, came to Ayodhya's gate and found the city all in sorrow drowned, to him in spirit quiet cast down. Forsaken seemed the silent town, and by the rush of grief oppressed, he pondered in his mournful breast, is all Ayodhya bound with grief, steed, elephant, and man and chief? Does her loved Rama's exile so afflict her with fires of war? Thus as he mused, his steeds flew fast, and swiftly through the gate he passed. On drove the charioteer, and then, in hundreds, yea, in thousands men, ran to the car from every side, and Rama, where is Rama? cried. Sumantra said, my chariot bore the duteous prince to Ganga's shore. I left him there at his behest, and homeward to Ayodhya pressed. Soon as the ancient people knew that he was over the flood they drew, deep sighs and crying, Rama all, wailed, and big tears began to fall. He heard the mournful words prolonged, as here and there the people thronged. War, war for us, forlorn, undone, no more to look on Raghu's son. He is like again we never shall see, of heart so true, of hand so free. In gifts, in gatherings for debate, when Mary's pomps we celebrate, what should we do? What earthly thing can rest or hope or pleasure bring? Thus the sad town, which Rama kept as a kind father, wailed and wept. Each mansion, as the car went by, sent forth a loud and bitter cry, as to the window every dame, mourning for banished Rama, came. As his sad eyes with tears overflowed, he sped along the royal road to Dasarath's high abode. There, leaping down his car he stayed, within the gates his way he made. Through 7 broad courts he onward hied, where people thronged on every side. From each high terrace, wild with war, the royal ladies flocked below. He heard them talk in gentle tone, as each for Rama made her moan. What will the charioteer reply to Queen Kaushalya's eager cry? With Rama from the gates he went, homeward alone his steps are bent. Hard is a life with war distressed, but difficult to win is rest, if, when her son is banished dear, she lives beneath her load of ill. Such was the speech Sumantra heard from them whom grief unfeigned had steered. As fires of anguish burnt him true, swift to the monarch's hall he drew. Past the 8th court, there met his sight the sovereign in his palace bright, still weeping for his son forlorn, pale, faint, and all with sorrow worn. As there he sat, Sumantra bent, and did obeisance reverent, and to the king repeated over the message he from Rama bore. The monarch heard, and well nigh brake his heart, but yet no word he spake. Fainting to earth he fell, and dumb, by grief for Rama overcome. Rang through the hall a startling cry, the women's arms were tossed on high, when with his senses all astray, upon the ground the monarch lay. Kaushalya with Sumitra's aid raised from the ground her lord dismayed. Sire of high fate, she cried, oh why dost thou so single word reply to Rama's messenger who brings news of his painful wanderings? The great injustice done art thou shame stricken for thy conduct now? Rise up and do thy part, bestow comfort and help in this our war. Speak freely, king, dismiss thy fear, for Queen Kaikeyi stands not near, afraid of whom thou wouldst not seek tidings of Rama, freely speak. When the sad queen had ended so, she sank, insatiate with her woe, and prostrate lay upon the ground, while her faint voice by sobs was drowned. When all the ladies in despair saw Queen Kaushalya wailing there, and the poor king oppressed with pain, they flocked around and wept again. End of Cantos 55, 56, and 57. Cantos 58 to 60 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 58, Rama's Message. The king a while had senseless lain, when care brought memory back again. Then straight he called the news to hear of Rama for the charioteer. With reverent hand to hand applied, he waited by the old man's side, whose mind with anguish was distraught, like a great elephant newly caught. The king with bitter pain distressed, the faithful charioteer addressed, who sat of mien, with flooded eye, and dust upon his limbs stood by. Where will be Rama's dwelling now? At some tree's foot, beneath the bough. Ah, what will be the exile's food, bred up with kind solicitude? Can he, long lapped in pleasant rest, unmeet for pain, by pain oppressed, son of earth's king, his sad night spend, art couched as one that has no friend? Behind him, when abroad he sped, cars, elephants, and foot were led. Then how shall Rama dwell afar, in the wild woods where no men are? How, tell me, did the princess dare, with Sita good and soft and fair, alighting from the chariot tread, the forest wilds around them spread? A happy lot is thine, I ween, whose eyes my two dear sons have seen, seeking on foot the forest shade, like the bright twins to view displayed. The heavenly Aswins, when they seek the woods that hang beneath Mandar's peak, what words Sumantra quickly tell, from Rama, Lakshman, Sita fell. How in the wood did Rama eat, what was his bed, and what was his seat? Full answer to my questions give, for I on thy replies shall live. As with the saints Yayati held, sweet converse from the skies expelled. Urged by the Lord of Man to speak, whose sobbing voice came faint and weak, thus he, while tears his utterance broke, in answer to the monarch spoke. Hear then the words that Rama said, resolved in duty's path to tread. Joining his hands, his head he bent, and gave this message reverent. Sumantra, to my father go, whose lofty mind all people know. Bow down before him as is meet, and in my stead salute his feet. Then to the queen my mother bend, and give the greeting that I send. Never may her steps from duty err, and may it still be well with her. And at this word, O Queen, pursue thy vows with faithful heart and true, and ever at due season turn where holy fires of worship burn. And Lady, on our Lord bestow such honor as to gods we vow. Be kind to every queen, let pride and thought of self be cast aside. In the king's fond opinion raise Kai by respect and praise. Let the young Bharat ever be loved, honored as the king by thee. Thy kingward duty never forget, high over all our monarch set. And Bharat too for me address, pray that all health his life may bless. Let every royal lady share, as justice bids, his love and care. Say to the strong-armed chief who brings joy to Ikshaku's line of kings, as ruling prince thy care be shown of him our sire, who holds the throne. Stricken in years he feels their weight, but leave him in his royal state. As regent heir content thee still, submissive to thy father's will. Rama again his jaws renewed, as the hot blood his cheek bedewed. Hold as thine own my mother dear, who drops for me the longing tear. Then Lakshman with his soul on fire spake breathing fast these words of ire. Say for what sin, for what offence, was royal Rama banished thence? He is the cause the king, poor slave, to the light jaws Kaikeyi gave. Let right or wrong the motive be, the author of our war is he. Whether the exile was decreed through foolish fate or guilty greed, for promises or empire steel, the king has wrought a grievous ill. Granted the Lord of all saw fit to prompt the deed and sanction it. In Rama's life no cause I see for which the king should bid him flee. His blinded eyes refuse to scan the guilt and folly of the plan, and from the weakness of the king here and hereafter war shall spring. No more, my sire, the ties that used to bind me to the king are loosed. My brother Rama, Raghu's son, to me is lord, friend, sire in one. The love of man how can he win, deserting by the cruel seam their joy, whose heart is swift to feel a pleasure in the people's weal? Shall he whose mandate could expel the virtuous Rama loved so well, to whom his subjects' fond hearts cling, shall he in spite of them be king? But Janak's child, my lord, stood by, and of the votaries heaved a sigh. She seemed with dull and wandering sense beneath his spirit's influence. The noble princess, pained with war, which till that hour she never could know, tears in her happy trouble shed, but not a word to me she said. She raised her face which grief had dried, and tenderly her husband eyed, gazed on him as he turned to go, while tear chased tear in rapid flow. Canto 59. Dasarat's Lament. As thus Sumantra, best of peers, told his sad tale with many tears, the mourner cried, I pray thee tell at length again what there befell. Sumantra at the king's behest, striving with sobs, his cause repressed, his trembling voice at last controlled, and thus his farther tidings told. Their locks in votive coils they wound, their coats of bark upon them bound, to Ganga's farther shore they went, thence to Prayag their steps were bent. I saw that Lakshman walked ahead, to guard the path the two should tread. So far I saw, no more could learn, forced by the hero to return. Retracing slow my homeward course, scarce could I move its stubborn horse. Shedding hot tears of grief he stood, when Rama turned him to the wood. As the two princes parted thence, I raised my hands in reverence, mounted my ready car and bore the grief that stung me to the core. With Guha all the day I stayed, still by the honest hope delayed, that Rama, ere the time should end, some message from the wood might send. Thy realm's great monarch mourn the blow, and sympathize with Rama's war. Each withering tree hangs low his head, and shoot and bud and flower are dead. Dried are the floods that wont to fill the lake, the river, and the rill. Drear is each grove and garden now, dry every blossom on the bough. Its beast is still, no serpents crawl, a lethargy of woe on all. The very wood is silent, crushed, with grief for Rama all is hushed. Fair blossoms from the water born, gay garlands that the art adorn, and every fruit that gleams like gold, have lost the scent that charmed of old. Empty is every grove I see, or birds sit pensive on the tree. Wherever I look, its beauty over, the pleasant charms not as before. I drove through fair Ayodhya street, none flew with joy the car to meet. They saw that Rama was not there, and turned them sighing in despair. The people in the royal way wept tears of bitter grief when they beheld me coming from afar, no Rama with me in the car. From palace roof and turret high, each woman bent her eager eye. She looked for Rama, but in vain, gazed on the car, and shrieked for pain. Their long clear eyes with sorrow drowned, they, with this common grief was found, looked each on other, friend and foe, in sympathy of levelling war. No shade of difference between foe, friend, and neutral there was seen. Without a joy her bosom rent, with grief for Rama's banishment. Ayodhya like the queen appears, who mourns her son with many tears. He ended, and the king distressed, with sobbing voice, that lord addressed. Ah me, by false Kaikeyi led, of evil race to evil bred, I took no counsel of the sage, nor sought advice from skill and age. I asked no lord his aid to lend, I called no citizen or friend. Rash was my deed, bereft of sense, slave to a woman's influence. Surely, my lord, a woe so great falls on us by the will of fate. It lays the house of Raghu low, for destiny will have it so. I pray thee, if I ever have done an act to please thee ere but one, fly, fly, and Rama homeward lead, my life departing counsel speed. Fly, ere the power to bid I lack, fly to the wood, bring Rama back. I cannot live for even one short hour bereaved of my son. But ah, the prince, whose arms are strong, has journeyed far, the way is long. Me upon the chariot place, and let me look on Rama's face. Ah me, my son, mine eldest born, where roams he in the wood forlorn, the wielder of the mighty bow, whose shoulders like the lion's show. Or ere the light of life be dim, take me to Sita and to him. O Rama, Lakshman, and O thou, dear Sita, constant to thy vow. Beloved ones, you cannot know that I am dying of my woe. The king, to bitter grief a prey, that drove each wandering sense away, sunk in affliction's sea too wide to traverse, in his anguish cried. Hard, hard to pass, my queen, this sea of sorrow raging over me. No Rama near to soothe mine eye, plunged in its lowest deeps I lie. Sorrow for Rama swells the tide, and Sita's absence makes it wide. My tears its foamy flood disdain, made billowy by my sighs of pain. My cries its roar, the arms I throw, about me are the fish below. Kaikeyi is the fire that feeds, beneath my hair the tangled weeds. Its source the tears for Rama shed, the humpback's words its monsters dread. The boon I gave the wretch its sore, till Rama's banishment be over. Ah me, that I should long to set my eager eyes today on Raghu's son, and he be yet with Lakshman far away. Thus he, of lofty glory wailed, and sank upon the bed. Beneath the war his spirit failed, and all his senses fled. Canto 60. Kaushalya consoled. As Queen Kaushalya, trembling much, as blighted by a goblin's touch, still lying prostrate, half awoke to consciousness, it was thus she spoke. Bear me away, Sumandra, far, where Rama, Sita, Lakshman are. Bereft of them, I have no power to linger on a single hour. Again, I pray, thy steps retrace, and me in Dandak forest place. For after them I needs must go, or sink to Yama's realms below. His utterance, choked by tears that rolled down from their fountains uncontrolled, With suppliant hands the charioteer thus spake the lady's heart to cheer. Dismiss thy grief, despair, and dread, that fills thy soul of sorrow bred. For pain and anguish thrown aside, will Rama in the wood abide. And Lakshman with unfailing care will guard the feet of Rama there, earning with governed sense the prize that waits on duty in the skies. And Sita in the wild as well as in her own dear home will dwell. To Rama all her heart she gives, and free from doubt and terror lives. No faintest sign of care or woe the features of the lady show. Methinks Videha's pride was made for exile in the forest shade, even as of old she used to rove, delighted in the city's grove. Thus, even thus, she joys to tread the woodlands uninhabited. Like a young child, her face as fair as the young moon, she wanders there. What though in lonely woods she stray, still Rama is her joy and stay. All his the heart no sorrow bends, her very life on him depends. For if her lord she might not see, Ayodhya like the wood would be. She bids him as she roams declare the names of towns and hamlets there, marks various trees that meet her eye, and many a brook that hurries by. And Janak's daughter seems to roam one little league away from home, when Rama or his brother speaks, and gives the answer that she seeks. This lady I remember well, nor angry words have I to tell, reproaches at Kaikeyi shot, such queen my mind remembers not. The speech, when Sita's wrath was high, Sumantra passed in silence by, that so his pleasant words might cheer, with sweet report Kausalya's ear. Her moon-like beauty suffers not, the winds be rude and suns be hot, the weight, the danger, and the toil, her gentle lustre may not soil. Like the red lily's leafy crown, or as the fair full moon looks down, so the Videhan lady's face still shines with undiminished grace. What if the borrowed colours throw over her fine feet no rosy glow, still with their natural tints they spread a lotus glory where they tread. In sportive grace she walks the ground, and sweet her chiming anklets sound. No jewels clasp the faultless limb, she leaves them all for love of him. If in the woods her gentle eye a lion sees, or tiger nigh, or elephant, she fears no ill, for Rama's arm supports her steel. No longer be their fate deplored, nor thine, nor that of Kaushal's lord, for conduct such as theirs shall buy wide glory that can never die. For casting grief and care away, delighting in the forest day, with joyful spirits blithe and gay, set forward to the ancient way, where mighty saints have led, their highest aim, their dearest care, to keep their father's honour fair, observing still the oath he sware, they roam on wild fruit fed. Thus with persuasive art he tried to turn her from grief aside, by soothing fancies won. But still she gave her sorrow vent. O Rama was her shrill lament, my love, my son, my son. End of Cantos 58, 59, and 60. Cantos 61 to 63 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 61. Kausalya's Lament. One best of all who give delight, her Rama wandered far from sight. Kausalya weeping, sore distressed, the king her husband thus addressed. Thy name, O monarch, far and wide, through the three worlds is glorified. Yet Rama's is the pitying mind, his speed is true, his heart is kind. How will thy sons, good Lord, sustain with Sita all their care and pain? How in the wild endure distress, nursed in the lap of tenderness? How will the dear Videhan bear the heat and cold when wandering there? Bred in the bliss of princely state, so young and fair and delicate, the large-eyed lady wont to eat the best of finely seasoned meat. How will she now her life sustain with woodland fare of self-sown grain? Will she, with joys encompassed long, who love the music and the song, in the wildwood endure to hear the ravening lion's voice of fear. Where sleeps my strong-armed hero, where, like Lord Mahendra's standard fair, where is by Lakshman's side his bed, his club-like arm beneath his head? When shall I see his flower-like eyes, and face that with the lotus vies, feel his sweet lily breath, and view his glorious hair and lotus heel? The heart within my breast I feel is adamant or hard as steel, or in a thousand fragments split, the loss of him had shattered it. When those I love, who should be blessed, are wandering in the wood distressed, condemned their wretched lives to lead in exile by thy ruthless deed. If when the 14 years are past, Rama reseeks his home at last, I think not Bharat will consent to yield the wealth and government. At funeral feasts some mourners deal to kith and kin the solemn meal, and having duly fed them all, some Brahmans to the banquet call. The best of Brahmans, good and wise, the third is summoning the spies, and equal to the gods' disdain, cups even of Amrit thus to drain. Nay, even when Brahmans first have fed, they load the meal for others spread, and from the living stone with scorn, as bulls avoid a fractured horn. So Rama, sovereign lord of man, will spurn the solid kingship then. He born the eldest and the best, his youngest livings will detest, turning from tasted food away, as tigers scorn another's prey. The sacred post is used not twice, nor elements in sacrifice. But once the sacred grass is spread, but once with oil the flame is fed, so Rama's pride will never receive the royal power which others leave. Like wine when tasteless dregs are left, or rights of Soma juice bereft, be sure the pride of Raghu's race will never stoop to such disgrace. The lordly lion will not bear that man should beard him in his lair. Where all the worlds against him ranged, his dauntless soul were still unchanged. He dutiful, in duty strong, would purge the impious world from wrong. Could not the hero, brave and bold, the archer with his shafts of gold, burn up the very seas as doom will in the end all life consume? Of lion's might, eyed like a bull, a prince so brave and beautiful, thou hast with wicked hate pursued, like sea-born tribes who eat their brood. If thou, O monarch, hadst but known the duty all the twice-born won, if the good laws had touched thy mind, which sages in the scriptures find, thou never hadst driven forth to pine this brave, this duteous son of thine. First on her lord the wife depends, next on her son, and last on friends. These three supporters in life has she, and not a fourth for her may be. Thy heart, O king, I have not won. In wild woods roams my banished son. Far are my friends, ah, hapless me, quite ruined and destroyed by thee. Canto 62. Dasarath consoled. The queen's stern speech the monarch heard, as rage and grief her bosom stirred, and by his anguish sore oppressed, reflected in his secret breast. Fainting and sad, with woe distraught, he wandered in a maze of thought. At length the queller of the foe grew conscious, rallying from his woe. When consciousness returned anew, long burning sighs the monarch drew. Again immersed in thought he eyed Kausalya standing by his side. Back to his pondering soul was brought the direful deed his hand had wrought, when, guiltless of the wrong intent, his arrow at a sound was sent. Distracted by his memory's sting, and mourning for his son the king, to two consuming griefs a prey, a miserable victim lay. The double woe devoured him fast, as on the ground his eyes he cast, joined suppliant hands her heart to touch, and spake in the answer, trembling much. Kausalya, for thy grace I sue, joining these hands as suppliants do. Then even to foes hast ever been a gentle, good, and loving queen. Her lord, with noble virtues graced, her lord, by lack of all debased, is still a god in woman's eyes, if duty's law she hold and prize. Thou, who the right hast I pursued, life's changes and its chances viewed, shouldst never once, though sorrow steered, at me distressed one bitter word. She listened, as with sorrow faint, he murmured forth his sad complaint. Her brimming eyes with tears ran o'er, as spouts the new fallen water pour. His suppliant hands, with fear dismayed, she gently clasped in hers and laid, like a fair lotus on her head, and faltering in her trouble said, "Forgive me, at thy feet I lie, with low bent head to thee I cry, by thee besought, thy guilty dame pardon from thee can scarcely claim. She merits not the name of wife, who cherishes perpetual strife with her own husband good and wise, her lord both here and in the skies. I know the claims of duty well, I know thy lips the truth must tell. All the wild words I rashly spoke, forth from my heart, through anguish broke. For sorrow bends the stoutest soul, and cancels Scripture's high control. Yea, sorrow's might all else overthrows, the strongest and the worst of foes. It is thus with all we keenly feel, yet bear the blows our foemen deal. But when a slender war assails, the manliest spirit bends and quails. The fifth long night has now begun, since the wild woods have lodged my son. To me, whose joy is drowned in tears, its day a dreary year appears, while all my thoughts on him are set. Grief at my heart swells wilder yet. With doubled might does ocean raves, when rushing floods increase his waves. As from Kausalya reasoning well, the gentle words of wisdom fell, the sun went down with dying flame, and darkness over the landscape came. His lady's soothing words, in part, relieved the monarch's aching heart, who, wearied out by all his woes, yielded to sleep and took repose. Canto 63. The Hermit's Son. But soon, by rankling grief oppressed, the king awoke from troubled rest, and his sad heart was tried again, with anxious thought, where all was pain. Rama and Lakshman's mournful fate, on Dasarath good and great, as Indra pressed with crushing weight, as when the demon's might assails, the sun god and his glory pales. Ere yet the sixth long night was spent, since Rama to the woods was sent, the king at midnight sadly thought of the old crime his hand had wrought, and thus to Queen Kausalya cried, who still for Rama moaned and sighed, "If thou art waking, give, I pray, attention to the words I say. Whatever the conduct men pursue, be good or ill the acts they do, be sure, dear Queen, they find the meed of wicked or of virtuous deed. A heedless child we call the man, whose feeble judgment fails to scan the weight of what his hands may do, its lightness, fault, and merit too. One lays the mango garden low, and bids the gay palasas grow. Longing for fruit, their bloom he sees, but grieves when fruit should bend the trees. Cut by my hand, my fruit trees fell, palasa trees I watered well. My hopes this foolish heart deceive, and for my banished son I grieve. Kausalya, in my youthful prime, armed with my bow, I wrought the crime. Proud of my skill, my name renowned, an archer prince who shoots by sound. The deed this hand, unwitting wrought, this misery on my soul has brought, as children seize the deadly cup, and blindly drink the poison up. As the unreasoning man may be, charmed with the gay palasa tree, I unaware have reaped the fruit of joying at a sound to shoot. As risen prince I shared the throne, thou wast a maid to me unknown. The early rain time duly came, and strengthened love's delicious flame. The sun had drained the earth that lay, all glowing beneath the summer day, and to the gloomy clime had fled, where dwell the spirits of the dead. The fervent heat that moment ceased, the darkening clouds its hour increased, and frogs and deer and peacocks all rejoiced to see the torrents fall. Their bright wings heavy from the shower, The birds, new bedded, had scarce the power to reach the branches of the trees, whose high tops swayed beneath the breeze. The fallen rain and falling steel hung like a sheet on every hill, till, with glad deer, its flooded steep showed glorious as the mighty deep. The torrents down its wooded side poured, some unstained, while others died. Gold, ashy, silver, ochre bore the tints of every mountain wore. In that sweet time, when all are pleased, my arrows and my bow I seized. Keen for the chase, in field or grove, down Sarayu's bank my car I drove. I longed with all my lawless will some elephant by night to kill, some buffalo that came to drink, or tiger at the river's brink. When all around was dark and still, I heard a picture slowly fill, and thought obscured in deepest shade, an elephant the sound had made. I drew a shaft that glittered bright, fell as a serpent's venomed bite. I longed to lay the monster dead, and to the mark my arrow sped. Then in the calm of morning clear, a hermit's wailing smote my ear. Ah me, he cried and sank, pierced by my arrow on the bank. Even as the weapon smote his side, I heard a human voice that cried, "Why lights this shaft on one like me, a poor and harmless devotee? I came by night to fill my jar from this lone stream where no men are. Ah, who this deadly shaft has sought? Whom have I wronged and knew it not? Why should a boy so harmless feel the vengeance of the winged steel? Or who should slay the guiltless son of hermit sire, who injures none, who dwells retired in woods, and there supports his life on woodland fare? Ah me, why am I slain? What booty will the murderer gain? In hermit coils I bind my hair, coats made of skin and bark I wear. Ah, who the cruel deed can praise, whose idle toil no fruit repays, as impious as the wretch's crime, who dares his master's bed to climb? Nor does my parting spirit grieve, but for the life which thus I live. Alas, my mother and my sire, I mourn for them when I expire. Ah me, that aged helpless pair, long cherished by my watchful care. How will it be with them this day, when to the fife I pass away, pierced by the self-same dart we die, mine aged mother, sire, and I? Whose mighty hand, whose lawless mind, has all the three to death consigned? When I, by love of duty steered, that touching lamentation heard, pierced to the heart by sudden war, I threw to earth my shafts and bow. My heart was full of grief and dread, as swiftly to the place I sped, where by my arrow wounded sore, a hermit lay on Sarayu's shore. His matted hair was all unbound, his pitcher empty on the ground, and by the fatal arrow pained, he lay with dust and gore distained. I stood confounded and amazed, his dying eyes to mine he raised, and spoke this speech in accents stern, as though his light my soul would burn. How have I wronged thee, king, that I, struck by thy mortal arrow, die? The wood my home, this jar I brought, and water for my parents sought. This one keen shaft that strikes me true, slays sire and aged mother too. Feeble and blind, in helpless pain, they wait for me, and thirst in vain. They with parched lips their pangs must bear, and hope will end in blank despair. Ah me, there seems no fruit in store, for holy chill or scripture law, or else ere now my sire would know that his dear son is lying low. Yet if my mournful fate he knew, what could his arms so feeble do? The tree, firm-rooted, never may be the guardian of a stricken tree. Haste to my father and relate, while time allows, my sudden fate, lest he consume thee as the fire burns up the forest in his ire. This little path, O king, pursue, my father's cart thou soon wilt view. There sue for pardon to the sage, lest he should curse thee in his rage. First from the wounded extract the dart that kills me with its deadly smart, even as the flushed impetuous tide eats through the river's yielding side. I feared to draw the arrow out, and pondered thus in painful doubt. Now tortured by the shaft he lies, but if I draw it forth he dies. Helpless I stood, faint, sorely grieved. The hermit's son my thought perceived, as one overcome by direst pain. He scarce had strength to speak again, with reeling limb and struggling breath, nearer and ever nearer death. My senses undisturbed remain, and fortitude has conquered pain. Now from one tear thy soul be freed, thy hand has made a Brahman bleed. Let not this pang thy bosom wring, no twice born youth am I, O king, for of a Vaishya sire I came, who wedded with a Sudra dame. These words the boy could scarcely say, as tortured by the shaft he lay, twisting his helpless body round, then trembling senseless on the ground. Then from his bleeding side I drew the rankling shaft that pierced him through. With death's last fear my face he eyed, and rich in store of penance died. End of Canto 61, 62 and 63. Canto 64 to 66 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 64. Dasharatha's Death. The son of Raghu to his queen thus far described the unequalled scene, and as the hermit's death he reeled, the mournful story thus renewed. The deed my heedless hand had wrought perplexed me with remorseful thought, and all alone I pondered still, how kindly did me self the ill. The pitcher from the ground I took, and filled it from that fairest brook. Then by the path the hermit showed, I reached his sainted sire's abode. I came, I saw, the aged pair, feeble and blind, were sitting there, like birds with clipped wings, side by side, with none their helpless steps to guide. Their idle hours the twain beguiled, with talk of their returning child, and still the cheering hope enjoyed, their hope, alas, by me destroyed. Then spoke the sage, as drawing near, the sound of footsteps reached his ear. Dear son, the water quickly bring, why hast thou made this tarrying? Thy mother thirsts, and thou hast played, and bathing in the brook delayed. She weeps because thou camest not. Haste, O my son, within the cart. If she or I have ever done a thing to pain thee, dearest son, dismiss the memory from thy mind. A hermit thou, be good and kind. On thee our lives, our all depend. Thou art thy friendless parents' friend. The eyeless couple's eye art thou. Then why so cold and silent now? With sobbing voice and bosom wrung, I scarce could move my faltering tongue, and with my spirit filled with dread, I looked upon the sage and said, while mind and sense and nerve I strung, to fortify my trembling tongue, and let the aged hermit know his son's sad fate, my fear and woe. High-minded saint, not I thy child, a warrior Dasharatha's child. I bear a grievous sorrow's weight, born of a deed which good men hate. My lord, I came to Sarayu shore, and in my hand my bow I bore, for elephant or beast of chase that seeks by night his drinking place. There from the stream a sound I heard, as if a jar the water stirred. An elephant I thought was nigh. I aimed and let an arrow fly. Swift to the place I made my way, and there a wounded hermit lay. Gasping for breath, the deadly dart stood quivering in his youthful heart. I hastened near, with pain oppressed. He faltered out his last behest, and quickly, as he bade me do, from his pierced side the shaft I drew. I drew the arrow from the rent, and up to heaven the hermit went, lamenting as from earth he passed his aged parents to the last. Thus unaware the deed was done, my hand unwitting killed thy son. For what remains, oh let me win thy pardon for my heedless sin. As the sad tale of sin I told, the hermit's grief was uncontrolled. With flooded eyes and sorrow faint, thus spake the venerable saint. I stood with hand to hand applied, and listened as he spoke and sighed. If thou, O king, hath left unsaid by thine own tongue this tale of dread. Thy head, for hideous guilt accursed, had in 1,000 pieces burst. A hermit's blood by warriors played, in such a case with purposed guilt, down from his high estate would bring even the thunder's mighty king. And he, a dart who conscious sends against the devotee who spends his pure life by the law of heaven, that sinner's head will split in 7. Thou livest, for thy heedless hand has wrought a deed thou hast not planned, else thou and all of Raghu's line had perished by this act of thine. Now guide us, thus the hermit said, forth to the spot where he lies dead. Guide us this day, O monarch, we, for the last time, our son would see. The hermit dress of skin he wore, rent from his limbs, distained with gore, his senseless body lying slain, his soul in Yama's dark domain. Alone the mourning pair I led, their souls with woe disquieted, and let the dame and hermit lay their hands upon the breathless clay. The father touched his son and pressed the body to his aged breast. Then falling by the dead body's side, he lifted up his voice and cried, Hast thou no word, my child, to say? No greeting for thy sire to-day? Why art thou angry, darling? Why wilt thou upon the cold earth lie? If thou, my son, art wroth with me, here, duteous child, thy mother see. What, no embrace for me, my son? No word of tender love, not one, whose gentle voice, so soft and clear, soothing my spirit, shall I hear? When evening comes, with accents sweet, Scripture or ancient law repeat, who, having fed the sacred fire, and duly bedded as texts require, will cheer, when evening rites are done, the father mourning for his son. Who will the daily meal provide for the poor wretch who lacks a guide, feeding the helpless with the best berries and roots like some dear guest. How can these hands subsistence find for thy poor mother, old and blind? The wretched votaress how sustain, who mourns her child in ceaseless pain? Stay yet a while, my darling, stay, nor fly to Yama's realm to-day. To-morrow I, thy sire, and she, who bare thee, child, will go with thee. Then when I look on Yama, I, the great Vivaswat's son, will cry, Hear, King of justice, and restore our child to feed us, I implore. Lord of the world, of mighty fame, faithful and just, admit my claim, and grant this single boon to free my soul from fear to one like me. Because, my son, untouched by stain, by sinful hands thou fallest slain, win through thy truth the sphere where those who die by hostile doubts repose. Seek the blessed home prepared for all the valiant who in battle fall, who face the foe and scorn to yield, in glory dying on the field. Rise to the heaven where Dundumar and Nahush mighty heroes are, where Janmejaya and the blessed Dilipa, Saga, Saibya rest. Home of all virtuous spirits, armed by fervent rites and scripture learned, by those whose sacred fires have glowed, whose liberal hands have fields bestowed, by givers of 1,000 cows, by lovers of one faithful spouse, by those who serve their masters well, and cast away this earthly shell. None of my race can ever know the bitter pain of lasting war, but doomed to the dire fate is he whose guilty hand has slaughtered thee. Thus with wild tears the aged saint made many a time his piteous plaint, then with his wife began to shed the funeral water for the dead. But in a shape celestial clad, won by the merits of the lad, the spirit from the body brake, and to the mourning parents spake, A glorious home in realms above rewards my care and filial love. You, honored parents, soon shall be partakers of that home with me. He spake, and swiftly mounting high, with Indra near him to the sky, on a bright car, with flame that glowed, sublime the duteous hermit rode. The father, with his consort's aid, the funeral rites with water paid, and thus his speech to me renewed, who stood in a suppliant attitude. Slay me this day, oh, slay me, king, for death no longer has a sting. Childless am I, thy dart has done to death, my dear, my only son. Because the boy I loved so well, slain by thy heedless arrow fell, my curse upon thy soul shall press with bitter woe and heaviness. I mourn a slaughtered child, and thou shalt feel the pangs that kill me now. Bereft and suffering even as I, so shalt thou mourn thy son and die. Thy hand unwitting dealt the blow that laid the holy hermit low, and distant therefore is the time when thou shalt suffer for the crime. And hour shall come when, crushed by woes like these I feel, thy life shall close, a debt to pay in after days, like his the priestly fee who pays. This curse on me the hermit laid, nor yet his tears and groans were stayed. Then on the pyre their bodies cast, the pair, and straight to heaven they passed. As in sad thought I pondered long, back to my memory came the wrong done in wild youth, O lady dear, when it was my boast to shoot by ear. The deed has borne the fruit which now hangs ripe upon the bending bough. Thus dainty meats the palate please, and lure the weak to swift disease. Now on my soul return with dread the words that noble hermit said, that I for a dear son should grieve, and of the war my life should leave. Thus spake the king with many a tear. Then to his wife he cried in fear, I cannot see thee, love, but lay thy gentle hand in mine, I pray. Ah me, if Rama touched me thus, if once returning home to us, he bade me wealth and lordship give, then so I think my soul would live. Unlike myself, unjust and mean, have been my ways with him, my queen. But like himself is all that he, my noble son, has done to me. His son, though far from right he stray, what prudent sire would cast away? What banished son would check his ire, nor speak reproaches of his sire? I see thee not, these eyes grow blind, and memory quits my troubled mind. Angels of death around me, they summon my soul with speed away. What woe more grievous can there be, that when from light and life I flee, I may not, ere I part, behold my virtuous Rama true and bold. Grief for my son, the brave and true, whose joy it was my will to do, dries up my breath, as summer dries the last drop in the pool that lies. Not man, but blessed gods are they, whose eyes shall see his face that day. See him, when 14 years are past, with earrings decked return at last. My fainting mind forgets to think, low and more low my spirits sink, each from its seat my senses steal, I cannot hear, or taste, or feel. This lethargy of soul overcomes its organ, and its function numbs. So when the oil begins to fail, the torch's rays grow faint and pale. This flood of woe, caused by this hand, destroys me helpless and unmanned, resistless as the floods that bore a passage through the river shore. Ah, Raghu's son, ah, mighty armed, by whom my cares were soothed and charmed, my son, in whom I took delight, now vanished from thy father's sight. Kaushalya, ah, I cannot see Sumitra, gentle devotee, alas, Kaikeyi, cruel dame, my bitter foe, thy father's shame. Kaushalya and Sumitra kept their watch beside him as he wept, and Dasarath mourned and sighed, and grieving for his darling, died. Canto 65. The Women's Lament. And now the night had passed away, and brightly dawned another day. The minstrels, trained to play and sing, flocked to the chamber of the king. Birds, who their gayest raiment wore, and heralds famed for ancient lore, and singers with their songs of praise made music in their several ways. There, as they poured their blessings joyous, and hailed their king with hand and voice, their praises with a swelling roar echoed through court and corridor. Then as the birds his glory sang, from beaten palms loud answer rang, as glad applauders clapped their hands, and told his deeds in distant lands. The swelling concert woke a throng of sleeping birds to life and song, some in the branches of the trees, some caged in halls and galleries. Nor was the soft string music mute, the gentle whisper of the lute, and blessings sung by singers skilled, the palace of the monarch filled. Eunuchs and dames of life unstained, each in arts of waiting trained, drew near attentive as before, and crowded to the chamber door. These skilful when and how to shed the lustral stream over limb and head. Others with golden ewers stood, of water stained with sandal wood, and many a maid, pure, young, and fair, her load of early offerings bare, cups of the flood which all revere, and sacred things and toilet gear. Each several thing was duly brought, as rule of old observance taught, and lucky science on each impressed, stamped it the fairest and the best. Their anxious, in their long array, all waited till the shine of day. But when the king nor rose nor spoke, doubt and alarm within them woke. Forthwith the dames by duty led, attendants on the monarch's bed, within the royal chamber pressed, to wake their master from his rest. Skilled in the lore of dreaming, they first touched the bed on which he lay, but none replied, no sound was heard, nor hand, nor head, nor body stirred. They trembled, and their dread increased, fearing his breath of life had ceased, and bending low their heads they shook, like the tall reeds that fringe the brook. In doubt and terror down they knelt, looked on his face, his cold hand felt, and then the gloomy truth appeared, of all their hearts had darkly feared. Kausalya and Sumitra worn, with weeping for their sons forlorn, woke not, but lay in slumber deep, and still as death's unending sleep. Bowed down by grief, her colour fled, her wonted lustre dull and dead. Kausalya shone not like a star, obscured behind a cloudy bar. Beside the king's her couch was spread, and next was Queen Sumitra's bed, who shone no more with beauty's glow, her face bedewed with tears of woe. There leapt in sleep each wearied queen, there as in sleep the king was seen, and swift the troubling thought came over their spirits that he breathed no more. At once, with wailing loud and high, the matrons shrieked a bitter cry, as widowed elephants bewail their dead lord in the woody vale. At the loud shriek that round them rung, Kausalya and Sumitra sprang, awaked from their beds with eyes wide open in their first surprise. Quick to the monarch's side they came, and saw and touched his lifeless frame. One cry, O husband, forth they sent, and prostrate to the ground they went. The king of Kosala's daughter there, wreathed with the dust on limb and hair, lustreless as the star might lie, hauled downward from the glorious sky. When the king's voice in death was stilled, the women who the chamber filled saw like a widow elephant slain, Kausalya prostrate in her pain. Then all the monarch's ladies led, by Queen Kaikeyi at their head, poured forth their tears, and weeping so, sank on the ground consumed by woe. The cry of grief, so long and loud, went up from all the royal crowd, that, doubled by the matron train, it made the palace ring again. Filled with dark fear and eager eyes, anxiety and wild surmise, echoing with the cries of grief of sorrowing friends who mourned their chief. Dejected, pale with deep distress, hauled from their height of happiness, such was the look that palace wore, where lay the king who breathed no more. Canto 66. The Embalming. Kausalya's eyes with tears overflowed, weighed down by varied sorrow's load. On her dead lord her gaze she bent, who lay like fire, whose might is spent. Like the great deep with waters dry, or like the clouded sun on high, then on her lap she laid his head, and on Kaikeyi looked and said, Triumphant now, enjoy thy reign, without a thorn thy side to pain. Thou hast pursued thy single aim, and killed the king, O wicked dame. Far from my sight my Rama flies, my perished lord has sought the skies. No friend, no hope my life to cheer, I cannot tread the dark path here. Who would forsake her husband who, dead God to whom her love is dear, and wish to live 1 hour but she, whose heart no duty wants like thee? That ravenous sees no fault, his greed will even on poison blindly feed. Kaikeyi, through a humpback maid, this royal house in death has laid. King Janak with his queen will hear, heart rent like me, the tidings drear, of Rama banished by the king, urged by her impious counselling. No son has he, his age is great, and sinking with a double weight, he for his darling child will pine, and pierced with woe his life resign. Sprung from Videha's monarch she, a sad and lovely devotee, roaming the wood, unmeet for war, will toil and trouble undergo. She in the gloomy night with fear the cries of beast and bird will hear, and trembling in her wild alarm, will cling to Rama's sheltering arm. Ah, little knows my duteous son that I am widowed and undone. My Rama of the lotus eye, gone hence also to die. Now, as a living wife and true, I, even this day, will perish too. Around his form these arms will throw, and to the fire with him will go. Clasping her husband's lifeless clay, a while the weeping votaress lay, till chamberlains removed her dance, overcome by sorrow's violence. Then in a cask of oil they laid him who in life the world had swayed, and finished, as the lords desired, all rites for parted souls required. The lords, all wise, refused to burn the monarch ere his son's return. So for a while the corpse they set, embalmed in oil, and waited yet. The women heart no doubt remained, and wildly for the king they plained. With gushing tears that drowned each eye, wildly they waved their arms on high, and each her mangling nails impressed deep in her head and knee and breast. Of Rama reft, who ever spake the sweetest words the heart to take, who firmly to the truth would cling. Why dost thou leave us, mighty king? How can the consorts thou hast left, widowed, of Raghu's son bereft, live with our foe Kaikeyi near, the wicked queen we hate and fear? She threw away the king, her spite, drove Rama forth and Lakshman's might, and gentle Sita, how will she spare any, whosoever it be? Oppressed with sorrow, tear disdained, the royal women thus complained. Like night when not a star appears, like a sad widow drowned in tears, Ayodhya's city, dark and dim, reft of a lord, was sad for him. When thus for war the king to heaven had fled, and still on earth his lovely wives remained, with dying light the sun to rest had sped, and night triumphant over the landscape reigned. End of Canto 64, 65, and 66. Cantos 67 to 69 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 67. The Praise of Kings. That night of sorrow passed away, and rose again the god of day. Then all the twice-born peers of state together met for high debate. Javali, lord of mighty fame, and Gautam and Kaityavan came, and Markandeya's reverend age, and Vamadev, glorious sage, sprung from Mudgalaya's seed the one, the other ancient Kashyap's son. With lesser lords these Brahmans each spoke in his turn his several speech, and turning to Vasistha best of household priests, him thus addressed. The night of bitter war has passed, which seemed 100 years to last. Our king, in sorrow for his son, reunion with the five has won. His soul is where the blessed are, while Rama roams in woods afar, and Lakshman, bright in glorious deeds, goes where his well-loved brother leads. And Bharat and Satrughna they, who smite their foes in battle fray, far in the realm of Kaikeyi stay, where their maternal grandsire's care keeps Rajagriha's city fair. Let one of old Ikshaku's race obtain this day the sovereign's place, or havoc and destruction straight our kingless land will devastate. In kingless lands no thunder's voice, no lightning reads the heart rejoice, nor does Parjania's heavenly rain descend upon the burning plain. Where none is king, the sower's hand casts not the seed upon the land. The son against the father strives, and husbands fail to rule their wives. In kingless realms no princes call their friends to meet in crowded hall. No joyful citizens resort to garden trim or sacred court. In kingless realms no twice-born care to sacrifice with text and prayer. Nor Brahmans who their vows maintain the great solemnities ordain. The joys of happier days have ceased, no gathering, festival, or feast. Together calls the merry throng delighted with the play and song. In kingless lands it never is well with sons of trade who buy and sell. No man who pleasant tales repeat delight the crowd with stories sweet. In kingless realms we never behold young maidens decked with gems and gold, flock to the gardens split and gay to spend their evening hours in play. No lover in the flying car rides with his love to woods afar. In kingless lands no wealthy swain who keeps the heart and reaps the grain lies sleeping, blessed with ample store, securely near his open door. Upon the royal roads we see no tusked elephant roaming free, of 30 years, whose head and neck sweet tinkling bells of silver deck. We hear no more the glad applause when his strong bow its rival draws, no clap of hands, no eager cries that cheer each martial exercise. In kingless realms no merchant bands who travel forth to distant lands with precious wares their wagons load, and fear no danger on the road. No sage secure in self-control, brooding on guard with mind and soul, in lonely wanderings finds his home, wherever at eve his feet may roam. In kingless realms no man is sure he holds his life and wealth secure. In kingless lands no warrior smite the foeman's host in glorious fight. In kingless lands the wise no more, well trained in Scripture's holy law, in shady groves and gardens meet to argue in their calm retreat. No longer in religious fear do they who pious vows revere bring dainty cakes and wreaths of flowers as offerings to the heavenly powers. No longer, bright as trees in spring, shine forth the children of the King, resplendent in the people's eyes with aloe wood and sandal dyes. A brook where water once has been, a grove where grass no more is green, kine with no herdsman's guiding hand, so wretched is a kingless land. The car its waving banner rears, banner of fire the smoke appears, our King the banner of our pride, a god with gods is glorified. In kingless lands no law is known, and none may call his wealth his own, its praise on each from hour to hour, as fish the wake of feast devour. Then fearless artists overleap the bounds of right the godly keep, and when no royal powers restrain, preeminence and lordship gain, as in the frame of man the eye keeps watch and ward, a careful spy. The monarch in his wide domains protects the truth the right maintains. He is the right, the truth is he, their hopes in him the well-born see. On him his people's lives depend, mother is he and sire and friend. The world were veiled in blinding night, and none could see or know aright, ruled there no king in any state, the good and ill to separate. We will obey thy word and will, as if our King were living still, as keeps his bounds the faithful sea, so we observe thy high decree. O best of Brahmins, first in place, our kingless land lies desolate. Some scion of Ikshaku's race do thou as monarch consecrate. Canto 68. The Envoys. Vasishtha heard their speech and prayer, and thus addressed the concourse there, friends, Brahmins, counsellors, and all, assembled in the palace hall. Ye know that Bharat, free from care, still lives in Rajagriha where the father of his mother reigns. Shatrugna by his side remains. Let active envoys go that need, thither on fleetest horses speed, to bring the hero youths away, why waste the time in dull delay? Quick came from all the glad reply, Vasishtha, let the envoys fly. He heard their speech, and thus renewed his charge before the multitude. Nandan, Asok, Siddharth, attend, your ears, Jayanta, Vijaya land, be yours what need requires to do. I speak these words to all of you. With coursers of the fleetest breed, to Rajagriha's city speed. Then rid your bosoms of distress, and Bharat thus from me address. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's home with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. But speak no word of Rama fled, tell not the prince his sire is dead, nor to the royal youth the fate that ruins Raghu's race relate. Go quickly hence, and with you bear fine silken vestures rich and rare, and gems and many a precious thing, as gifts to Bharat and the king. With ample stores of food supplied, each to his home the envoys hied, prepared with steeds of swiftest race, to Kaika's land their way to trace. They made all due provision there, and every need arranged with care. Then ordered by Vasistha they went forth with speed upon their way. Then northward of Pralamba west of Apartala on they pressed, crossing the Malini that flowed with gentle stream outward the road. They traversed Ganga's holy waves, where she Hastinapur laves. Thence to Panchala westward fast, through Kurujangal's land they passed. On their coast the envoys held, by urgency of task impelled. Quick glancing at each lucid flood, and sweet lake gay with flower and bud, beyond they passed unwearied over, where glad birds fill the flood and shore of Saradanda racing fleet, with heavenly water clear and sweet. Thereby a tree celestial grows, which every boon a prayer bestows. To its blessed shade they humbly bent, then to Kalinga's town they went. Then having passed the warriors' wood, in Avikala next they stood. Over sacred Ikshumati came, their ancient king's ancestral claim. They saw the learned Brahman stand, its drinking from his hallowed land. And through Bahika journeying still, they reached at length Sudaman's hill. There Vishnu's footstep turned to see, Bipasa viewed and Salmali, and many a lake and river met, tank, pool, and pond and rivulet, and lions saw and tigers near, and elephants and herds of deer, and still by prompt obedience led, along the ample road they sped. Then, when their course, so swift and long, had worn their steeds, though fleet and strong, to Giriraja's splendid town, they came by night and lighted down. To please their master and to guard the royal race, the lineal right, the envoys, spent with riding hard, to that fair city came by night. Canto 69. Bharat's Dream. The night those messengers of state had passed within the city's gate. In dreams the slumbering Bharat saw a sight that chilled his soul with awe. The dream that dire events foretold left Bharat's heart with horror cold, and with consuming woes distraught, upon his aged sire he thought. His dear companions, swift to trace the signs of anguish on his face, drew near, his sorrow to expel, and pleasant tales began to tell. Some woke sweet music's cheering sound, and others danced in lively round. With joke and jest they strove to raise his spirits, quoting ancient plays. But Bharat still, the lofty souled, deaf to sweet tales his fellows told, unmoved by music, dance, and jest, sat silent by his war oppressed. To him, begot by comrades near, thus spoke the friend he held most dear. Why ringed around by friends art thou, so silent and so mournful now? Hear thou, thus Bharat made reply, what chills my heart and dims mine eye. I dreamed I saw the king my sire sink headlong in a lake of mire, down from a mountain high in air, his body soiled, and lose his hair. Upon the miry lake he seemed to lie and welter as I dreamed. With hollowed hands full many a draught of oil he took, and loudly laughed. With head cast down I saw him make a meal on sesamum and cake. The oil from every member dripped, and in its clammy flood he dipped. The ocean's bed was bare and dry, the moon had fallen from the sky, and all the world lay still and dead, with whelming darkness overspread. The earth was rent and opened wide, the leafy trees were scorched and died. I saw the seated mountains split, and wreaths of rising smoke emit. The stately beast, the monarch rode, his long tusks rent and splitted showed, and flames that quenched and cold had lain blazed forth with kindly light again. I looked, and many a handsome dame, arrayed in brown and sable, came, and bore about the monarch dressed, on iron stool, in sable vest. And then the king of virtuous mind, a blood-red wreath around him twined, forth on an as-drawn chariot sped, as southward still he bent his head. Then crimson-clad a dame appeared, who at the monarch laughed and jeered, and a she-monster dire to view, her hand upon his body drew. Such is the dream I dreamt by night, which chills me yet with wild affright. Either the king or Rama, I, or Lakshman now must surely die. For when an astron chariot seems to bear away a man in dreams, be sure, above his funeral pyre, the smoke soon rears its cloudy spire. This makes my spirit low and weak, my tongue is slow and loth to speak, my lips and throat are dry for dread, and all my soul disquieted. My lips relaxed, can hardly speak, and chilling dread has changed my cheek. I blame myself in aimless fears, and still no cause of blame appears. I dwell upon this dream of ill, whose changing scenes I viewed, and on the startling horror still my troubled thoughts will brood. Still to my soul these terrors cling, reluctant to depart, and the strange vision of the king still weighs upon my heart. End of Canto 67, 68, and 69. Canto 70 to 72 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 70. Bharat's Departure. While thus he spoke, the envoys borne, on horses faint and travel worn, had gained the city fenced around, with a deep moat's protecting bound. An audience of the king they gained, and honours from the prince obtained. The monarch's feet they humbly pressed, to Bharat next these words addressed. The household priest and peers by us send health to thee and greet thee thus. Come to thy father's house with haste, thine absent time no longer waste. Receive these vestures rich and rare, these costly gems and jewels fair, and to thy uncle here present each precious robe and ornament. These for the king and him suffice, 200 millions is their price. These, what 100 millions be, reserved, O large-eyed prince, for thee. Loving his friends with heart and soul, the joyful prince received the whole, due honour to the envoys paid, and thus in turn his answer made. Of Dasaratha tidings tell, is the old king my father well? Is Rama and is Lakshman he of the high soul, from sickness free? And she who walks where duty leads, Kaushalya, known for gracious deeds, mother of Rama, loving spouse, bound to her lord by well-kept vows? And Lakshman's mother too, the dame, Sumitra, skilled in duty's claim, who brave Shatrugna also bare, second in age, her health declare. And she in self-conceit most says, with selfish heart most prone to raise, my mother, fares she well? Has she sent message or come unto me? Thus Bharat spake, the mighty souled, and they in brief their tidings told. All they of whom thou askest dwell, O landlord, secure and well. Thine all the smiles of fortune are, make ready, let them yoke the car. Thus by the royal envoys pressed, Bharat again the band addressed. I go with you, no long delay, a single hour I bid you stay. Thus Bharat, son of him who swayed Ayodhya's realm, his answer made, and then bespoke, his heart to please, his mother's sire in words like these. I go to see my father, king, urged by the envoy's summoning, and when thy soul desires to see, thy grandson will return to thee. The king, his grandsire, kissed his head, and in reply to Bharat said, Go forth, dear child, how blessed is she, the mother of a son like thee. Greet well thy sire, thy mother greet, O thou whose arms the foe defeat. The household priest and all the rest, amid the twice-born chief and best, and Rama and brave Lakshman who showed the long shaft with aim so true. To him the king high honour showed, and store of wealth and gifts bestowed, the choicest elephants to ride, and skins and blankets deftly dyed, 1,000 strings of golden beads, and 1,600 mettled steeds, and boundless wealth before him piled, gave Kaikeyi to Kaikeyi's child, and man of counsel good and tried, on whose firm truth he aye relied. King Aswapati gave with speed Prince Bharat on his way to lead. and noble elephants strong and young, from sires of Indrasita sprung, and others, tall and fair to view, of great Airavats lineage true, and well-yoked asses, fleet of limb, the prince his uncle gave to him, and dogs within the palace bred, of body vast and massive head, with mighty fangs for battle brave, the tiger's match in strength he gave. Yet Bharat's bosom hardly glowed to see the wealth the king bestowed, for he would speed that hour away, such care upon his bosom lay. Those eager envoys urged him thence, and death's sad visions influence. He left his courtyard crowded then, with elephants and steeds and men, and peerless in immortal fame, to the great royal street he came. He saw, as farther still he went, the inner rooms most excellent, and passed the doors to him unclosed, where check nor bar his way opposed. There Bharat stayed to bid adieu to grandsire and to uncle too. Then with Shatrugna by his side, mounting his car, away he hied. The strong-wheeled cars were yoked, and they, more than 100, rolled away. Servants with horses asses kine followed their lord in endless line. So guarded by his own right hand, fought high-souled Bharat hied, surrounded by a lordly band, on whom the king relied. Beside him sat Shatrugna dear, the scourge of trembling foes. Thus from the light of Indra's fair, a saint made perfect goes. Canto 71. Bharat's Return. Then Bharat's face was eastward bent, as from the royal town he went. He reached Sudama's farther side, and glorious gazed upon the tide. Passed Hladini, and saw her toss, her westering billows hard to cross. Then old Ikshaku's famous son, over Satadru his passage won, near Ailadhana on the strand, and came to Upper Paryat's land. Over Sila's flood he hurried fast, Akravati's fair stream he passed, crossed over Angaya's rapid reel, and Sailakatan onward steal. Silavaha's swift stream he eyed, true to his vows and purified. Then crossed the lofty hills and stood in Chaitrarat's mighty wood. He reached a confluence where meet Saraswati and Ganga fleet, and through Varunda forest spread, northward of Biramacha sped. He sought Kalinda's child, who feels the soul with joy begot by hills, reached Yamuna, and passing over, rested his army on the shore. He gave his horses food and rest, bathed reeking limb and drooping crest. They drank their fill and bathed them there, and water for their journey bare. Thence through a mighty wood he sped, all wild and uninhabited. As in fair chariot through the skies, most fair in shape, a storm-god flies. To Anasdhan Ganga hard to cross, his onward journey bode. So turning quickly, thence he came, to Pragvat's city dear to fame. There, having gained the farther side, to Kutikasthika he hied. The stream he crossed, and onward then, to Dharmavardhan brought his man. Thence, leaving Thoran on the north, to Jambuprastha journeyed forth. Then onward to a pleasant grove, by fair Varutha's town he drove. And when a while he there had stayed, went eastward from the friendly shade, eastward of Ujjahana where the priyak trees are tall and fair. He passed, and rested there each steed, exhausted with the journey's speed. There orders to his man addressed, with quickened pace he onward pressed. A while at Sarvatirtha spent, then over Uttanika he went. Over many a stream beside he sped, with courses on the mountains spread, and passing Hastinapristak took the road over Kutika's fair brook. Then at Lohitya's village he crossed over the swift Kapivati. Then passed where Kashala stands, the Sthanumati's flood and sands, and Gomati of fair renown, by Vinata's delightful town. Went to Kalinga near he drew, a wood of sal trees charmed to view. Then passed, the sun began to rise, and Bharat saw with happy eyes Ayodhya city built and planned by ancient Manu's royal hand. 7 nights upon the road had passed, and when he saw the town at last before him in her beauty spread, thus Bharat to the driver said, "This glorious city from afar, wherein pure groves and gardens are, seems to my eager eyes today a lifeless pile of yellow clay. Through all her streets, where austere throng of men and women streamed along, uprose the multitudinous roar. Today I hear that sound no more. No longer do mine eyes behold the leading people as of old. On elephants' cars horses go, abroad and homeward, to and fro. The brilliant gardens where we heard the wild note of each rapturous bird, where men and women love to meet in pleasant shades for pastime sweet. These to my eyes this day appear, joyless and desolate and drear. Each tree that graced the garden grieves, and every path is spread with leaves. The merry cry of bird and beast, that spake aloud their joy, has ceased. Still is the long melodious note that charmed us from each warbling throat. Why blows the blessed air no more, the incense-breathing air that bore its sweet incomparable scent of sandal and of aloe blent? Why are the drum and tabor mute? Why is the music of the lute, that woke up responsive to the quill, loved by the happy hushed and still? My boding spirit gathers hence dire scenes of awful consequence, and omens, crowding on my sight, weigh down my soul with wild affright. Scarce shall I find my friends who dwell here in Ayodhya safe and well, for surely, not without a cause, this crushing dread my soul overawes. Heartsick, dejected every sense, confused by terror's influence, on to the town he quickly swept, which King Ikshaku's children kept. He passed through Vijayanta's gate, with weary steeds disconsolate, and all who near their station held, his escort crying victory swelled. With heart distracted still, he bowed farewell to all the following crowd, turned to the driver and began to question thus the weary man. Why was I brought, O free from blame, so fast, unknown for what I came? Yet fear of ill my heart appalls, and all my wonted courage falls. For I have heard in days gone by the changes seen when monarchs die, and all those signs, O charioteer, I see today surround me here. Each kinsman's house looks dark and grim, no hand delights to keep it trim. The beauty vanished and the pride, the doors unkept stand open wide. No morning rites are offered there, no grateful incense loads the air, and all therein, with brows overcast, sit joyless on the ground and fast. Their lovely chaplets dry and dead, their courts unswept, with dust overspread. The temples of the gods today no more look beautiful and gay. Neglected stands each holy shrine, each image of a Lord divine. No shop where flowery wreaths are sold is bright and busy as of old. The women and the men I mark, absorbed in fancies dull and dark, their gloomy eyes with tears bedewed, a poor afflicted multitude. His mind oppressed with woe and dread, thus Bharat to his driver said, viewed the dire signs Ayodhya showed, and onward to the palace rode. Canto 72. Bharat's Inquiry. He entered in, he looked around, nor in the house his father found. Then to his mother's dwelling bent, to see her face he quickly went. She saw her son so long away, returning after many a day, and from her golden seat in joy sprung forward to her darling boy. Within the bower, no longer bright, came Bharat, lover of the right, and bending with observance sweet, clasped his dear mother's lovely feet. Long kisses on his brow she pressed, and held her hero to her breast. Then fondly drew him to her knees, and questioned him in words like these: How many nights have fled since thou leftest thy grandsire's home till now? By flying steeds so swiftly borne, art thou not weak and travel worn? How fares the king my father, tell? Is Yudhajit thine uncle well? And now, my son, at length declare the pleasure of the visit there. Thus to the offsprings of the king she spake with tender questioning, and to his mother made reply young Bharat of the lotus eye. The seventh night has come and fled, since from my grandsire's home I sped. My mother's sire is well, and he, Yudhajit, from all trouble free. The gold and every precious thing presented by the conqueror king, the slower girls behind convey. I left them weary on the way, urged by the man my father sent. My hasty course I hither bent. Now I implore an answer deign, and all I wish to know explain. Unoccupied I now behold this couch of thine adorned with gold, and eats up King Ikshaku's race appears with dark and gloomy face. The king is I, my mother dear, most constant in his visits here. To meet my sire I sought this part. How is it that I find him not? I long to clasp my father's feet. Say where he lingers, I entreat. Perchance the monarch may be seen, where dwells Kausalya, eldest queen. His father's fate from him concealed, Kaikeyi to her son revealed, told as glad news the story said, for lust of sway had made her mad. Thy father, O my darling, now has gone thy way, all life must go, devout and famed, of lofty thought, in whom the good their refuge sought. When Bharat, pious, pure, and true, heard the sad words which pierced him through, grieved for the sire he loved so well, prostrate upon the ground he fell. Down fell the strong-armed hero, high, tossing his arms and a sad cry, "Ah, woe is me, unhappy slain!" burst from his lips again and again, afflicted for his father's fate by grief's intolerable weight. With every sense amazed and cowed, the splendid hero wailed aloud, "Ah me, my royal father's bed, of old the gentle radiance said, like the pure sky when clouds are past, and the moon's light is over it cast. Ah, of its wisest lord bereft, it shows to-day faint radiance left, as when the moon has left the sky, or mighty ocean's depths are dry." With choking sobs, with many a tear, pierced to the heart with grief sincere, the best of conquerors poured his sighs, and with his robe veiled face and eyes. Kaikeyi saw him fallen there, godlike, afflicted in despair, used every art to move him thence, and tried him thus with eloquence. "Arise, arise, my dearest, why wilt thou, famed prince, so lowly lie? Not by such grief as this are moved good men like thee, by all approved. The art thy father nobly swayed, and rites to heaven he duly paid. At length his race of life was run, thou shouldst not mourn for him, my son." Long on the ground he wept and rolled, from side to side, still unconsoled, and then, with bitter grief oppressed, his mother with these words addressed: "This joyful hope my bosom fed, when from the grandsire's halls I sped. The king will throne his eldest son, and sacrifice as should be done. But all is changed, my hope was vain, and this sad heart is rent in twain. For my dear father's face I miss, who ever sought his loved one's bliss. But in my absence, mother, say, what sickness took my sire away? Ah, happy Rama, happy day, allowed his funeral rites to pay. The glorious monarch has not learned that I, his darling, have returned, or quickly had he hither sped, and pressed his kisses on my head. Where is that hand, whose gentle touch, most soft and kind, I loved so much? The hand that loved to brush away the dust that on his darling lay. Quick, bear the news to Rama's ear, tell the great chief that I am here. Brother and sire and friend and all is he, and I his trusty thrall. For noble hearts to virtue true, their sires in elder brothers view. To clasp his feet I fain would bow, he is my hope and refuge now. What said my glorious sire, who knew virtue and vice, so brave and true? Firm in his vows, dear lady, say, what said he ere he passed away? What was his rede to me? I crave to hear the last advice he gave. Thus closely questioned by the youth, Kaikeyi spoke the mournful truth. The high-souled monarch wept and shied, for Rama, Sita, Lakshman cried. Then best of all who go to bliss, pass to the world which follows this. Ah, blessed are the people who shall Rama and his Sita view, and Lakshman of the mighty arm, returning free from scathe and harm. Such were the words, the last of all, thy father ere he died let fall. By fate and death's dread coils and wound, as some great elephant is bound. He heard, yet deeper in despair, her lips this double word declare, and with sad brow that showed his pain, questioned his mother thus again: "But where is he, of virtue tried, who fills Kausalya's heart with pride? Where is the noble Rama? Where is Lakshman brave and Sita fair? Thus pressed, the queen began to tell the story as each thing befell, and gave her son in words like these the mournful news she meant to please. The prince is gone in hermit dress to Dandak's mighty wilderness, and Lakshman brave and Sita share the wanderings of the exile there. Then Bharat's soul with fear was stirred, lest Rama from the right had erred, and jealous for ancestral fame, he put this question to the dame: Has Rama grasped with lawless hold a Brahman's house or land or gold? Has Rama harmed with ill intent some poor or wealthy innocent? Was Rama faithless to his vows, enamoured of another's powers? Why was he sent to Dandak's wild, like one who kills an unborn child? He questioned thus, and she began to tell her deeds and crafty plan, deceitful-hearted, fond and blind, as is the way of womankind. No Brahman's wealth has Rama seized, no dame his wandering fancy pleased. His very eyes he never allows to gaze upon a neighbour's powers. But when I heard the monarch planned to give the realm to Rama's hand, I prayed that Rama hence might flee, and claim the throne, my son, for thee. The king maintained the name he bare, and did according to my prayer, and Rama with his brothers sent, and Sita forth to banishment. When his dear son was seen no more, the Lord of Earth was troubled sore. Too feeble with his grief to strive, he joined the elemental five. Up then, most dutiful, maintain the royal state, arise and reign. For thee, my darling son, for thee, all this was planned and wrought by me. Come, cast thy grief and pain aside, with manly courage fortified. This town and realm are all thine own, and fear and grief are here unknown. Come with Vasishtha's guiding aid, and priests in ritual skilled, let the king's funeral dues be paid, and every claim fulfilled. Perform his obsequies with all that suits his rank and worth, then give the mandate to install thyself as Lord of Art. End of Cantos 70, 71 and 72. Cantos 73 to 75 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 73. Kaikeyi reproached. But when he heard the queen relate his brother's doom, his father's fate, thus Bharat to his mother said, with burning grief disquieted: Alas, what boots it now to reign, struck down by grief and well-nigh slain? Ah, both are gone, my sire and he who was a second sire to me. Grief upon grief thy hand has made, and salt upon gashes laid. For my dear sire has died through thee, and Rama roams a devotee. Thou camest like the night of fate, this royal house to devastate. Unwitting ill, my hapless sire placed in his bosom coals of fire, and through thy crimes his death he met, O thou whose heart on sin is set. Shame of thy house, thy senseless deed, has reft all joy from Raghu's seed. The truthful monarch, dear to fame, received thee as his wedded dame, and by thy act to misery doomed, has died by flames of grief consumed. Kaushalya and Sumitra too, the coming of my mother rue, and if they leave oppressed by war, for their dear sons their sad tears flow. Was it not ever good and kind, that hero of the duteous mind? Skilled in all filial duties he, as a dear mother, treated thee. Kaushalya too, the eldest queen, who far foresees with insight keen. Did she not ever show thee all a sister's love at duty's call? And hast thou from the kingdom chased her son with bark around his waist, to the wild wood to dwell therein, and dost not sorrow for thy sin? The love I bear to Raghu's son, thou knowest not, ambitious one, if thou hast wrought this impious deed, for royal sway, in lawless greed, with him and Lakshman far away, what power have I the realm to sway? What hope will fire my bosom, when I see no more these lords of men? The holy king, who loved the right, relied on Rama's power and might, his guardian and his glory so, joy's marrow in his woods below. How can I bear a steer untrained, the load his mightier strength sustained? What power have I to brook alone this weight on feeble shoulders thrown? But if the needful power were bought by strength of mind and brooding thought, no triumph shall attend the dame who dooms her son to lasting shame. Now should no doubt that son prevent from quitting thee on evil bent. But Rama's love overpowers my will, who holds thee as his mother still. Whence did the thought, O thou whose eyes are turned to sinful deeds, arise? A plan our ancient sires would hate, O fallen from thy virtuous state. For in the line from which we spring, the eldest is anointed king. No monarchs from the rule decline, and least of all Ikshaku's line. Our holy sires, to virtue true, upon our race they last a trio. But with subversive frenzy thou hast marred our lineal honor now. O lofty birth, O noble line, of previous kings is also thine. Then whence this hated folly? Whence this sudden change that steals thy sense? Thou shalt not gain thy impious will, O thou whose thoughts are bent on ill. Thou from whose guilty hand descend these sinful blows my life to end. Now to the forest will I go, thy cherished plans to overthrow, and bring my brother free from stain, his people's darling home again. And Rama, when again he turns, whose glory like a beacon burns, in me a faithful slave shall find, to serve him with contented mind. Canto 74. Bharat's Lament. When Bharat's anger-sharpened tongue reproaches on the queen had flung, again with mighty rage possessed, the guilty dame he thus addressed. Flee, cruel, wicked sinner, flee! Let not this kingdom harbour thee. Thou who hast thrown all right aside, weep thou for me when I have died. Canst thou one charge against a king, or the most duteous Rama bring? The one thy sin to death has sent, the other seized to banishment, our line's destroyer seen defiled, like one who kills an unborn child. Never with thy Lord in heaven to dwell, thy portion shall be down in hell, because thy hand, that stayed for naught, this awful wickedness has wrought, and ruined him whom all held dear. My bosom too is stirred with fear. My father by thy sin is dead, and Rama to the wood is fled, and of thy deed I bear the stain, the fameless in the world remain. Ambitious, evil-souled in show, my mother, yet my direst foe. My throning never thine eyes shall bliss, thy husband's wicked martyress. Thou art not Aswapati's child, that righteous king most sage and mild, but thou wast born a fiend, a foe, my father's house to overthrow. Thou who hast made Kaushalya pure, gentle, affectionate, and dear, the loss of him who was her bliss, what woes await thee, queen, for this? What is not patent to thy sense, that Rama was his friend's defence, Kaushalya's own true child most dear, the eldest and his father's peer? Man in the son not only trace the father's figure, form, and face, but in his heart they also find the offspring of the father's mind. And hence, though dear their kinsmen are, to mother's sons are dearer far. There goes an ancient legend how good Suravi, the god-loved cow, saw two of her dear children straying, drawing a plough and faint with pain. She saw them on the earth outworn, toiling till noon from early morn, and as she viewed her children's woe, a flood of tears began to flow. As through the air beneath her swept the Lord of gods, the drops she wept, fine, laden with delicious smell, upon his heavenly body fell. And Indra lifted up his eyes, and saw her standing in the sky, afflicted with her sorrow's weight, sad, weeping, all disconsolate. The Lord of gods in anxious mood thus spoke in suppliant tears: No fear disturbs our rest, and how come this great dread upon thee now? Whence can this woe upon thee fall? Say, gentle one, who lovest all. Thus spake the god who rules the skies, Indra, the Lord supremely wise, and gentle Suravi, well learned in eloquence, this speech returned: Not thine the fault, great God, not thine, and guiltless are the Lords divine. I mourn two children faint with toil, labouring hard in stubborn soil. Wasted and sad I see them now, while the sun beats on neck and brow. Still goaded by the cruel hind, no pity in his savage mind. O Indra, from this body sprang these children, worn with many a pang. For this sad sight I mourn, for none is to the mother like her son. He saw her weep, whose offspring feed in thousands over hill and mead, and knew that in a mother's eye naught with a son for love can vie. He deemed her, when the tears that came from her sad eyes bedewed his frame, laden with their celestial scent of living things most excellent. If she these tears of sorrow shed, who many a thousand children bred, think what a life of war is left, Kaushalya of her Rama reft. An only son was hers, and she is rendered childless now by thee. Here and hereafter, for thy crime, war is thy lot through endless time. And now, O Queen, without delay, with all due honor will I pay, both to my brother and my sire, the rights their several fates require. Back to Ayodhya will I bring the long-armed chief, her lord and king, and to the wood myself betake, where hermit saints their dwelling make. For, senior both in deed and thought, this hideous crime which thou hast wrought, I cannot bear or live to see the people's sad eyes bent on me. Begone, to Dandak wood retire, or cast thy body to the fire, or bind around thy neck the rope, no other refuge mayst thou hope. When Rama, lord of valor true, has gained the art his right and due, then, free from duty's binding debt, my vanished sin shall I forget. Thus like an elephant forced to brook the goading of the driver's hook, quick panting like a serpent maimed, he fell to earth with rage inflamed. Canto 75. The Abjuration. A while he lay, he rose at length, and slowly gathering sense and strength, with angry eyes, with tears bedewed, the miserable queen he viewed, and spake with keen reproach to her before each lord and minister. Not last have I for kingly sway, my mother I no more obey, not of this consecration knew, which Dasarat kept in view. I with Satrugna all the time was dwelling in a distant clime. I knew of Rama's exile not, that hero of the noble thought. I knew not how fair Sita went, and Lakshman fought to banishment. Thus high-souled Bharat, meet the crowd, lifted his voice and cried aloud. Kaushalya heard, she raised her head, and quickly to Sumitra said, Bharat, Kaikeyi's son is here, hers whose fell deeds I loathe and fear. That youth of foresight keen I fain would meet and see his face again. Thus to Sumitra spake the dame, and straight to Bharat's presence came, with altered mien, neglected dress, trembling and faint with sore distress. Bharat, Satrugna by his side, to meet her toward her palace hied. And when the royal dame they viewed, distressed with dire solicitude, sad, fallen senseless on the ground, about her neck their arms they wound. The noble matron prostrate there, embraced with tears the weeping pair, and with a load of grief oppressed, to Bharat then these words addressed. Now all is thine without a foe, this realm for which thou longest so. Ah, soon Kaikeyi's ruthless hand has won the empire of the land, and made my guiltless Rama flee, dressed like some lonely devotee. Herein what profit has the queen, whose eye delights in havoc, seen? Me also, me it were surely good, to banish to the distant wood, to dwell amid the shades that hold my famous son with limbs like gold. Nay, with the secret fire to guide, will I, Sumitra by my side, myself to the drear wood repair, and seek the son of Raghu there. This land, which rice and golden corn, and wealth of every kind adorn, car, elephant, and steed and gem, she makes the lord of it and them. With taunts like these, her bitter tongue the heart of blameless Bharat wrung, and direr pangs his bosom tore, than when the lancet probes a sore. With troubled senses all astray, prone at her feet he fell and lay. With loud lament a while he plained, and slowly strength and sense regained. With suppliant hand to hand applied, he turned to her who wept and sighed, and thus bespake the queen, whose breast with sundry woes was sore distressed. Why these reproaches, noble dame? I, knowing not, am free from blame. Thou knowest well what love was mine for Rama, chief of Raghu's line. Oh, never be his darkened mind to Scripture's guiding law inclined, by whose consent the prince who led the good, the truthful hero fled. May he obey the vilest lord, offend the sun with act abhorred, and strike a sleeping cow who lent his voice to Rama's banishment. May the good king who all befriends, and like his sons the people tends, be wronged by him who gave consent to noble Rama's banishment. On him that king's injustice fall, who takes as lord a sixth of all, nor guards, neglectful of his trust, his people as a ruler must. The crime of those who swear to fee at holy rites some devotee, and then the promised gift deny, be his who willed the prince should fly. When weapons clash and heroes bleed, with elephant and harness steed, never like the good be his to fight, whose heart allowed the prince's flight. Though taught with care by one expert, may he the Vedas' text pervert, with impious mind on evil bent, whose voice approved the banishment. May he with traitor lips reveal whatever he promised to conceal, and brood abroad his friend's offence, betrayed by generous confidence. No wife of equal lineage born, the wretch's joyless home at dawn, never may he do one virtuous deed, and dying see no child succeed. When in the battle's awful day, fierce warriors stand in dread array, let the base covered turn and fly, and smitten by the foeman die. Long may he wander, rags in wear, doomed in his hand a skull to bear, and like an idiot beg his bread, who gave consent when Rama fled. His sin, who holy rites forgets, asleep when shows the sun and sets, a load upon his soul shall lie, whose will allowed the prince to fly. His sin, who loves his master's dame, his kindler of destructive flame, his who betrays his trusting friend, shall mingled all on him descend. By him no reverence due be paid to blessed God or parted shade, may sire and mother's sacred name in vain from him obedience claim. Never may he go where dwell the good, nor win their fame and neighborhood, but lose all hopes of bliss today, who willed the prince should flee away. May he deceive the poor and weak, who look to him and comfort seek, betray the suppliants who complain, and make the hopeful hope in vain. Long may his wife his kiss expect, and pine away in cold neglect. May he his lawful love despise, and turn on other dames his eyes. Fool on forbidden joys intent, whose will allowed the banishment. His sin, who deadly poison throws, to spoil the water as it flows, lay on the wretch its burden dread, who gave consent when Rama fled. Thus with his words he undeceived Kausalya's troubled heart, who grieved for son and husband reft away. Then prostrate on the ground he lay. Him as he lay half senseless there, freed by the mighty oaths he sware, Kausalya, by her war distressed, with melancholy words addressed. Anew, my son, this sorrow springs to rend my heart with keener stings. These awful oaths which thou hast sworn, my breast with double grief have torn. Thy soul, and faithful Lakshman's too, are still, thank heaven, to virtue true. True to thy promise thou shalt gain the mansons which the good obtain. Then to her breast that youth she drew, whose sweet fraternal love she knew, and there in strict embraces held the hero as her tears outwelled. And Bharat's heart grew sick and faint with grief and of renewed complaint, and all his senses were distraught by the great war that in him wrought. Thus he lay and still bewailed, with sighs and loud lament, till all his strength and reason failed, the hours of night were spent. End of Cantos 73, 74 and 75. Cantos 76 to 78 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, Translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 76. The Funeral. The Saint Vasista, best of all, whose words with moving wisdom fall, Bharat Kaikeyi's son addressed, whom burning fires of grief distressed. O Prince, whose fame is widely spread, enough of grief, be comforted. The time is come, arise and lay upon the pyre the monarch's clay. He heard the words Vasista spoke, and slumbering resolution woke. Then, skilled in all the laws declare, he bade his friends their rites prepare. They raised the body from the oil, and placed it dripping on the soil, then laid it on a bed whereon wrought gold and precious jewels shone. There, pallor over his features spread, the monarch, as in sleep, lay dead. Then Bharat sought his father's side, and lifted up his voice and cried, O king, and has thy heart designed to part and leave thy son behind? Make Rama flee, who loves the right, and Lakshman of the arm of might. Whither, great monarch, wilt thou go, and leave these people in their war, mourning their hero, wild at grief, of Rama reft, their lion chief? Ah, who will guard the people well, who in Ayodhya city dwell? When thou, my sire, hast sought the sky, and Rama has been forced to fly, in widowed war, bereft of thee, the land no more is fair to see. The city, to my aching sight, is gloomy as a moonless night. Thus with overwhelming sorrow pained, sad Bharat by the bed complained, and thus Vasista, holy sage, spoke his deep anguish to assuage. O Lord of man, no longer stay, the last remaining duties pay. Haste, mighty armed, as I advise, the funeral rites to solemnize. And Bharat heard Vasista's rede with due attention and agreed. He summoned straight from every side chaplain and priest and holy guide. The sacred fires he bade them bring forth from the chapel of the king, wherein the priests in order due, and ministers the offerings strew. Distraught in mind, with sob and tear, they laid the body on a bier, and servants, while their eyes brimmed over, the monarch from the palace bore. Another band of mourners led the long procession of the dead. Rich garments in the way they cast, and gold and silver as they passed. Then other hands the corse bedewed with fragrant juices that exude from sandal, cedar, aloe, pine, and every perfume rare and fine. Then priestly hands the mighty dead upon the pyre deposited. The sacred fires they tended next, and muttered low each funeral text. And priestly singers who rehearse the summons sang their holy verse. Forth from the town in litters came, or chariots many a royal dame, and honored so the funeral ground, with aged followers ringed around. With steps in inverse order bent, the priests in sad procession went around the monarch's burning pyre, who well had nursed each sacred fire, which Queen Kausalya and the rest, their tender hearts with war distressed. The voice of women shrill and clear, as screaming Kalius smote the ear, as from 1,000 voices rose the shriek that tells of woman's woes. Then, weeping, faint with loud lament, down Sarayu's shelving bank they went. There, standing on the river side, with Bharat, priest and peer, their lips the women purified with water fresh and clear. Returning to the royal town, their eyes with teardrops filled, 10 days and art they laid them down, and wept till grief was stilled. Canto 77. The Gathering of the Ashes. The 10th day passed, the prince again was free from every legal stain. He bade them on the 12th the great remaining honour celebrate. Much gold he gave, and gems and food, to all the Brahman multitude, and goats whose hair was white and fine, and many 1,000 head of kine. Slaves, men, and damsels he bestowed, and many a car and fair abode. Such gifts he gave the Brahman race, his father's obsequies to grace. Then, when the morning's earliest ray appeared upon the 13th day. Again the hero wept and sighed, distraught and sorrow stupefied. Drew, sobbing in his anguish, near the last remaining depth to clear, and at the bottom of the pyre he thus bespake his royal sire: "O father, hast thou left me so, deserted in my friendless woe, when he to whom the charge was given to keep me to the wood is driven? Her only son is forced away, who was his helpless mother's stay. Ah, why, dear father, art thou fled, leaving the queen uncomforted?" He looked upon the pile where lay the bones half burnt and ashes grey, and uttering a piteous moan, gave way, by anguish overthrown. Then his tears began to well, prostrate to earth the hero fell. So from its seat the staff they drag, and cast to earth some glorious flag. The ministers approached again, the prince whom rights had freed from stain. So when Jajati failed, each seer, in pity for his fate, drew near. Shatrughna saw him lying low, overwhelmed beneath the crush of war, and as upon the king he thought, he fell upon the earth distraught. When to his loving memory came those noble gifts, that kingly frame, he sorrowed, by his war distressed, as one by frenzied rage possessed. Ah me, this surging sea of war has drowned us with its overflow. The source is Manthara, dire and dark, Kaikeyi is the ravening shark, and the great boons the monarch gave lend conquering might to every wave. Ah, whither wilt thou go and leave thy Bharat in his war to grieve, whomever it was thy greatest joy to fondle as a tender boy? Didst thou not give with thoughtful care our food, our drink, our robes to wear? Whose love will now for us provide, when thou, our king and sire, hast died? At such a time bereft, forlorn, why is not art in sunder torn? Missing her monarch's firm control, his love of right, his lofty soul. Ah me, for Rama roams afar, my sire is where the blessed are. How can I live deserted? I will pass into the fire and die. Abandoned thus, I will not brook upon Ayodhya's town to look. Once guarded by Ikshaku's race, the wood shall be my dwelling place. Then, when the prince's mournful train heard the sad brothers thus complain, and saw their misery at the view, their grief burst wilder out anew. Faint with lamenting, sad and worn, each like a bull with broken horn, the brothers in their wild despair lay rolling, mad with misery there. Then old Vasistha, good and true, their father's priest, all law who knew, raised weeping Bharat on his feet, and thus bespake with counsel meet: 12 days, my lord, have passed away, since flames consumed thy father's clay. Delay no more, as rules ordain, gather what bones may yet remain. 3 constant pairs are ever found, to hem all mortal creatures round. Then mourn not thus, O prince, for none their close companionship may shun. Sumantra bade Shatrughna rise, and soothed his soul with counsel wise, and skilled in truth his hearer taught how all things are and come to naught, when rose its hero from the ground, a lion lord of man renowned. He showed like Indra's flag, whereon fierce rains have dashed and suns have shone. They wiped their red and weeping eyes, and gently made their sad replies. Then asked to haste, the royal pair performed the rites that claimed their care. Canto 78. Mantra punished. Shatrughna thus to Bharat spake, who longed the forest road to take. He who in war was wont to give strength to himself and all that live. Dear Rama, true and pure in heart, is banished by a woman's art. Yet here was Lakshman, brave and strong. Could not his might prevent the wrong? Could not his arm the king restrain, or make the banished free again? One loving right and fearing crime had checked the monarch's sin in time. One vassal of a woman's will, his feet approached the path of ill. While Lakshman's younger brother, dread, Shatrughna thus to Bharat said, came to the fronting door, arrayed in glittering robes, the humpback maid. There she, with sandal oil besmeared, in garments meet for queens appeared, and lustre to her form was lent by many a gem and ornament. She girdled with her broidered gown, and many a chain about her thrown showed like a female monkey round, whose body many a string is bound. When on that cause of evil fell the quick eye of the sentinel, he grasped her in his ruthless hold, and hastening in, Shatrugna told. "Here is the wicked past," he cried, "through whom the king thy father died, and Rama wanders in the wood. Do with her as thou deemest good." The warder spoke, and every word Shatrugna's breast to fury stirred. He called the servants all and each, and spake in wrath his hasty speech. "This is the wretch my sire who slew, and misery on my brothers drew. Let her this day obtain the meed, vile sinner, of her cruel deed." He spake, and moved by fury laid his mighty hand upon the maid, who, as her fellows ringed her round, made with her cries the hall resound. Soon as the gathered women viewed Shatrugna in his angry mood, their hearts disturbed by sudden dread, they turned and from his presence fled. "His rays," they cried, "on us will fall, and ruthless he will slay us all. Come to Kaushalya, let us flee. Our hope, our sure defence is she, approved by all, of virtuous mind, compassionate and good and kind." His eyes with a burning wrath aglow, Shatrugna, shatterer of the foe, dragged on the ground the humpbacked maid, who shrieked aloud and screamed for aid. This way and that with no remorse he dragged her with resistless force, and chains and glittering trinklets burst lay here and there with gems dispersed, till like the sky of autumn shone the palace floor they sparkled on. The lord of man, supremely strong, held in his rage the rats along. Where Queen Kaikeyi dwelt he came, and sternly then addressed the dame. Deep in her heart Kaikeyi felt the steps his keen reproaches dealt, and of Shatrugna's ire afraid, the Bharat flew and cried for aid. He looked and saw the prince inflamed with burning rage, and thus exclaimed, "Forgive, thine angry arm restrain. A woman never may be slain. My hand Kaikeyi's blood would spill, the sinner ever bent on ill. But Rama, long in duty tried, would hate the impious matricide. And if he knew thy vengeful blade had slaughtered even this humpback maid, never again, be sure, would he speak friendly word to thee or me." When for that speech Shatrugna heard, he calmed to raise his breast that steered, releasing from her dire constraint the trembling wretch with terror faint. Then to Kaikeyi's feet she crept, and prostrate in her misery wept. Kaikeyi on the humpback gazed, and saw her weep and gasp, still quivering with her senses dazed from fierce Shatrugna's grasp. With gentle words of pity she assuaged her wild despair, even as a tender hand might free a carline from the snare. End of Canto 76, 77 and 78. Cantos 79 to 81 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 79. Bharat's Commands. Now when the sun's returning ray had ushered in the 14th day, the gathered peers of state addressed to Bharat's ear their new request. Our Lord to heaven has parted hence, long served with deepest reverence. Rama the eldest, far from home, and Lakshman in the forest roam. O Prince of mighty fame, be thou our guardian and our monarch now, lest secret plot of foeman's hate assail our unprotected state. With longing eyes, O Lord of man, to thee look friend and citizen, and ready is each sacred thing to consecrate our chosen king. Come, Bharat, and accept thine own ancient hereditary throne. Thee let the priests this day install as monarch to preserve us all. Around the sacred gear he bent his circling footsteps reverent, and firm the vows he would not break, thus to the gathered people spake. The eldest son is ever king, So rules the house from which we spring. Nor should ye, lords, like men unwise, with words like these to wrong advise. Rama is eldest born, and he the ruler of the land shall be. Now to the woods will I repair, 5 years and 9 to lodge me there. Assemble straight a mighty force, cars, elephants, and foot and horse. For I will follow on his track, and bring my eldest brother back. Whatever the rites of throning need, placed on a cart the way shall lead. The sacred vessels I will take to the wild wood for Rama's sake. I, over the land prince's head, the sanctifying balm will shed, and bring him, as the fire they bring, forth from the shrine with triumphing. Nor will I let my mother's greed in this hard-cherished aim succeed. In pathless wilds will I remain, and Rama here as king shall reign. To make the rough way smooth and clear, send workmen out and pioneer. Let skilful men attend beside our way through pathless spots to guide. As thus the royal Bharat spake, ordaining all for Rama's sake, the audience gave with one accord auspicious answer to their lord. Be royal fortune aye benign to thee for this good speech of thine, who wishest still thine elder's hand to rule with kingly sway the land. Their glorious speech, their favouring cries, made his proud bosom swell, and from the prince's noble eyes the tears of rapture fell. Canto 80. The Way Prepared. All they who knew the joiner's art, or distant ground in every part, each busied in his several trade, to work machines or ply the spade. Deft workmen skilled to frame the wheel, or with the ponderous engine deal, guides of the way and craftsmen skilled, to sink the well, make bricks and build. And those whose hands the tree could hew, and work with slips of cut bamboo, went forward, and to guide them they, whose eyes before had seen the way. Then onward in triumphant mood went all the mighty multitude. Like the great sea whose waves leap high when the full moon is in the sky, then in his proper duty skilled, each joined him in his several guild. And onward in advance they went, with every tool and implement. Where bush and tangled creeper lay, with trench and steel they made the way. They felled each stump, removed each stone, and many a tree was overthrown. In other spots, on desert lands, tall trees were reared by busy hands. Wherever the line of road they took, they plied the hatchet, axe, and hook. Others, with all their strength applied, cast vigorous plants and shrubs aside. In shelving valleys rooted deep, and levelled every dale and steep. Each pit and hole that stopped the way, they filled with stones and mud and clay, and all the ground that rose and fell, with busy care was levelled well. They bridged ravines with ceaseless toil, and pounded fine the flinty soil. Now here, now there, to right and left, a passage through the ground they cleft. And soon the rushing flood was led, abundant through the new-cut bed, which by the running stream supplied, with ocean's boundless waters wide. In dry and thirsty spots they sank, full many a well and ample tank, and altars round about them placed, to deck the station in the waste. With well-wrought plasters smoothly spread, with bloomy trees that rose overhead, with banners waving in the air, and wild birds singing here and there, with fragrant sandal-water wet, with many a flower beside it set, like the God's heavenly pathway showed that mighty host's imperial road. Deft workmen, chosen for their skill, to do the high-souled Bharat's will, in every pleasant spot where grew trees of sweet fruit and fair to view, as he commanded, toiled to grace, with all the lights his camping place. And they who read the stars and dwell, each lucky sign and hour could tell, raised carefully the tented shade, wherein high-minded Bharat stayed, with ample space of level ground, with broad deep moat encompassed round, like Manda in his towering pride, with streets that ran from side to side, and wreathed with many a palace tall, surrounded by its noble wall. With roads by skilful workmen made, where many a glorious banner played, with stately mansions where the dove sat nestling in her court above, rising aloft supremely fair, like heavenly cars that float in air, each camp in beauty and in bliss, matched in Ra's own metropolis. As shines the heaven on some fair night, with moon and constellations filled, the princess' royal road was bright, adorned by art of workmen skilled. Canto 81. The Assembly. Ere yet the dawn had ushered in, the day should see the march begin. Herald and bard, who rightly knew each knight's degree of honour due, their loud auspicious voices raised, and royal Bharat blessed and praised. With sticks of gold the drum they smote, which thundered out its deafening note, blew loud the sounding shell, and blent each high and low-toned instrument. The mingled sound of drum and horn through all the air was quickly borne, and as in Bharat's ear it rang, gave the said prince another pang. Then Bharat, starting from repose, still the glad sounds that round him rose. I am not king, no more mistake. Then to Shatrugna does he spake. O see what general wrongs succeed, sprung from Kaikeyi's evil deed. The king my sire has died and thrown fresh miseries on me alone. The royal bliss on duty blest, which our just high-souled father graced, wanders in doubt and sore distress, like a tossed vessel rudderless. And he who was our lordly stay roams in the forest far away, expelled by this my mother, who to duty's law is most untrue. As royal Bharat thus gave vent to bitter grief in wild lament, gazing upon his face the crowd of fitting women wept aloud. His lamentation scarce was over, when Saint Basista, skilled in lore of royal duty dear to fame, to join the great assembly came. God by disciples ever true, still nearer to the hall he drew, resplendent, heavenly to behold, adorned with wealth of gems and gold. Even so a man in duty tried draws near to meet his virtuous bride. He reached his golden seat overlaid with coverlet of rich brocade. There sat in all the Vedas read, and called the messengers and said, Go forth, let Brahman warrior peer, and every captain gather here. Let all attentive heed their throng. Go hasten, we delay too long. Shatrugna, glorious Bharat bring, the noble children of the king, Yudhajit and Sumantra all, the truthful and the virtuous call. He ended. Soon a mighty sound of thickening tumult rose around, as to the hall they bent their course, with car and elephant and horse. The people, all with glad acclaim, welcomed Prince Bharat as he came, even as they loved their king to greet, or as the gods laud Indra meet. The vast assembly shone as fair, with Bharat's kingly face, as the sun itself were there to glorify their place. It gleamed like some unruffled lake, where monsters hues of mould, with many a snake their pastime take, over shells, sand, gems, and gold. End of Canto 79, 80, and 81. Cantos 82 to 84 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by O123. Canto 82. The Departure. The prudent prince the assembly viewed, thronged with its noble multitude, resplendent as a cloudless night when the full moon is in his height, while robes of every varied hue a glory over the synod trio. Then priest in law of duty skilled looked on the crowd, the hall that filled, and then in accents soft and grave to Bharat thus his counsel gave. The king, dear son, so good and wise, has gone from earth and gained the skies, leaving to thee, our rightful lord, this rich wide land with poison stored. And still has faithful Rama stood firm to the duty of the good, and kept his father's hest aright, as the moon keeps its own dear light. Thus sire and brother yield to thee this realm, from all annoyance free. Rejoice, thy lords, enjoy thine own, anointed king, ascend the throne. Let vassal princes hasten forth from distant lands, west, south, and north, from Kerala, from every sea, and bring 10,000,000 gems to thee. As does the sea's Vasistha spoke, a storm of grief over Bharat broke, and longing to be just and true, his thoughts to duteous Rama flew. With sobs and sighs and broken tones, even as a wounded mallard moans, he mourned with deepest sorrow moved, and thus the holy priest reproved. Oh, how can such as Bharat dare the power and sway from him to tear? Wise and devout and true and chaste, with scripture law and virtue graced, can one of Dasarath's seed be guilty of so vile a deed? The realm and I are Rama's. Thou shouldst speak the words of justice now. For he, to claims of virtue true, is eldest born and noblest too. Nahush, Dilip could not be more famous in their lives than he. As Dasarath ruled of right, so Rama's is the power and right. If I should do this sinful deed, and forfeit hope of heavenly meed, my guilty act would dim the shine of old Ikshaku's glorious line. Nay, as the sin my mother wrought is grievous to my inmost thought, I here, my hands together laid, will greet him in the pathless shade. To Rama shall my steps be bent, my king of man most excellent, Raghu's illustrious son, whose sway might hell and earth and heaven obey. That righteous speech, whose every word bore virtue's stamp, the audience heard. On Rama every thought was set, and with glad tears each eye was wet. Then, if the power I still should lack to bring my noble brother back, I in the wood will dwell and share his banishment with Lakshman there. By every art persuasive I to bring him from the wood will try, and show him to your loving eyes, O Brahmans noble, good and wise. Even now the road to make and clear, each labourer pressed and pioneer, have I sent forward to proceed, the army I resolve to lead. Thus by fraternal love possessed, his firm resolve the prince expressed. Then to Sumantra deeply read, in holy texts he turned and said, Sumantra, rise without delay, and as I bid my words obey. Give orders for the march with speed, and all the army he will lead. The wise Sumantra thus addressed, obeyed the high-souled chief's behest. He hurried forth with joy inspired, and gave the orders he desired. Delight each soldier's bosom filled, and through each chief and captain thrilled, to hear that march proclaimed to bring dear Rama back from wandering. From house to house the tidings flew, each soldier's wife the order knew, and as she listened blithe and gay, her husband urged to speed away. Captain and soldier soon declared, the host equipped and all prepared, with chariots matching taut for speed, and wagons drawn by ox and steed, when Bharat by Vasistha's side his ready host of warriors eyed. Thus in Sumantra's ear he spoke, my car and horses quickly yoke. Sumantra hastened to fulfill, with ready joy his master's will, and quickly with the chariot sped, drawn by fleet horses nobly bred. Then glorious Bharat, true devout, whose genuine valour none could doubt, gave in fit words his order out, for he would seek the shade of the great distant wood and there win his dear brother with his prayer. Sumantra, haste, my will declare, the host be all arrayed, I to the wood my way will take, to Rama supplication make, and for the world's advantage's sake will lead him home again. Then ordered thus the charioteer, who listened with delighted ear, went forth and gave his orders clear to captains of the train. He gave the popular chiefs the word, and with the news his friends he steered, and not a single man deferred, preparing for the road. Then Brahman, warrior, merchant, thrall, obedient to Sumantra's call, each in his house arose, and all, yoked elephant or camel tall, or ass or noble steed in stall, and the full appointed showed. Canto 83. The journey began. Then Bharat rose at early morn, and in his noble chariot borne, drove forward at a rapid pace, eager to look on Rama's face. The priests and lords, a fair array, in sun-bright chariots led the way. Behind, a well-appointed throng, 9,000 elephants streamed along. Then 60,000 cars, and then, with various arms, came fighting men. 100,000 archers showed, in lengthened line the steeds they rode. A mighty host, the march to grace of Bharat, pride of Raghu's race. Kaikeyi and Sumitra came, and good Kaushalya, dear to fame. By hopes of Rama's coming cheered, they in a radiant car appeared. On fared the noble host to see Rama and Lakshman, wild with glee, and steal each other's ear to please. Of Rama spoke in words like these: When shall our happy eyes behold our hero true and pure and bold, so lustrous dark, so strong of arm, who keeps the world from woe and harm? The tears that now our eyeballs dim will vanish at the sight of him, and as the whole world's black shadows fly, when the bright sun ascends the sky. Conversing thus, their way pursued the city's joyous multitude, and each in mutual rapture pressed a friend or neighbor to his breast. Thus every man of high renown, and every merchant of the town, and leading subjects joyous went toward Rama in his banishment. And those who walk the potter's wheel, and artists skill in gems to deal, and masters of the weaver's art, and those who shape the sword and dart, and they who golden trinkets made, and those who plied the fuller's trade, and servants trained the bat to heat, and they who dealt in incense sweet, physicians in their business skilled, and those who wine and mead distilled, and workmen deft in glass who wrought, and those who snares the peacock caught, with them who bore the ear for rings, or sought or fashioned ivory things, and those who knew to mix cement, or lived by cell of precious scent, and man who washed, and man who sewed, and thralls who mid the hearts abode, and fishers of the flood and day, who played and sang, and women gay, and virtuous Brahmins scripture-wise, of life approved in all men's eyes. These swelled the prince's Langdon train, borne each in car or bullock wain. Fair were the robes they wore upon, their limbs were red-hued unguent sun. These all in various modes conveyed their journey after Bharat made. The soldiers' hearts with rapture glowed, following Bharat on his road, their chief, whose tender love would fain bring his dear brother home again. With elephant and horse and car, the vast procession travelled far, and came where Ganga's waves below the town of Sringavera flow. There, with his friends and kinsmen nigh, dwelt Guha, Rama's dear ally, heroic guardian of the land, with dauntless heart and ready hand. There, for a while, the mighty foes that followed Bharat stayed its course, gazing on Ganga's bosom stirred by many a graceful water bird. When Bharat viewed his followers there, and Ganga's water blessed and fair, the prince, who law of words possessed, his counsellors and lords addressed. The captains of the army called, proclaimed this day a halt for all, that so tomorrow rested we may cross this flood that seeks the sea. Meanwhile, ascending to the shore, the funeral stream I fain would pour, from Ganga's fair auspicious tide, to him my father glorified. Thus Bharat spoke, its peer and lord approved his words with one accord, and bade the weary troops repose in separate spots wherever they chose. There, by the mighty stream that day, most glorious in its vast array, the prince's wearied army lay, in various groups reclined. There Bharat's hour of night was spent, while every eager thought he bent on bringing home from banishment his brother great of mind. Canto 84. Guha's Anger. King Guha saw the host spread over the wide expanse of Ganga's shore, with waving flag and pennon graced, and to his followers spoke in haste. A mighty army meets my eyes, that rivals ocean's self in size. Wherever I look my very mind no limit to the host can find. Sure, Bharat with some evil thought his army to our land has brought. See, hues of form, his flag he rears, that like an ebony tree appears. He comes with bonds to take and chain, or triumph over our people slain, and after Rama will he slay him whom his father drove away. The power complete he longs to gain, and task too hard usurp the reign. So Bharat comes with wicked will, his brother Rama's blood to spill. But Rama's slave and friend am I, he is my lord and dear ally. Keep here our watch in arms arrayed, near Ganga's flood to lend him aid, and let my gathered servants stand, and line with troops the river stand. Here let the river keepers meet, who flesh and roots and berries eat. 100 fishersmen each boat, of the 500 here afloat. And let the youthful and the strong assemble in defensive throng. But yet, if, free from guilty thought, against Rama he this land have sought, the princess' happy host today across the flood shall make its way. He spoke, then bearing in a dish a gift of honey, meat, and fish, the king of the Nishadas drew toward Bharat for an interview. When Bharat's noble charioteer observed the monarch hastening near, he duly skilled in courteous lore, the tidings to his master bore. This aged prince, who hither bends his footsteps with 1,000 friends, knows from a lie of Rama all that may in Dandak Wood befall. Therefore Kakutsta's son admit the monarch as is right and fit, for doubtless he can clearly tell where Rama now and Lakshman dwell. When Bharat heard Sumantra's read, to his fair words the prince agreed. Go quickly forth, he cried, and bring before my face the aged king. King Guha, with his kinsman near, rejoiced the summoning to hear. He nearer drew, bowed low his head, and thus to royal Bharat said, No mansions can our country boast, and unexpected comes thy host. But what we have I give thee all, rest in the lodging of thy thrall. See, the Nisads here have brought the fruit and roots their hands have sought, and we have woodland fare beside, and store of meat both fresh and dried. To rest their weary limbs, I pray, this night at least thy host may stay. Then cheered with all we can bestow, tomorrow thou with it mayst go. End of Cantos 82, 83, and 84. Cantos 85 to 87 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 85. Guha and Bharat. Thus the Nishada's king besought, the prince with spirit wisdom fraught, replied in seemly words that blent deep matter with argument. Thou, friend of him whom I revere, with honours high hast met me here, for thou alone wouldst entertain, and feed today so vast a train. In such fair words the prince replied, then, pointing to the path, he cried, Which way aright will lead my feet to Bharadwaja's calm retreat? For all this land near Ganga streams, pathless and hard to traverse seems. Thus spoke the prince. King Guha heard, delighted every prudent word, and gazing on the forest wide, raised suppliant hands and thus replied, My servants, all the ground who know, O glorious prince, with thee shall go, with constant care thy way to guide, and I will journey by thy side. But this thy host, so wide dispread, wakes in my heart one doubt and dread, lest, threatening Rama good and great, ill thoughts thy journey stimulate. But when King Guha, ill at ease, declared his fear in words like these, as pure as is the cloudless sky, with soft voice Bharat made reply, Suspect me not, never come the time for me to plot so foul a crime. He is my eldest brother, he is like a father dear to me. I go to lead my brother thence, who makes the wood his residence. No thought but this thy heart should frame, this simple truth my lips proclaim. Then with glad cheer King Guha cried, with Bharat's answer gratified, Blessed art thou on earth I see, none who may vie, O prince, with thee, who canst of thy free will resign the kingdom which unsought is thine. For this, a name that never shall die, thy glory through the world shall fly, who fain wouldst balm thy brother's pain, and lead the exile home again. As Guha does, and Bharat each to other spoke in friendly speech, the day god sank with glory dead, and night over all the sky was spread. Soon as King Guha's thoughtful care had quartered all the army there, well honored Bharat laid his head beside Shatrugna on a bed. But grief for Rama yet oppressed high-minded Bharat's faithful breast. Such torment little was deserved by him who never from duty swerved. The fever raced through every vein, and burnt him with its inward pain. So when in woods the flames leap free, the fire within consumes the tree. From heat of burning anguish sprung, the sweat upon his body hung, as when the sun with fervid glow on high Himalaya melts the snow. As banished from the heart a bull wanders alone and sorrowful, thus sighing and distressed, and misery and bitter grief, with fevered heart that mocked relief. Distracted in his mind, the chief still mourned and found no rest. Canto 86. Guha's Speech. Guha the king, acquainted well with all that in the wood befell, to Bharat the unequal told the tale of Lakshman mighty souled. With many an honest word I spake to Lakshman as he stayed awake, and with his bow and shaft in hand to guard his brother kept his stand. Now sleep a little, Lakshman, see, this pleasant bed is strewn for thee. Hereon thy weary body lay, and strengthen thee with rest, I pray. Inured to toil are men like these, but thou hast aye been nursed in ease. Rest, duteous-minded, I will keep my watch while Rama lies asleep. For in the whole wide world is none dearer to me than Raghu's son. Harbour no doubt or jealous fear, I speak the truth with heart sincere. For from the grace which he has shown will glory on my name be thrown. Great store of merit shall I gain, and duteous form no wish in vain. Let me enforced by many a row of followers armed with shaft and bow, for well-loved Rama's will provide, who lies asleep by Sita's side. For through this wood I often go, and all its shades conceal I know. And we with conquering arms can meet a fourfold host arrayed complete. With words like these I spoke, designed to move the high-souled Bharat's mind, but he upon his duty bent, plied his persuasive argument. Oh, how can slumber close mine eyes, when lowly couched with Sita lies the royal Rama? Can I give my heart to joy or even leave? He whom no mighty demon know, nor heavenly God can overthrow. See Guha, how he lies, alas, with Sita couched on gathered grass. By varied labours long severe, by many a prayer and rite austere, he, Dasarath's cherished son, by fortune's tempt from heaven was won. Now, as his son is forced to fly, the king ere long will surely die. Reft of his guardian hand, forlorn, in widowed grief this land will mourn. Even now perhaps, with toil overspent, the women cease their loud lament, and cries of war no longer ring throughout the palace of the king. But ah, for sad Kaushalya, how fares she and mine own mother now? How fares the king? This night I think some of the tree in death will sink. With hopes upon Shatrugna set, my mother may survive as yet, but the sad queen will die who bore the hero, for her grief is sore. His cherished wish that would have met dear Rama king so long delayed, too late, too late, the king will cry, and conquered by his misery die. When fate has brought the mournful day, which sees my father pass away, how happy in their lives are they, allowed his funeral rites to pay. Our exile over, with him who never turns from the oath his lips may swear, may we, returning safe and well, gain in fair Ayodhya dwell. Thus Bharat stood with many a sigh, lamenting, and the night went by. Soon as the morning light shone fair, in votive coils both bound their hair. And then I sent them safely over, and left them on the farther shore. With Sita then they onward passed, their coats of bark about them cast, their locks like helmets bound, the mighty tamers of the foe, each with his arrows and his bow, went over the rugged ground, proud in their strength and undeterred, like elephants that lead the herd, and gazing oft around. Canto 87. Guha's Story. That speech of Guha Bharat heard, with grief and tender pity stirred, and his ears the story drank, deep in his thoughtful heart it sank. His large full eyes in anguish rolled, his trembling limbs grew stiff and cold. Then fell he like a tree uptorn, in war too grievous to be borne. When Guha saw the long-armed chief, whose eye was like a lotus leaf, with lion shoulders strong and fair, high-mettled, prostrate in despair, pale, bitterly afflicted he, reeled as an earthquake reels a tree. But when Shatrugna, standing nigh, saw his dear brother helpless lie, distraught with war, his head he bowed, embraced him oft, and wept aloud. Then Bharat's mothers came, forlorn, of their dear king with fasting worn, and stood with weeping eyes around the hero prostrate on the ground. Kaushalya, by her woe oppressed, the senseless Bharat's limbs caressed, as a fond cow in love and fear caresses oft her youngling deer. Then yielding to her woe she said, weeping and sore disquieted, "What torments, O my son, are these, of sudden pain or swift disease? The lives of us and all the line depend, dear child, on only thine. Rama and Lakshman forced to flee, I live by naught but seeing thee. For as the king has passed away, thou art my only help to-day. Hast thou, perchance, heard evil news of Lakshman, which thy soul subdues? Or Rama dwelling with his spouse? My all is he, net forest boughs." Then slowly gathering sense and strength, the weeping hero rose at length, and words like these to Guha spake, that bade Kaushalya comfort take. Where lodged the prince that night, and where Lakshman the brave and Sita fair? Show me the couch whereon he lay, tell me the food he ate, I pray. Then Guha, the Nishada's king, replied to Bharat's questioning, "Of all I had I brought the best, to serve my good and honored guest. Food of its varied kind I chose, and every fairest fruit that grows. Rama, the hero, truly brave, declined the gift I humbly gave. His warrior part he never forgot, and what I brought accepted not. No gifts, my friend, may we accept. Our law is, give, and must be kept. The high-souled chief, O monarch, thus, with gracious words persuaded us." Then calm and still, absorbed in thought, he drank the water Lakshman brought, and then, obedient to his vows, he fasted with his gentle spouse. So Lakshman too from food abstained, and sipped the water that remained. Then with rural lips devoutly stayed the tree their evening worship paid. Then Lakshman, with unwearied care, brought heaps of sacred grass, and there, with his own hands, he quickly spread, for Rama's rest, a pleasant bed, and faithful Sita's too, where they, reclining each by other lay. Then Lakshman bathed their feet and drew a little distance from the two. Here stands the tree which lent them shade, here is the grass beneath it laid, where Rama and his consort spent the night together ere they went. Lakshman, whose arms the foeman quell, watched all night as sentinel, and kept his great bow strung. His hand was gloved, his arm was braced, two well-filled quivers at his waist, with deadly arrows hung. I took my shafts and trusty bow, and with that tamer of the foe, stood ever wakeful near, and with my followers bow in hand, behind me ranged a ready band, kept watch over Indra's peer. End of Cantos 85, 86, and 87. Cantos 88 to 90 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 88. The Inguri Tree. When Bharat with his friend and peer had heard the tale so full and clear, they went together to the tree, the bed which Rama pressed to see. Then Bharat to his mother said, "Behold the high-souled hero's bed. These tumbled heaps of grass betray where he that night with Sita lay. Unmeet, the heir of fortune high, thus on the cold bare earth should lie. The monarch's son, in council sage, of old imperial lineage, that lion lord whose noble bed with finest skins of deer was spread. How can he now endure to press the bare earth, cold and comfortless? This sudden fall from bliss to grief appears untrue beyond belief. My senses are distraught, I seem to view the fancies of a dream. There is no deity so great, no power in heaven can master fate. If Rama, Dasarath's heir, lay on the ground and slumbered there, and lovely Sita, she who springs from fair Budeha's ancient kings, Rama's dear wife, by all adored, lay on the earth beside her lord. Here was his couch, upon this heap he tossed and turned in restless sleep. On the hard soil each manly limb has stamped the grass with signs of him. That night it seems fair Sita spent, arrayed in every ornament, for here and there my eyes behold small particles of glistering gold. She laid her outer garment here, for still some silken threads appear. How dear in her devoted eyes must be the bed where Rama lies, where she so tender could repose, and by his side forget her woes. Alas, unhappy, guilty me, for whom the prince was forced to flee, and chief of Raghu's sons and best, a bed like this with Sita pressed. Son of a royal sire, whose hand ruled paramount over every land, could he, who every joy bestows, whose body like the lotus shows, the friend of all, who charms the sight, whose flashing eyes are darkly bright, leave the dear kingdom his by right, unmeet for war, the heir of bliss, and lie upon a bed like this? Great joy and happy fate are thine, O Lakshman, marked with each fair sign, whose faithful footsteps follow still thy brother in his hour of ill. And blessed is Sita, nobly good, who dwells with Rama in the wood. Ours is, alas, a doubtful fate, of Rama reft and desolate. My royal sire has gained the skies, in whose the high-souled hero lies. The state is wrecked and tempest-tossed, a vessel with a rudder lost, yet none in secret thought has planned, with hostile might to seize the land. Though forced in distant wilds to dwell, the hero's arm protects it well, unguarded with deserted wall, no elephant or steed in stall. My father's royal city shows her portals open to her foes, of bold protectors reft and bare, defenceless in her dark despair. But still her foes the wish restrain, as men from poisoned gates refrain. I from this hour my nights will pass, couched on the earth or gathered grass, eat only fruit and roots, and wear a coat of bark and matted hair. I in the woods will pass, content, for him the term of banishment. So shall I still unbroken save the promise which the hero gave. While I remain for Rama there, Shatrugna will my exile share, and Rama in his home again, with Lakshman over Ayodhya reign. For him to rule and guard the state, the twice-born man shall consecrate. Oh, may the gods I serve incline to grant this honest wish of mine. If, when I bow before his feet, and with all moving arts entreat, he still deny my prayer, then with my brother will I live. He must permission give, roaming in forests there. Canto 89. The Passage of Ganga. That night the son of Raghu lay on Ganga's bank till break of day. Then with the earliest light he woke, and thus to brave Shatrugna spoke. Rise up, Shatrugna, from thy bed. Why sleepest thou? The night is fled. See how the sun who chases night wakes every lotus with his light. Arise, arise, and first of all, the Lord of Sringaveda call, for he his friendly aid will lend, our army over the flood to send. Thus urged, Shatrugna answered, I, remembering Rama's sleepless lie. As does the brothers, each to each, the lion melted, and its speech. Came Guha, the Nishada's king, and spoke with kindly questioning. Hast thou in comfort passed, he cried, the night upon the river side? With thee how fares it, and are these thy soldiers healthy and at ease? Thus the Nishada's lord inquired, in gentle words which love inspired, and Bharat, Rama's faithful slave, thus to the king his answer gave. The night has sweetly passed, and we are highly honoured, king, by thee. Now let the servants' boats prepare, our army over the stream to bear. The speech of Bharat Guha heard, and swift to his bidding steered. Within the town the monarch sped, and to his ready kinsman said, Awake, its kinsman, rise, its friend. May every joy your lives attend. Gather its boat upon the shore, and ferry all the army over. Thus Guha spoke, nor they delayed, but rising quick their lord obeyed, and soon from every side secured 500 boats were ready moored. Some reared aloft the mystic sign, and mighty bells were hung in line. Of firmest build gay flags they bore, and sailors for the helm and war. One such King Guha chose, whereon of fair white cloth a awning shone, and sweet musicians charmed the ear, and bade his servants urge it near. Then Bharat swiftly sprang on board, and then Shatrugna, famous lord, to whom with many a royal dame Kaushalya and Sumitra came. The household priest went first in place, the elders and the Brahman race, and after them the monarch's train of women born in many a vein. Then high to heaven the shouts of those who fired the army's hearts arose, with theirs who bedded along the shore, or to the boats the baggage bore. Full freighted with that mighty force, the boats sped swiftly on their course, by royal Guha's servants manned, and gentle gales the banners fanned. Some boats a crowd of dames conveyed, in others noble coursers neighed. Some chariots and their cattle bore, some precious wealth and golden store. Across the stream its boat was rowed, there duly disembarked its load, and then returning on its way, sped here and there in merry play. Then swimming elephants appeared, with flying pennons high upreared, and as the drivers urged them over, the look of winged mountains wore. Some men in barges reached the strand, others on rafts came safe to land. Some buoyed with pitchers crossed the tide, and others on their arms relied. Thus with the help the monarch gave, the army crossed pure Ganga's wave. Then in auspicious hour it stood, within Prayag's famous Oud. The prince with cheering words addressed his weary men, and bade them rest, wherever they chose, and he, with priest and Deccan by his side, to Bharadaja's dwelling hied, the best of saints to see. Canto 90. The Hermitage. The Prince of Man, a league away, saw where the hermit's dwelling lay. Then with his lords his path pursued, and left his warrior multitude. On foot, as duty taught his mind, he left his warlike gear behind. 2 robes of linen cloth he wore, and bade Vasistha walk before. Then Bharat from his lords withdrew, when Bharadwaja came in view, and toward the holy hermit went, behind Vasistha reverent. When Bharadwaj, saint austere, saw good Vasistha drawing near, he cried, upspringing from his seat, "The grace gift bring, my friend, to greet." When Saint Vasistha near him drew, and Bharat paid the reverence due, the glorious hermit was aware that Dasarath's son was there. The grace gift, water for their feet, he gave, and offered fruit to eat. Then duty skilled, with friendly speech, in seemly order questioned each. How fares it in Ayodhya now, with treasury and army how, with kith and kin and friends most dear, with counsellor and prince and peer? But for he knew the king was dead, of Dasarath naught he said. Vasistha and the prince in turn, earth of the hermit's welfare learn. Of holy fires they fain would hear, of peoples, trees and birds and deer. The glorious saint his answer made, that all is well in holy shade. Then love of Rama moved his breast, and thus he questioned of his guest. Why art thou here, O Prince, whose band with kingly sway protects the land? Declare the cause, explain the whole, for yet some doubt disturbs my soul. He whom Kausalya bare, whose might the foeman slays his line's delight, he who with wife and brother sent, afar now roam in banishment. Famed Prince, to whom his father spake this order for a omen's sake, away and in the forest spend thy life till 14 years shall end. Hast thou the wish to harm him bent on sin against the innocent? Wouldst thou thine eldest realm enjoy, without a thorn that can annoy? With sobbing voice and tearful eye, thus Bharat sadly made reply. Ah, lost am I, if thou, O saint, canst thus in thought my heart attain. No warning charge from thee I need, never could such crime from me proceed. The words my guilty mother spake, when fondly jealous for my sake. Think not that I, to triumph moved, those words approve or ever approved. O hermit, I have sought this place, to win the lordly hero's grace, to throw me at my brother's feet, and lead him to his royal seat. To this my journey's aim and end, thou shouldst, O saint, thy favour lend. Where is the Lord of Art? Do thou, most holy, say, where roams he now? Then by the saint Vasistha pressed, and all the gathered priests beside, to Bharat's dutiful request, the hermit graciously replied. Worthy of thee, O Prince, this deed, true son of Raghu's ancient seed. I know thee reverent, well controlled, the glory of the good of old. I grant thy prayer in this pursuit, I know thy heart is resolute. It is for thy sake those words I said, that wider still thy fame may spread. I know where Rama duty tried, his brother and his wife abide. Where Chitrakuta's heights arise, thy brother Rama's dwelling lies. Go thither with the morning's light, and stay with all thy lords tonight. For I would show thee honour high, and do not thou my wish deny. End of Cantos 88, 89 and 90. Cantos 91 to 93 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 91. Bharadwaja's Feast. Soon as he saw the prince's mind to rest that day was well inclined, he sought Kaikeyi's son to please with hospitable courtesies. Then Bharat to the saint replied, Our wants are more than satisfied. The gifts which honoured strangers greet, and water for our weary feet, hast thou bestowed with friendly care, and every choice of woodland fare. Then Bharadwaja spoke, a smile playing upon his lips the while. I know, dear prince, thy friendly mind will any fare sufficient find, but gladly would I entertain, and banquet all thine armed train. Such is my honest wish, do thou this longing of my heart allow. Why hast thou hither bent thy way, and made thy troops behind thee stay? Why unattended couldst thou not with friends and armies seek this part? Bharat, with reverent hands raised high, to the great hermit made reply. My troops, for war of thee, O sage, I brought not to thy hermitage. Troops of a king or monarch's son, a hermit's home should ever shun. Behind me comes a mighty train, wide-spreading over the ample plain, where every chief and captain leads, men, elephants, and mettled steeds. I feared, O reverend sage, lest these might harm the holy ground and trees, springs might be marred and carts overthrown, so with the priests I came alone. Bring all thy host, the hermit cried, and Bharat to his joy complied. Then to the chapel went the sire, where ever burnt the sacred fire, and first in order due, with sips of water purified his lips. To Vishwakarma then he prayed, his hospitable feast to aid. Let Vishwakarma hear my call, to God who forms and fashions all. A mighty banquet I provide, be all my wants this day supplied. Lord Indra at your head, the tree, who guard the worlds I call to me. A mighty host this day I feed, be now supplied my every need. Let all the streams that eastward go, and those whose waters westering flow, both on the earth and in the sky, flow hither and my wants supply. Be some with ardent liquor filled, and some with wine from flowers distilled, while some their fresh cold streams retain, sweet as the juice of sugar cane. I call the gods, I call the band of minstrels that around them stand. I call the ha-ha and hoo-hoo, I call the sweet Visavashu, I call the heavenly wives of those, with all the bright apsaras. Alumbasha of beauty rare, the charmer of the tangled hair, Kritachi and Viswasi fair, Hema and Vima sweet to view, and lovely Nagananda too, and all the sweetest nymphs who stand by Indra or by Brahma's hand. I summon these with all their train, and Tambaru to lead the strain. Here let Kuvera's garden rise, which far in northern Kuru lies, for leaves let cloth and gems entwine, and let its fruit be nymphs divine. Let Soma give the noblest food, to feed the mighty multitude, of every kind for tooth and lip, to chew, to lick, to suck and sip. Let rats, where fairest flowers abound, spring from the trees that bloom around. Each sort of wine to woo the taste, and meats of every kind be placed. Thus spake the hermit self-restrained, with proper tone by rules ordained, on deepest meditation bent, in holy might preeminent. Then, as with hands in reverence raised, absorbed in thought he eastward gazed, the deities he thus addressed came each in semblance manifest. Delicious gales that cooled the frame from Malaya and Dodder came, that kissed those scented hills and threw auspicious fragrance where they blew. Then falling fast in sweetest showers, came from the sky immortal flowers, and all the airy region round with heavenly drums was made to sound. Then breathed a soft celestial breeze, then danced the bright apsaras. The minstrels and the gods advanced, and warbling lutes the soul entranced. The earth and sky that music filled, and through each ear it softly trilled, as from the heavenly coils it fell, with time and tune at tempered well. Soon as the minstrels ceased to play, and air celestial died away, the troops of Bharat saw amazed what Vishwakarma's art had raised. On every side, 5 leagues around, all smooth and level lay the ground, with fresh green grass that charmed the sight, like sapphires blent with lazulite. There the wood apple hung its load, the mango and the citron glowed, the bell and scented jack were there, and apela with fritters fair. There, brought from northern Kuru, stood, rich in delight, the glorious wood, and many a stream was seen to glide, with flowering trees along its side. There mansions rose with 4 wide halls, and elephants and charger stalls, and many a house of royal state, triumphal arch and bannered gate. With noble doorways sought the sky, like a pale cloud, a palace high, which far and wide rare fragrance shed, with wreaths of white and garlanded. Square was its shape, its halls were wide, with many a seat and couch supplied. Drink of all kinds, and every meat, such as celestial gods might eat. Then at the bidding of the seer, Kaikeyi's strong-armed son drew near, and passed within that fair abode, which with the noblest jewels glowed. Then, as Vasistha led the way, the counsellors in due array followed delighted and amazed, and on the glorious structure gazed. Then Bharat, Raghu's son, drew near the kingly throne with prince and peer, whereby the chowry in the shade of the white canopy was laid. Before the throne he humbly bent, and honoured Rama reverent. Then in his hand the chowry bore, and sat where sits a counsellor. His ministers and household priests sat by degrees from chief to least. Then sat the captain of the host, and all the men he honoured most. Then when the saint his order gave, each river with enchanted wave rolled milk and curds divinely sweet before the Prince Bharat's feet, and dwelling fair on either side, with gay white plaster beautified, the heavenly robes were seen to lift the Brahman Varadwaja's gift. Then, straight by Lord Kuvera sent, gay with celestial ornament, of bright attire and jewels shine, came 20,000 names divine. The man on whom those beauties glanced, that moment felt his soul entranced. With them from London's blissful shades came 20,000 heavenly maids. Tumbaru, Narad, Gopal came, and Sutanu like radiant flame. The kings of Gandharva throng, and ravished Bharat with their song. Then spoke the saint, and swift obeyed Alumbasha, the fairest maid, and Mishrakeshi, bride the veil, Ramana, Pundrika too, and danced to him with graceful ease the dances of Apsaris. All chaplet dead by gods are worn, by Chitrarath's graves at dawn, bloomed by the saint's command arrayed on branches in Prayaga's shade. When at the saint's command the bridge made music with the Vilva trees, to wave in rhythmic beat began the boughs of its mighty bolan. And holy fig trees wore the look of dancers as their leaflets shook, the fair Tamala, palm and pine, with trees that tower and plants that twine, the swiftly varying forms displayed of stately dame or bending maid. Here man the foaming wine-cup quaffed, here drank of milk full many a draught, and tasted meats of every kind, well dressed, whatever pleased their mind. 10 beauteous women, 7 or 8, stood ready by each man to wait, beside the stream his limbs they stripped, and in the cooling water dipped. And then the fair ones, sparkling-eyed, with soft hands rubbed his limbs and dried, and sitting on the lovely bank, held up the wine-cup as he drank. Nor did the grooms forget to feed camel and mule and ox and steed, for there were stores of roasted grain, of honey and of sugar cane. So fast the wild excitement spread among the warriors Bharat led, that all the mighty army threw the groom no more his charger knew, and he who drove might seek in vain to tell his elephant again. With every joy and rapture fired, entranced with all the heart desired, the myriads of the host that night revelled delirious with delight. Urged by the damsels at their side, in wild delight the warriors cried, "Never will we seek Ayodhya, no, nor yet to Dandak forest go. Here will we stay, and many happy fate on Bharat and Rama wait." Thus cried the army gay and free, exulting in their lawless glee, both infantry and those who rode on elephants or steeds bestrode. 10,000 voices shouting, "This is heaven indeed for perfect bliss." With garlands decked they idly strayed, and danced and laughed and sang and played. At length, as every soldier eyed, with food like Amrit satisfied, each dainty cake and tempting meat, no longer had he care to eat. The soldier, servant, dame, and slave received whatever the wish might crave. As each in new wrought clothes arrayed, enjoyed the feast before him laid, each man was seen in white attire, unstained by spot or speck of mire. None was athirst or hungry there, and none had dust upon his hair. On every side in woody dells was milky food in bubbling wells, and there were all supplying cows, and honey dropping from the boughs. Nor wanted lakes of flower-made drink, with piles of meat upon the brink, boiled, stewed, and roasted very cheer, pichik and jungle fowl and deer. There was the flesh of kid and boar, and dainty sauce in endless store, with juice of flowers concocted well, and soup that charmed the taste and smell, and pounded fruits of bitter taste, and many a bed was ready placed. Down by each river's shelving side there stood great basins well supplied, and laid therein of dazzling sheen white brushes for the teeth were seen, and many a covered box wherein was sandal powdered for the skin, and mirrors bright with constant care, and piles of new attire were there, and store of sandals and of shoes, thousands of pairs, for all to choose. Eye unguents, combs for hair and beard, umbrellas fair and bows appeared. Lakes gleamed that lent digestive aid, and some for pleasant bathing made, with waters fair and smooth inclined, for camels, horses, mules, and kine. Their Saudi barley heaped on high, their countless cattle to supply. The golden grain shone fair and bright as sapphires o'er the ledger light. To all the gathered host it seemed as if that magic scene they dreamed, and wonder, as they gazed, increased at Bharadwaja's glorious feast. Thus in the hermit's grove they spent that night in joy and merriment, blessed as the gods who take their ease under the shade of Nandan's trees. Each minstrel bade the saint adieu, and to his blissful mansion flew, and every stream and heavenly dame returned as swiftly as she came. Canto 92. Bharat's Farewell. So Bharat with his army spent the watches of the night content, and gladly with the morning's light drew near his host the anchorite. When Bharadwaja saw him stand, with hand in reverence joined to hand, when fires of worship had been fed, he looked upon the prince and said, O blameless son, I pray thee tell, did the past night content thee well? Say if the feast my care supplied, thy host of followers gratified. His hands he joined, his head he bent, and spoke in answer reverent to the Most High and radiant sage who issued from his hermitage. Well have I passed the night, thy feast gave joy to every man and beast, and I, great lord, and every peer were satisfied with sumptuous cheer. Thy banquet has delighted all, from highest chief to meanest thrall, and rich attire and drink and meat banish the thought of toil and heat. And now, O hermit good and great, a boon of thee I supplicate. To Rama's side my steps I bend, do thou with friendly eye command. O tell me how to guide my feet to virtuous Rama's lone retreat. Great hermit, I entreat thee say, how far from here and which the way? Thus, by fraternal love inspired, the chieftain of the saint inquired. Then thus replied the glorious seer, of matchless might, of vows austere. Ere the fortleg from here be passed, amid a forest wild and vast, stands Chitrakota's mountain tall, lovely with wood and waterfall. North of the mountain thou wilt see the beauteous stream Mandakini, where swarm the waterfowl below, and gay trees on the margin grow. Then will a leafy court between the river and the hill be seen. It is Rama's, and the princely pair of brothers live for certain there. Hence to the south thine army lead, and then more southward still proceed. So shalt thou find his lone retreat, and there the son of Raghu meet. Soon as the ordered march they knew, the widows of the monarch flew, leaving their cars most meet to ride, and flocked to Bharadwaja's side. There, with the good Sumitra queen, Kaushalya, sad and worn, was seen, caressing, still with sorrow faint, the feet of that illustrious saint. Kaikeyi too, her longings crossed, reproached of all her object lost, before the famous hermit came, and clasped his feet, overwhelmed with shame. With circling steps she humbly went around the saint preeminent, and stood not far from Bharat's side, with heart oppressed and heavy-eyed. Then the great seer, who never broke one holy vow, to Bharat spoke. Speak, Raghu's son, I fain would learn the story of its queen in turn. Obedient to the high request by Bharadwaja thus addressed, his reverent hands together laid, he, skilled in speech, his answer made. She whom, O saint, thou seest here, a goddess in her form appear, was the chief consort of the king, now worn with fast and sorrowing. As Aditi in days of yore, then all-preserving Vishnu bore, Kaushalya bore with happy faith, Lord Rama of the Lion's Gate. She who, transfixed with torturing pangs, on her left arm so fondly hangs, as when her withering leaves decay, droops by the wood the acacia's prey. Sumitra, pained with war is she, the consort second of the tree. Two princely sons the lady bare, fair as the gods in heaven are fair. And she, the wicked dame through whom my brothers' lives are wrapped in gloom, and mourning for his offspring dear, the king was sought his heavenly spare. Proud, foolish-hearted, swift to ire, self-fancied darling of my sire, Kaikeyi, most ambitious queen, unlovely with her lovely mien. My mother, she, whose impious will is ever bent on deeds of ill, in whom the root and spring I see of all this war which crushes me. Quick breathing like a furious snake, with tears and sobs the hero spake, with reddened eyes aglow with rage, and Bharadwaja, mighty sage, supreme in wisdom, calm and grave, in words like these good counsel gave. O Bharat, hear the words I say, on her the fault thou must not lay, for many a blessing yet will spring from banished Rama's wandering. And Bharat with the promise cheered, when circling round that saint revered, he humbly bade farewell, and then gave orders to collect his men. Prompt at the summons thousands flew, to cause which noble coursers drew, bright gleaming, glorious to behold, adorned with wealth of burnished gold. Then female elephants and male, gold-gartered, with flags that wooed the gale, marched with their bright bells' tinkling chime, like clouds when ends the summer time. Some cars were huge and some were light, for heavy draught or rapid flight, of costly price of every kind, with clouds of infantry behind. The dames Kausalya at their head were in the noblest chariots led, and in every gentle bosom beat with hope the banished prince to meet. The royal Bharat, glory crowned, with all his retinue around, borne in a beauteous litter rode, like the young moon and sun that glowed. The army as it streamed along, cars, elephants in endless throng, showed, marching on its southward way, like autumn clouds in long array. Canto 93. Chitrakuta Insight. As through the woods its way pursued, that mighty bannered multitude, wild elephants in terror fled, with all the startled hordes they led. And bears and deer were seen on hill, in forest glade by every reel, wide as the sea from coast to coast, the high-souled Bharat's mighty host. Covered the earth as cloudy trains obscure the sky when fall the rains. The stately elephants he led, and countless steeds the land overspread, so closely crowded that between their serried ranks no ground was seen. Then when the host had travelled far, and steeds were worn who drew the car, the glorious Bharat thus addressed Vasistha of his lords the best. The spot, methinks, we now behold, of which the holy hermit told, for as his words described I trace each several feature of the place. Before us Chitrakuta shows, Mandakini beside us flows. Afar umbrageous woods arise, like darksome clouds that veil the skies. Now tread these mountain beasts of mine on Chitrakuta's fair incline. The trees their rain of blossoms shed, on tablelands beneath them spread, as from black clouds the floods descend, when the hard days of summer end. Satrugna, look, the mountains see, where heavenly minstrels wander free, and horses browse beneath the steep, countless as monsters in the deep. Scared by my host, the mountain deer, starting with tempest speed appear, like the long lines of cloud that fly in autumn through the windy sky. See, every warrior shows his head, with fragrant blooms and garlanded. All look like southern soldiers who lift up their shields of azure hue. This lonely wood beneath the hill, that was so dark and drear and still, covered with man in endless streams, now like Ayodhya's city seems. The dust, which countless hoops excite, obscures the sky and veils the light. But see, swift winds those clouds dispel, as if they strove to please me well. See, guided in their sweet carrier, by many a skilful charioteer, those cars by fleetest coursers drawn, race onward over glade and lawn. Look, startled as the host comes near, the lovely peacocks fly in fear, gorgeous as if the fairest blooms of art had glorified their plumes. Look, where the sheltering covert shows the trooping deer, both bucks and does, that occupy in countless hearts this mountain populous with birds. Most lovely to my mind appears this place, with every charm endears. Fair as the road where tread the blest, here holy hermits take their rest. Then let the army onward press, and duly search its green recess, for the two lion lords till we Rama once more and Lakshman see. Thus Bharat spoke, and hero bands of men with weapon in their hands entered the tangled forest. Then a spire of smoke appeared in camp. Soon as they saw the rising smoke, to Bharat they returned and spoke. No fire where men are not, it is clear that Raghu's sons are dwelling here. Or if not here, those heroes dwell, whose mighty arms their foemen quell. Still other hermits here must be, like Rama, true and good as he. His ears attentive Bharat lent to their resistless argument. Then to his troops the chief who broke his foe's embattled army spoke. Here let the troops in silence stay. One step beyond they must not stray. Come Drishti and Sumantra, you, with me alone their path pursue. Their leader's speech the warriors heard, and from his place no soldier stirred. And Bharat bent his eager eyes where curling smoke was seen to rise. Their host his order well obeyed, and halting there in silence stayed, watching where from the thicket's shade they saw the smoke appear, and joy through all the army ran. Soon shall we meet, thought every man, the prince we hold so dear. End of Cantos 91, 92 and 93. Cantos 94 to 96 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 94, Chitrakoot. There long the son of Raghu dwelt, and love for hill and wood he felt. Then his Videhan spouse to please, and his own heart of war to ease, like some immortal Indra so, might Swarga's charms to Sasi sow. Drew her sweet eyes to each delight of Chitrakoot's lovely height. Though reft of power and kingly sway, though friends and home are far away, I cannot mourn my altered lot, enamoured of this charming spot. Look, darling, on this noble hill, which sweet birds with their music fill. Bright with 1,000 metal dyes, his lofty summits cleave the skies. See, there a silvery sheen is spread, and there, like blood, the rocks are red. There shows a streak of emerald green, and pink and yellow glow in between. There, where the higher peaks ascend, crystal and flowers and topaz blend, and others flash their light afar, like Mercury or some fair star. With such a store of metals dyed, the King of Hills is glorified. There, through the wild bird's populous home, the harmless bear and tiger roam. Hyenas range their woody slopes, with herds of deer and antelopes. See, love, the trees that clothe his side, all lovely in their summer pride, in richest wealth of leaves arrayed, with flower and fruit and light and shade. Look, where the young rose-apple glows, what loaded boughs the mango shows. See, waving in the western wind, the light leaves of the tamarind, and mark the giant peepal true, the feathery clump of tall bamboo. Look, on the level lands above, delighting in successful love, in sweet enjoyment many a pair of heavenly minstrels revels there, while overhanging boughs support their swords and mantles as they sport. Then see that pleasant shelter where play the bright daughters of the air. The mountain seems with bright cascade, and sweet rill bursting from the shade, like some majestic elephant over whose burning head the torrents pour. Where breathes the man who would not feel delicious languor over him steal, as the young morning breeze that springs from the cool cave with balmy wings, breathes round him laden with the scent of bud and blossom dew besprent. If many autumns here I spent with thee, my darling innocent, and Lakshman, I should never know the torture of the fires of war. This varied scene so charms my sight, this mount so fills me with delight, where flowers in wild profusion spring, and ripe fruits glow and sweet birds sing. My beauteous one, a double good springs from my dwelling in the wood. Loosed is the bond my sire did tied, and Bharat too is gratified. My darling, dost thou feel with me the light from every charm we see, of which the mind and every sense feel the enchanting influence? My fathers, who have passed away, the royal saints, were wont to say that life in woodland shades like these secures a king immortal bliss. See, round the hill at random thrown, huge masses lie of rugged stone, of every shape and many a hue, yellow and white and red and blue. But all is fairer still by night, each rock reflects a softer light, when the whole mount from foot to crest in drops of lambent flame is dressed, when from a million harps a pledge of their own luminous glory plays, and clothed in fire each deep ravine, each pinnacle and crag is seen. Some parts the look of mansions wear, and others are as gardens fair, while others seem a massive block of solid undivided rock. Behold those pleasant beds overlaid with lotus leaves for lovers made, where mountain bark and costas throw cool shadows on the pair below. See where the lovers in their play have cast their flowery wreaths away, and fruit and lotus buds that crowned their boughs lie trodden on the ground. Not Kuru's realm is fair to see, Vasavakasara, Nalini, but rich in fruit and blossom still, more fair is Chitrakota's hill. Here shall the years appointed glide, with thee, my beauty, by my side, and Lakshman ever near. Here shall I live in all delight, make my ancestral fame more bright, tread in their path who walk aright, and to my oath adhere. Canto 95, Mandakini. Then Rama, like the lotus-eyed, descended from the mountain-side, and to the Maithili lady showed the lovely stream that softly flowed. And thus Ayodhya's lord addressed his bride of dames the loveliest, child of Videha's king her face, bright with the fair moon's tender grace. How sweetly glides, O darling, look, Mandakini's delightful brook, adorned with islets, blossoms gay, and sardases and swans at play. The trees with which her banks are lined show flowers and fruit of every kind. The match in radiant sheen you see of King Kuvera's Nalini. My heart exhales with pleasure new the shelving band and forth to view, where gathering hearts of thirsty deer disturb the wave that ran so clear. Now look, those holy hermits mark, in skins of deer and coats of bark, with twisted coils of matted hair, the reverend men are bathing there. And as they lift their arms on high, the Lord of Day they glorify. These best of saints, my large-eyed spouse, are constant to their sacred vows. The mountain dances while the trees bend their proud summits to the breeze, and scatter many a flower and bud from branches that overhung the flood. There flows the stream like lucid pearl, round islets here the currents whirl, and perfect saints from middle air are flocking to the waters there. See, there lie flowers in many a heap, from boughs the whistling breezes sweep, and others wafted by the gale down the swift current dance and sail. Now see that pair of wildfowl rise, exulting with their joyful cries. Hark, darling, wafted from afar, how soft their pleasant voices are, to gaze on Chitrakota's hill, to look upon this lovely reel, to bend mine eyes on thee, dear wife, is sweeter than my city life. Come, bathe we in the pleasant reel, where dancing waves are never still, steered by those beings pure from sin, the sanctities who bathe therein. Come, dearest, to the stream descend, approach her as a darling friend, and dip thee in the silver flood, which lotuses and lilies stud. Let this fair hill Ayodhya seem, its sylvan things her people deem, and let these waters as they flow of our own beloved Saryu show. How blessed, mine own dear love, am I, thou fond and true art ever nigh, and duteous faithful Lakshman stays beside me, and my word obeys. Here every day I bade me tries, fruit, honey, roots for food suffice, and never my thoughts with longing stray to distant home or royal sway. For who this charming brook can see, where hearts of rhodria wander free, and on the flowery wooded brink apes, elephants, and lions drink, nor feel all sorrow fly? Thus eloquently spoke the pride of Raghu's children to his bride, and wandered happy by her side, where Chitrakuta azure died, uprears his peaks on high. Canto 96. The Magic Shaft. Thus Rama showed to Janak's child the varied beauties of the wild, the hill, the brook, and each fair spot, then turned to seek their leafy cot. North of the mountain Rama found a cavern in the sloping ground, charming to view. Its floor was strewn with many a mass of ore and stone. In secret shadow far retired, where gay birds sang with joy inspired, and trees their graceful branches swayed, with loads of blossom downward weighed. Soon as he saw the cave which took its living heart and changed the look, thus Rama spoke to Sita, who gazed wondering on the sylvan view. Does this fair cave beneath the height with a hun lady charm thy sight? The latest resting here a while, the languor of the way beguile. That block of stone, so smooth and square, was set for thee to rest on there, and like a thriving cassia tree, this flowery shrub overshadows thee. Thus Rama spoke, and Janak's child, by nature ever soft and mild, in tender words which love betrayed, her answer to the hero made. O pride of Raghu's children still, my pleasure is to do thy will. Enough for me thy wish to know, for hast thou wandered to and fro. Thus Sita spake in gentle tone, and went obedient to the stone, of perfect face and faultless limb, prepared to rest a while with him. And Rama, as she thus replied, turned to his spouse again and cried, Thou seest, love, this flowery shade, for sylvan creatures pleasure made, how the gum streams from trees and plants, torn by the tusks of elephants. Through all the forest clear and high resounds the shrill cicala's cry. Hark, how the kite above us moans, and calls her young in piteous tones. So may my hapless mother be, still mourning in a home for me. There mounted on the lofty sal, the loud Bringaraj repeats his call. How sweetly now he tunes his throat, responsive to the coil's note. Or else the bird that now has sung may be himself the coil's young. Linked with such winning sweetness are the notes he pours irregular. See, round the blooming mango clings that creeper with her tender rings. So in thy love, when none is near, thine arms are thrown round me, my dear. Thus in his joy he cried, and she, sweet speaker on her lover's knee, of faultless limb and perfect face, grew closer to her lord's embrace. Reclining in her husband's arms, a goddess in her wealth of charms, she filled his loving breast anew with mighty joy that thrilled him true. His finger on the rock he laid, which veins of sanguine ore displayed, and painted over his darling's eyes the holy sign in mineral dyes. Bright on her brow the metal lay, like the young sun's first gleaming ray, and showed her in her beauty fair as the soft light of morning's air. Then from the acacia's leaden tree he picked fair blossoms in his glee, and as he decked each lovely tress, his heart overflowed with happiness. So resting on that rocky seat, a while they spent in pastime sweet. Then onward knit the shady boughs went Rama with his myrtle spouse, she roaming in the forest shade, where every kind of creature strayed, observed a monkey wandering near, and clung to Rama's arm in fear. The hero Rama fondly laced his mighty arms around her waist, consoled his beauty in her dread, and scared the monkey till he fled. That holy mark of sanguine ore, that gleamed on Sita's brow before, shone by that close embrace impressed upon the hero's ample chest. Then Sita, when the beast who led the monkey troop afar had fled, laughed loudly in light-hearted glee, that mark on Rama's chest to see. A clump of bright Asokas fired, the forest in their bloom attired, the restless blossoms as they gleamed, a host of threatening monkeys seemed. Then Sita thus to Rama cried, as longingly the flowers she eyed, "Pride of thy race, now let us go where those Asoka blossoms grow." He on his darling's pleasure bent, with his fair goddess thither went, and roamed delighted through the wood, where blossoming Asokas stood, as Siva with Queen Uma roves through Himalaya's majestic groves. Bright with purpureal glow the pair of happy lovers spotted there, and each upon the other set a flower inwoven coronet. There many crown and chain they wove of blooms from that Ashoka grove, and in their graceful sport the two, fresh beauty over the mountain trio. The lover let his love survey its pleasant spot that round them lay, then turned they to their green retreat, where all was garnished gay and neat. By brotherly affection led, Sumitra's son to meet them sped, and showed the labours of the day, done while his brother was away. There lay 10 black deer duly slain, with arrows pure of poison stain, piled in a mighty heap to dry, with many other carcase nigh. And Lakshman's brother saw overjoyed the work that had his hands employed. Then to his consort thus he cried, "Now be the general gift supplied." Then Sita, fairest beauty, placed the food for living things to taste, and set before the brothers meat, and honey that the pair might eat. They ate the meal her hands supplied, their lips with water purified. Then Janak's daughter sat at last, and duly made her own repast. The other venison to be dried, piled up in heaps, was set aside, and Rama told his wife to stay, and drive the flocking crows away. Her husband saw her much distressed by one more bold than all the rest, whose wings wherever he chose could fly, now pierced the earth, now roam the sky. Then Rama loved to see her steered to anger by the plaguing bird. Proud of his love, the beauteous dame, with burning rage, was all aflame. Now here, now there, again, again, she chased the crow, but all in vain, and raising her so quick to strike, with beak and wing and claw alike. Then how the proud lip quivered, how the dark frown marked her angry brow. When Rama saw her cheek aglow, with passion he rebuked the crow. But bold in impudence the bird, with no respect for Rama's word, fearless again at Sita flew. Then Rama's wrath to fury grew. The hero of the mighty arm spoke over a shaft the mystic charm, laid the dire weapon on his bow, and launched it at the shameless crow. The bird, empowered by gods to spring, threw out itself a rapid wing, through the 3 walls in terror fled, still followed by that arrow dread. Wherever he flew, now here, now there, a cloud of weapons filled the air. Back to the high-souled prince he fled, and bent at Rama's feet his head. And then, as Sita looked, began his speech in accents of a man. "O pardon, and for pity's sake, spare Rama, spare my life to take. Wherever I turn, wherever I flee, no shelter from the shaft I see." The chieftain heard the crow entreat, helpless and prostrate at his feet, and while soft pity moved his breast, with wisest speech the bird addressed. I took the troubled Sita's part, and furious anger filled my heart. Then on the string my arrow lay, charmed with a spell, thy life to slay. Thou seekest now my feet to crave forgiveness and thy life to save. So shall thy prayer have due respect. The suppliant I must still protect, but never in vain this dart may flee. Yield for thy life a part of thee. What portion of thy body, say, shall this mine arrow rend away? Thus far, O bird, thus far alone, on thee my pity may be shown. forfeit a part thy life to buy. It is better so to live than die. Thus Rama spoke, the bard of air pondered his speech with anxious care, and wisely deemed it good to give one of his eyes that he might live. To Raghu's son he made reply, O Rama, I will yield an eye, so let me in thy grace confide, and live hereafter single-eyed. Then Rama charged the shaft, and lo, full in the eye it smote the crow, and the Videha lady gazed upon the ruined eye amazed. The crow to Rama humbly bent, then where his fancy led he went. Rama with Lakshman by his side, with needful work was occupied. End of Cantos 94, 95 and 96. Cantos 97 to 99 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 97. Lakshman's Anger. Thus Rama showed his love the real, whose waters ran beneath the hill, then resting on his mountain seat, refreshed her with the choicest meat. So there reposed the happy two, then Bharat's army nearer drew. Rose to the skies a dusty cloud, the sound of trampling feet was loud. The swelling roar of marching men drove the rose tiger from his den, and scared amain the serpent race, flying the hole and hiding place. The herds of deer in terror fled, the air was filled with birds overhead. The bear began to leave his tree, the monkey to the cave to flee. Wild elephants were all amazed, as though the wood around them blazed. The lion oped his ponderous jaw, the buffalo looked round in awe. The prince, who heard the deafening sound, and saw the sylvan creatures round fly wildly startled from their rest, the glorious Lakshman thus addressed: Sumitra's noble son, most dear, hark, Lakshman, what a roar I hear! The tumult of a coming crowd, appalling, deafening, deep and loud. The din that yet more fearful grows, scares elephants and buffaloes, are frightened by the lions, deer, are flying through the wood in fear. I fain would know who seeks this place. Comes Prince or monarch for the chase? Or does some mighty beast of prey frighten the sylvan hearts away? It is hard to reach this mountain height, yea, even for birds in airy flight. Then fain, O Lakshman, would I know what cause disturbs the forest so. Lakshman in haste the wood to view climbed the high sal that near him grew. The forest all around he eyed, first gazing on the eastern side, then northward. When his eyes he bent, he saw a mighty armament of elephants and cars and horse, and men on foot a mingled force, and banners waving in the breach, and spoke to Rama words like these: Quick, quick, my lord, put out the fire, let Sita to the cave retire. Thy coat of mail around thee throw, prepare thine arrows and thy bow. In eager haste thus Lakshman cried, and Rama, lion lord, replied: Still closer be the army scanned, and say who leads the warlike band. Lakshman his answer thus returned, a furious rage within him burned, exciting him like kindled fire, to scorch the army in his ire. It is Bharat, he has made the throne, by consecrating rights his own. To gain the whole dominion thus, he comes in arms to slaughter us. I mark tree high upon his car, he is Flagstaff of the Govindar. I see his glittering banner glance, I see his chivalry advance, I see his eager warriors shine on elephants in lengthened line. Now grasp we each the shafts and bow, and higher up the mountain go. Or in this place, O hero, stand, with weapons in each ready hand. Perhaps beneath our might may fall this leader of the standard tall, and Bharat I this day may see, who brought this mighty war on thee, Sita and me, who drove away my brother from the royal sway. Bharat our foe at length is nigh, and by this hand shall surely die. Brother, I see no sin at all, if Bharat by my weapon fall. No fault is his who slays the foe, whose hand was first to strike the blow. With Bharat now the crime begins, who against thee and duty sins. The queen, athirst for royal sway, will see her darling son to-day fall by this hand, like some fair tree struck by an elephant slain by me. Kaikeyi's self shall perish too, with kith and kin and retinue, and art by my avenging deed shall from this mass of sin be freed. This day my wrath, too long restrained, shall fall upon the foe unchained, mad as the kindled flame that speeds, destroying through the grass and reeds. This day mine arrows keen and fierce the bodies of the foe shall pierce. The earth on Chitrakota's side shall run with torrents crimson dyed. The wandering beasts of prey shall feed on heart-cleft elephant and steed, and drag to mountain caves away the bodies that my arrows slay. Doubt not that Bharat and his train shall in this mighty earth be slain. So shall I pay the debt my bow, and these my deadly arrows woe. Canto 98. Lakshman calmed. Then Rama, nobly, calm allayed the wrath that Lakshman's bosom swayed. What need have we the sword to wield, to bend the bow or lift the shield, if Bharat brave and wise and good himself has sought this sheltering earth? I swear my father's will to do, and if I now my brother slew, what gain in kingship should I find, despised and scorned by all mankind? Believe me, even as I would shrink from poisoned meat or deadly drink, no power or treasure would I win by fall of friend or kith or kin. Brother, believe the words I speak, for your dear sakes alone I speak. Duty and pleasure, wealth and gain, a holy life, a happy reign. If royal sway my heart desires, my brother's will the wish inspires. Their bliss and safety is my care, by this uplifted bow I swear. It were not so hard for me to gain this broad land girdled by the main, but even Indra's royal might should never be mine in duty's spite. If any bliss my soul can see, deprived of their Shatrugna thee, and Bharat, may the flame destroy with ashy gloom the selfish joy. For dearer than this life of mine, knowing the custom of our line, his heart with fond affection fraught, Bharat Ayodhya's towns resort, and hearing when I came that I, with thee and Sita forced to fly, with matted hair and hermit dress, am wandering in the wilderness, while grief his troubled senses storms, and tender love his bosom warms, from every thought of evil clear, is come to meet his brother here. Some grievous words perchance he spoke, Kaikeyi's anger to provoke, then won the king and comes to lay before my feet the royal sway. Hither, methinks, in season due, comes Bharat for an interview, nor in his secret heart has he one evil thought against thee or me. What has he done ere now reflect, how failed in love or due respect, to make thee doubt his fate and lay this evil to his jaws to-day? Thou shouldst not join with Bharat's name so harsh a speech and idle blame. The blows thy tongue at Bharat deals, my sympathizing bosom feels. How, urged by stress of an ill, should sons of their fathers lifeblood spill, or brother slay in impious strife a brother dearer than his life? If thou these cruel words hast said, by strong desire of empire led, my brother Bharat will I pray to give to thee the kingly sway. Give him the realm, my speech shall be, and Bharat will, methinks, agree. Thus spoke the prince whose chief delight was duty and to aid the right, and Lakshman keenly felt the blame, and shrank within himself for shame. And then his answer thus returned, with downcast eye and cheek that burned: Brother, I win to see thy face, one sire himself has sought this place. Thus Lakshman spoke and stood ashamed, and Rama saw and thus exclaimed: It is the strong-armed monarch, he is come, methinks, his sons to see, to bid us both the forest quit, for joys, for which he deems us fit. He thinks on all our care and pain, and now would lead us home again. My glorious Father hence will bear Sita, who claims all tender care. I see two coursers, fleet as storms, of noble breed and lovely forms. I see the beast of mountain sides, who bears the king our father wise. The aged victor march this way, in front of all the armed array. But doubt and fear within me rise, for when I look with eager eyes, I see no white umbrella spread, world famous, over the royal head. Now, Lakshman, from the tree descend, and to my words attention lend. Thus spoke the pious prince, and he descended from the lofty tree, and reverent hand to hand applied, stood humbly by his brother's side. The host, compelled by Bharat's care, the earth from trampling feet to spare, thence crowding half a league each way, and camped around the mountain lay. Below the tall hill's shelving side gleamed the bright army far and wide, spread over the ample space. By Bharat led, who firmly true, in duty from his bosom drew all pride, and near his brother drew, to win the hero's grace. Canto 99. Bharat's Approach. Soon as the warriors took their rest, obeying Bharat's high behest, thus Bharat to Shatrugna spake, A band of soldiers with thee take, and with these hunters over and over the thickets of the wood explore. With bow, sword, arrows in their hands, let Guha with his kindred bands within this grove remaining trace the children of Kakutsta's race. And I meanwhile on foot will through this neighbouring earth my way pursue, with elders and the twice-born man, and every lord and citizen. There is, I feel, no rest for me, till Rama's face again I see, Lakshman in arms and glory great, and Sita born to happy fate. No rest until this cheek as bright as the fair moon rejoice my sight, no rest until I see the eye with which the lotus petals vie, till on my head those dear feet rest, with signs of royal rank impressed. None till my kingly brother gain his old hereditary reign, till over his limbs and noble head the consecrating drops be shed. How blessed is Janak's daughter, true to every wifely duty, who keeps faithful to her husband's side, whose realm is guarded by ocean's tide. This mountain too, above the rest, even as the king of hills is blessed, whose shades Kakutstas shine and hold, as Nandan charms the lord of gold. Yea, happy is the tangled grove, where savage beasts unnumbered rove, where glory of the warrior race, King Rama finds a dwelling place. Thus Bharat, strong-armed hero, spake, and walked within the pathless brake. Over plains where gay trees bloomed he went, through boughs in tangled network bent, and then from Rama's cot appeared the banner which the flame upreared. And Bharat joyed with every friend to mark those smoky wreaths ascend. Here Rama dwells, he thought, at last the ocean of our toil is past. Then sure that Rama's hermit cot was on the mountain side, he stayed his army on the spot, and on it Guha hied. End of Cantos 97, 98, and 99. Cantos 100 to 102 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 100. The Meeting. Then Bharat to Shatrugna showed the spot, and eager onward strode, first bidding Saint Vasistha bring the widowed consorts of the king. As by fraternal love impelled, his onward course the hero held. Sumatra followed close behind, Shatrugna with an anxious mind. Not Bharat's self more fain could be to look on Rama's face than he. As speeding on, the spot he neared, amid the hermit's homes appeared his brother's cart with leaves overspread, and by its side a lowly shed. Before the shed great heaps were left of gathered flowers and billets cleft, and on the trees hung grass and bark, Rama and Lakshman's path to mark, and heaps of fuel to provide. Against the cold stood ready dried the long-armed chief, as on he went, in glory's light preeminent, with joyous words like these addressed the brave Shatrugna and the rest. This is the place, I little doubt, which Bharadwaja pointed out. Not far from where we stand must be the woodless stream Mandakini. Here on the mountain's woody side roam elephants in tusked pride, and ever with a roar and cry each other as they meet defy. And see those smoke wreaths thick and dark, the presence of the flame they mark, which hermits in the forest strive by every art to keep alive. O happy me, my task is done, and I shall look on Raghu's son, like some great saint who loves to treat his elders with all reverence meet. Thus Bharat reached the forest real, thus roamed on Chitrakota's hill, then pity on his breast awoke, and to his friends the hero spoke. Woe, woe upon my life and birth! The Prince of Man, the Lord of Art, has sought the lonely youth to dwell, sequestered in a hermit's cell. Through me these sorrows fall, on him the splendid Lord of all. Through me resigning earthly bliss, he hides him in a home like this. Now will I, by the world abhorred, fall at the dear feet of my Lord, and that fair Sita's too, to win his pardon for my heinous sin. As thus he sadly mourned and sighed, the son of Dasarat spied a bower of leafy branches made, sacred and lovely in the shade, of fair proportions large and tall, well roofed with boughs of palm and sal, arranged in order due overhead, like grass upon the altar spread. Two glorious bows were gleaming there, like Indra's in the rainy air, terror of foemen backed with gold, meet for the mightiest hand to hold, and quivered arrows cast ablaze, bright gleaming like the day god's rays. Those serpents with their eyes aglow adorned their capital below. Great swords adorned the cottage laid, each in a case of gold brocade. There hung the trusty shields whereon with purest gold the bosses shone, the brace to bind the bowman's arm, the glove to shield his hand from harm, a lasher to the cottage lent from many a golden ornament. Safe was the cart from fear of man, as from wild beasts the lion's den. The fire upon the altar burned, that to the north and east was turned. Bharat his eager glances bent, and gazed within the cart intent. In deerskin dress with matted hair, Rama his chief was sitting there, with lion shoulders broad and strong, with lotus eyes, arms thick and long. The righteous sovereign, who should be Lord paramount from sea to sea, high-minded, born to lofty fame, like Brahma's self, supremely great, with Lakshman by his side and her, fair Sita, for his minister. And Bharat gazing, overcome by sorrow for a while was dumb, then yielding to his woe he ran to Rama and with sobs began. He who a royal seat should fill, with subjects round to do his will, my elder brother, see him here, with sylvan creatures waiting near. The high-souled hero wont to wear the costliest robes, exceeding fair, now banished in a deerskin dress, here keeps the path of righteousness. How brooks the son of Raghu now the matted locks which load his brow, around whose princely head were twined sweet blossoms of the rarest kind. The prince, whose merits grew acquired by rites performed as he desired, would now a store of married gain, bought by his body's toil and pain. Those limbs to which pure sandal lent the freshness of its fragrant scent, exposed to sun and dust and rain, are now defiled with many a stain. And I the wretched cause why this falls on the prince whose right is bliss. Ah me, that ever I was born to be the people's hate and scorn. Thus Bharat cried, of anguish sprung, great drops upon his forehead hung. He fell overpowered, his grief was such, ere he his brother's feet could touch. As on the glorious prince he gazed, in vain his broken voice he raised. Dear Lord, through the tears and sobbing came the only words his lips could frame. And brave Shatrugna wept aloud, as low at Rama's feet he bowed. Then Rama, while his tears ran fast, his arms around his brothers cast. Guha Sumatra came to meet the princes in their wild retreat. Brihaspati and Sukra bright their greeting thus rejoice to pay to the dear Lord who brings the night, and the great God who rules the day. Then wept the dwellers of the shade, whose eyes the princes meet to ride, on mighty elephants surveyed, and cast all thought of joy aside. Canto 101. Bharat questioned. Then Rama gazed, and scarcely knew Bharat so worn and changed in hue. He raised him, kissed him on the head, embraced him, and thus kindly said, Where was thy father, brother dear, that thou art come to seek me here? Unmeet, if he be living yet, thy feet within the oath to set. I pray thee, now the cause declare, why thou hast left thy kingdom there, with matted locks and deerskin dress, to roam the distant wilderness. Thus questioned by the prince at length, Kaikeyi's son regained his strength, and hand to hand in reverence laid, to Rama thus his answer made. The great-armed monarch, O my lord, has dared to do a thing abhorred, left us, and grieving for his son, a home among the gods has won. My mother, Queen Kaikeyi, gave the order to the king her slave, and at the bidding of the dame, he wrought the sin which mars his fame. Athirst for sway, her hopes are crossed, she mourns her son, her husband lost, and through her impious crime will go, for punishment to hell below. Now, O my lord, forgive me all, be gracious to thy lowly thrall, anointed king, accepted day, like Indra's self, the royal sway. Be gracious, prince, to lord and peer, and widowed queens who seek thee here, accept the kingdom thine by right, and so thy faithful friends delight. Let the broad land no longer be all widowed and forlorn of thee. Let the full moon of autumn reign, triumphant, over the night again. These lords and I before thee bend, O Rama, to our prayer attend. O do not thou disgrace deny, thy brother, pupil, slave am I. Look on this venerable ring, advices of our sire the king. From age to age, so honored thou, shouldst grant their supplication now. As weeping thus the hero prayed, his head at Rama's feet he laid. Like a mad elephant he sighed, and Rama gazed and thus replied, How, brother, can a man of worth, true to his vows of noble birth, a man like me, commit a sin, the lordship of the land to win? No slightest shade of fault I see, O tamer of thy foes, in thee. But never shouldst thou in childish thought the queen thy mother blame in art. O brother wise and sinless, know the sacred laws would have it so, that from good wife and son require obedience to their lord and sire. And we are all the kings, for thus the virtuous ever reckon us. Here, brother, be it known to thee, his wives and sons and pupils way. His is the right, if he deem fit, to bid me throne this monarch's seat, or any coat of bark expel, and deerskin in the wood to dwell. And oh remember, best of all, who acts as claims of duty call, as to a virtuous sire is due, such honor claims a mother too. So they, whose lives have ever been by duty led, the king and queen, said, Rama, seek the forest shade, and I, what could I else, obeyed. Thou must the royal power retain, and over the famed Ayodhya reign. I, dressed in bark, my days will spend, where Dandak's forest wilds extend. So Dasarath spoke, our king, his share to each apportioning. before his honoured servants' eyes. Then, heir of bliss, he sought the skies. The righteous monarch's honoured will, whom all revered, must guide thee still. And thou must still enjoy the share assigned thee by our father's care. So I, till twice 7 years are spent, will roam this wood in banishment, contented with the lot which he, my high-souled sire, has given me. The just the monarch gave and deared, to all mankind by all revered, peer of the Lord supreme, far better, richer far in gain, of every blessing than to reign over all the worlds I deem. Canto 102. Bharat's Tidings. He spoke, and Bharat thus replied: If, false to every claim beside, I never in kingly duties fail, what will my royal life avail? Still, should the custom be observed, from which our line has never swerved, which to the younger son never gives the kingdom while the elder lives, now to Ayodhya rich and fair, with me, O Raghu's son, repair, and to protect and gladden all our house, thyself as king install. A king the world's opinion deems, a man to me a god he seems, whose life in virtuous thoughts and deeds the lives of other men exceeds. When I in distant Caicua stayed, and thou hast sought the forest shade, our father died, the saints' delight, so constant in each holy rite. Scarce with thy wife and Lakshman thou hadst journeyed forth to keep the vow, when mourning for his son forspent, to heavenly rest the monarch went. Then up, O Lord of man, away, his funeral rites of water pay. I and Satrughna, ere we came, neglected not the sacred claim, but in the spirit world they say that gift alone is fresh for aye, which best beloved hands have poured, and thou his dearest art, my lord. For thee he longed, for thee he grieved, his every thought on thee was bent, and crushed by war of thee bereaved, he thought of thee as hence he went. End of Cantos 100, 101, and 102. Cantos 103 to 105 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 103. The Funeral Libation. When Rama heard from Bharat each dark sorrow of his mournful speech, and tidings of his father dead, his spirits fell, his senses fled. For the sad words his brother spoke struck on him like a thunder-stroke, fierce as the bolt which Indra throws, the victor of his Daitya foes. Raising his arms in anguish, he, as when the woodman hews a tree, with its fair flowery branches crowned, fainted and fell upon the ground. Lord of the earth, to earth he sank, helpless, as when a towering bank with sudden ruin buries deep an elephant who lay asleep. Then swift his wife and brothers flew, and water, weeping, over him threw. As slowly sense and strength he gained, fast from his eyes the tears he rained. And then in accents sad and weak, Kakutsta's son began to speak, and mourning for the monarch dead, with righteous words to Bharat said: What calls me home, when he, alas, has gone the way which all must pass? Of him, the best of kings bereft, what guardian has Ayodhya left? How may I please his spirit, how delight the high-souled monarch now, who wept for me, and went above, by me ungraced with morning love? Ah, happy brothers, you have paid due offerings to his parting shade. Even when my banishment is over, back to my home I go no more, to look upon the widowed state, reft of a king, disconsolate. Even then, O tamer of the foe, if to Ayodhya's town I go, who will direct me as of old, now other worlds our father hold? From whom, my brother, shall I hear those words which ever charmed mine ear, and filled my bosom with delight, whenever he saw me act aright. Thus Rama spoke, then nearer came, and looking on his moon-bright dame. Sita, the king is gone, he said, and Lakshman, know thy sire is dead. And with the gods on high enrolled, this mournful news has Bharat told. He spoke, the noble youths with sighs rained down the torrents from their eyes, and then the brothers of the chief, with words of comfort, soothed his grief. Now to the king our sire, who swayed the earth, be due libations paid. Soon as the monarch's fate she knew, sharp pangs of grief smote Sita through, nor could she look upon her lord with eyes from which the torrents poured. And Rama strove with tender care to soothe the weeping dame's despair, and then with piercing word distressed, the mournful Lakshman thus addressed: Brother, I pray thee bring for me the pressed fruit of the inguri, and a bark mantle fresh and new, that I may pay this offering due. First of the tree shall Sita go, next thou and I the last, for so moves the funeral pomp of war. Sumantra of the noble mind, gentle and modest, meek and kind, who, follower of each princely youth, to Rama clung with constant truth. Now with royal brother's aid, the grief of Rama soothed and stayed, and lent his arm his lord to guide, down to the river's holy side. That lovely stream the heroes found, with oaths that ever blossomed crowned, and there in bitter sorrow bent their footsteps down the fair descent. Then where the stream that swiftly flowed, a pure pellucid shallow showed, the funeral drops they duly shed, and, Father, this be thine, they said. But he, the Lord, who ruled the land, filled from the stream his hallowed hand, and turning to the southern side, stretched out his arm, and weeping cried, This sacred water, clear and pure, an offering, which shall I and dear, to thee, O Lord of Kings, I give, accept it, where the spirits live. Then, when the solemn rite was over, came Rama to the river shore, and offered, with his brother's aid, fresh tribute to his father's shade. With jujube fruit he mixed the seed of inguris from moisture freed, and placed it on a spot overspread with sacred grass, and weeping said, Enjoy, great king, the cake which we, thy children, eat and offer thee, for never do blessed gods refuse to share the food which mortals use. Then Rama turned him to retrace the path that brought him to the place, and up the mountain's pleasant side, where lovely lawns lay fair, he hied. Soon as his cottage door he gained, his brothers to his breast he strained. From them and Sita in their wars, so loud the cry of weeping rose, that like the roar of lions round the mountain rolled the echoing sound, and Bharat's army shook with fear, the weeping of the chiefs to hear. Bharat, the soldiers cried, it is plain, his brother Rama meets again. And with these cries that round us ring, they sorrow for their sire, the king. Then, leaving car and wain behind, one eager thought in every mind, swift toward the weeping every man, as each could find a passage, ran. Some did abandon their eager course, with car and elephant and horse, and youthful captains on their feet, with longing sped their lord to meet. As though the new-come prince had been an exile for long years unseen, art beaten in their frantic jail by clattering hoof and rumbling wheel, sent forth a deafening noise as loud as heaven when black with many a cloud, then with their consorts gathered near, wild elephants in sudden fear rushed to a distant wood and shed an order round them as they fled. And every sylvan thing that dwelt within those shades the terror felt, deer, lion, tiger, boar and roar, bison, wild cow and buffalo. And when the tumult wild they heard, with trembling pinions flew each bird, from tree, from thicket and from lake, swan, quail, curlew, crane and drake. With men the ground was overspread, with startled birds the sky overhead. Then on his sacrificial ground the sinless, glorious chief was found, loading with curses deep and loud, the humpback and the queen, the crowd, whose cheeks were wet, whose eyes were dim, in fond affection ran to him. While the big tears their eyes bedewed, he looked upon the multitude, and then, as sire and mother do, his arms about his loved ones threw. Some to his feet with reverence pressed, some in his arms he strained, each friend with kindly words addressed, due share of honor gained. Then, by their mighty war overcome, the weeping heroes cry, filled like the roar of many a drum, hill, cavern, earth, and sky. Canto 104. The Meeting with the Queens. Vasistha, with his soul athirst, to look again on Rama first, in line the royal widows placed, and then the way behind them traced. The ladies moving, faint and slow, saw the fair stream before them flow, and by the bank their steps were led, which the two brothers visited. Kausalya, with her faded cheek and weeping eyes, began to speak, and thus in mournful tones addressed the Queen Sumitra and the rest. See, in the wood the banks descend, which the two orphan youths frequent, whose noble spirits never fall, the wars surround them reft of all. Thy son with love that never tires draws water hence which mine requires. This day for lowly toil unfit, his pious task thy son should quit. As on the long-eyed lady straight, on holy grass, whose points were laid, directed to the southern sky, the funeral offering made her eye. When Rama's humble gift she spied, thus to the queens Kausalya cried, the gift of Rama's hand behold, his tribute to the king high-souled, offered to him as text require, Lord of Ikshaku's line, his sire. Not such I deem the funeral food of kings with godlike might endued. Can he who knew all pleasures, he who ruled the earth from sea to sea, the mighty lord of monarchs, feed on injuries extracted seed? In all the world there cannot be a war I win more sad to see than that my glorious son should make his funeral gift of such a cake. The ancient text I oft have heard, this day is true in every word. Never do the blessed gods refuse to eat the food their children use. The ladies soothed the weeping dame, to Rama's hermitage they came, and there the hero met their eyes, like a god fallen from the skies. Him joyless, reft of all, they viewed, and tears their mournful eyes bedewed. The truthful hero left his seat, and clasped the lady's lotus feet. And they with soft hands brushed away the dust that on his shoulders lay. Then Lakshman, when he saw each queen, with weeping eyes and troubled mien, near to the royal ladies drew, and paid them gentle reverence too. He, Dasarath's offspring, signed the heir of bliss by fortune kind, received from every dame no less each mark of love and tenderness. And Sita came and bent before the widows, while her eyes ran over, and pressed their feet with many a tear, they when they saw the lady dear. Pale, worn-out, dwelling in the wild, embraced her as a darling child. Daughter of a royal Janak, bride of Dasarath's son, they cried, how couldst thou, offspring of a king, endure this war and suffering in the wild forest, when I trace each sign of trouble on thy face? That lotus which the sun has dried, that lily by the tempest tried, that gold whereon the dust is spread, that moon whence all the light is fled, sorrow assails my heart, alas, as fire consumes the wood and grass. Then Rama, as she spoke distressed, the feet of Saint Vasistha pressed, touched them with reverential love, then near him took his seat, thus Indra clasps in realms above the heavenly teacher's feet. Then with each counsellor and peer, Bharat of duteous mind, with citizens and captains near, sat humbly down behind. One with his hands to him upraised, in devotee's attire, Bharat upon his brother gazed, whose glory shone like fire. As when the pure Mahendra bends to the great Lord of Life, among his noble crowd of friends this anxious thought was rife. What words to Raghu's son to-day will royal Bharat speak, whose heart has been so prompt to pay obeisance fond and meek? Then steadfast Rama, Lakshman wise, Bharat for truth renowned, shone like three fires that heavenward rise with holy priests around. Canto 105. Rama's Speech. A while they sat, its lip compressed, then Bharat thus his chief addressed. My mother here was made content, to me was given the government. This now, my lord, I yield to thee, enjoy it, from all trouble free. Like a great bridge of floods have rent, impetuous in their wild descent, all other hands but thine in vain would strive the burden to maintain. In vain the ass with steeds would vie, with Tarkasia birds that wings the sky. So, Lord of man, my power is slight to rival thine imperial might. Great joys his happy days attend, on whom the hopes of man depend. But wretched is the life he leads, who still the aid of others needs. And if the seed a man has sown, with care and kindly nurture grown, rear its huge trunk and spring in time, too bulky for a dwarf to climb, yet with perpetual blossom gay, no fruit upon the boughs display, never can that tree, thus nursed in vain, approval of the virtuous gain. The simile is meant to be applied, O mighty armed, to thee, because, our Lord and Leader, thou protectest not thy people now. O be the longing wish fulfilled of every chief of house and guild, to see again their sun-bright Lord, victorious to his realm restored. As thou returnest through the crowd, let roars of elephants be loud, and each fair woman lift her voice, and in her new-found king rejoice. The people all with longing moved, the words that Bharat spoke approved, and crowding near to Rama pressed, the hero with the same request. The steadfast Rama, when he viewed his glorious brother's mournful mood, with each ambitious heart controlled, thus the lamenting prince consoled. I cannot do the things I will, for Rama is but a mortal still. Fate with supreme resistless law, this way and that its slave will draw. All gathered heaps must waste away, all lofty law and powers decay. That is the end of life, and all, now firmly joined, apart must fall. One fear the ripened fruit must know, to fall upon the earth below. So every man who draws his breath must fear inevitable death. The pillared mansion, high, compact, must fall by time's strong hand attacked. So mortal man, the gradual prey of old and ruthless death, decay. The night that flies no more returns, Yamuna for the ocean yearns. Swift her impetuous waters flee, but roll not backward from the sea. The days and nights pass swiftly by, and steal our moments as they fly, even as the sun's unpitying rays drink up the floods in summer blaze. Then for thyself lament and live, for that of other man to grieve, for if thou go or if thou stay, thy life is shorter day by day. That travels with us, that attends our steps until our journey ends. That, when the traveller wins the goal, returns with the returning soul. The flowing hair grows wide and thin, and wrinkles mark the altered skin. The ills of age man's strength assail, ah, what can mortal power avail? Man joy to see the sun arise, they watch him set with joyful eyes, but never reflect, too blind to see how fast their own brief moments flee. With lovely change for ever new, the season's sweet return they view, nor think, with heedless hearts the while, that life's decay as seasons smile. As happily on the boundless main meet drifting larks and part again, so wives and children, friends and gold, ours for a little time we hold. Soon by resistless laws of fate, to meet no more we separate. In all this changing world not one the common lot of all can shun. Then why with useless tears deplore the dead whom tears can bring no more? As one might stand upon the way, and to a troop of travellers say, "If ye allow it, sirs, I too will travel on the road with you." So why should mortal man lament, when on that path his feet are bent, which all men living needs must tread, where sire and ancestors have led? Life flies as torrents downward fall, speeding away without recall. So virtue should our thoughts engage, for bliss is mortal's heritage. By ceaseless care and honest zeal, for servants and for people's weal, by gifts, by duty nobly done, our glorious sire the skies has won. Our Lord the King, over earth who reigned, a blissful home in heaven has gained. By wealth in ample largesse spent, and many a right magnificent, with constant joy from first to last, a long and noble life he passed. Praised by the good, no tears should dim our eyes, O brother dear, for him. His human body, worn and tried by length of days, he cast aside, and gained a godlike bliss to stray in Brahma's heavenly home for aye. For such the wise as we are, deep in Veda lore, should never weep. Those who are firm and ever wise spurn vain lament and idle sighs. Be self-possessed, thy grief restrain, go in that city dwell again. Return, O best of man, and be obedient to our sire's decree, while I with every care fulfill our holy father's righteous will, observing in the lonely wood his charge approved by all the good. Thus Rama of the lofty mind to Bharat spoke his righteous speech, by every argument designed obedience to his sire to teach. End of Cantos 103, 104, and 105. Cantos 106 to 108 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 106, Bharat's Speech. Good Bharat, by the river side, to virtuous Rama's speech replied, and thus with varied law addressed the prince, while nobles round him pressed. In all this world, whomever can we find equal, scourge of foes, to thee? No ill upon thy bosom weighs, no thoughts of joy thy spirit raise. Approved art thou of sages old, to whom thy doubts are ever told. Alike in death and life, to thee, the same to be and not to be. The man who such a soul can gain can never be crushed by war or pain. Pure as the gods, high-minded, wise, concealed from thee no secret lies. Such glorious gifts are all thine own, and birth and death to thee are known. That ill can never thy soul depress with all-subduing bitterness. O let my prayer, dear brother, win thy pardon for my mother's sin, wrought for my sake who willed it not, when absent in a distant spot. Duty alone with binding chains the vengeance due to crime restrains. Or on the sinner I should lift my hand in retribution swift. Can I, who know the right and spring from Dasaratha purest king, can I commit a heinous crime, abhorred by all through endless time? The aged king I dare not blame, who died so rich in holy fame, my honored sire, my parted lord, even as a present God adored. Yet who in law of duty skilled, so foul a crime has ever willed, and dared defy both gain and right, to gratify a woman's spite? When death draws near, so people say, the sense of creatures dies away, and he has proved the ancient Tsar by acting thus in spite of law. But O my honored lord, be kind, dismiss the trespass from thy mind. The sin the king committed, led by haste his consort's wrath and dread. For he, who veils his sire's offence with tender care and reverence, his sons approved by all shall live. Not so their fate, who never forgive. Be thou, my lord, the noble son, and the vile deed my sire has done, abhorred by all the virtuous, never resent, lest thou the guilt too share. Preserve us, for on thee we call, our sire, Kaike, me and all, thy citizens, thy kith and kin. Preserve us, and reverse the sin. To live in oaths a devotee can scarce with royal tasks agree, nor can the hermit's matted hair sweet fiddly with a ruler's care. Do not, my brother, do not steal, pursue this life that suits thee ill. Meet duties of a king we count, his consecration paramount, that he with ready heart and hand may keep his people and his land. What warrior born to royal sway from certain good would turn away a doubtful duty to pursue that mocks him with the distant view? Thou wouldst to duty cleave and gain the meed that follows toil and pain. In thy great task no labour spare, rule the forecasts with justest care. Meet all the four, the wise prefer the order of the householder. Canst thou, whose thoughts to duty cleave, the best of all the orders leave? My better thou, in law divine, my birth, my sense, must yield to thine, while thou, my lord, art here to reign. How shall my hands their rule maintain? O faithful lover of the right, take with thy friends the royal might, let thy sire's realm, from trouble free, obey her rightful king in thee. Here let the priests and lords of state our monarch duly consecrate, with prayer and holy verses blessed by Saint Basista and the rest. Anointed king by us again, seek fair Ayodhya there to reign, and like imperial Indra god, by gods of storm thy might assert. From the three depths acquaintance on, and with thy wrath the wicked burn, over all of us thy rule extend, and cheer with boons each faithful friend. Let thine enthronement, Lord, this day make all thy lovers glad and gay, and let all those who hate thee flee to the ten winds for fear of thee. Dear Lord, my mother's words of hate with thy sweet virtues expiate, and from the stain of folly clear the Father whom we both revere. Brother, to me compassion show, I pray thee, with my head bent low, and to these friends who on thee call, as the great Father pities all. But if my tears and prayers be vain, and thou in oaths wilt still remain, I will with thee my path pursue, and make my home in forests too. Thus Bharat strove to bend his will, with suppliant head, but he, Earth's Lord, inexorable still, would keep his sire's decree. The firmness of the noble chief the wondering people moved, and rapture mingling with their grief, all wept and all approved. How firm his steadfast will, they cried, who keeps his promise thus. Ah, to Ayodhya's town, they sighed, he comes not back with us. The holy priest, the swains who tilled the earth, the sons of trade, and even the mournful queens were filled with joy as Bharat prayed, and bent their heads, then weeping still, a while his prayer to aid. Canto 107. Rama's Page. Thus by his friends encompassed round, he spoke, and Rama, far renowned, to his dear brother thus replied, whom holy rites had purified. O thou, whom Queen Kaikeyi bare, the best of kings, thy words are fair. Our royal father, when of yore, he wed her, to her father swore, the best of kingdoms to confer, a noble dowry meet for her. Then grateful, on the deadly day of heavenly gods and demons' fray, a future boon on her bestowed, to whose sweet care his life he owed. She to his mind that promise brought, and then the best of kings besought to bid me to the forest flee, and give the rule, O prince, to thee. Thus bound by oath, the king, our lord, gave her those boons of free accord, and bade me, O thou chief of men, live in the woods 4 years and 10. I to this lonely wood have hied, with faithful Lakshman by my side, and Sita by no tears deterred, resolved to keep my father's word. And thou, my noble brother, too, shouldst keep our father's promise true, anointed ruler of the state, maintain his word inviolate. From his great debt, dear brother, free our lord the king for love of me. Thy mother's breast with joy inspire, and from all war preserve thy sire. It is said, near Gaya's holy town, Gaya, great saint of high renown, this text recited when he paid due rites to its ancestral shade. His son is born, his sire to free from Pot's infernal pains, hence savior of his father he the name of Putra gains. Thus numerous sons are sought by prayer, in scripture trained with graces fair, that of the number one some day may funeral rites at Gaya pay. The mighty saints, who lived of old, this holy doctrine ever hold. Then, best of men, our sire release from pains of hell, and give him peace. Now, Bharat, to Ayodhya speed, the brave Shatrugna with thee lead. Take with thee all the twice-born men, and please its lord and citizen. I now, O king, without delay, to Dandak Wood will bend my way, and Lakshman and the Maital dame will follow still, our path the same. Now, Bharat, lord of man be thou, and over Ayodhya reign. The sylvan world to me shall bow, king of the wild domain. Yea, let thy joyful steps be bent to that fair town to-day, and I, as happy and content, to Dandak Wood will stray. The white umbrella over thy brow its cooling shade shall throw. I to the shadow of the bough and leafy trees will go. Shatrugna, for wise plans renowned, shall still on thee attend, and Lakshman, ever faithful found, be my familiar friend. Let us, his sons, O brother dear, the path of right pursue, and keep the king we all revere, still to his promise true. Canto 108. Javali's Speech. Thus Rama soothed his brother's grief. Then virtuous Javali, chief of twice-born sages, thus replied, in words that virtue's law defied. Hail, Raghu's princely son, dismiss a thought so weak and vain as this. Canst thou, with lofty heart and doubt, think with the dull ignoble crowd? For what are ties of kindred? Can one profit by a brother man? Alone the babe first opes his eyes, and all alone at last he dies. The man, I win, has little sense, who looks with fullest reverence on father's or on mother's name, in others none a right may claim. Even as man may leave his house, and to a distant village roam, then from his lodging turn away, and journey on the following day. Such brief position mortals hold, in sire and mother, house and gold, and never will the good and wise the brief uncertain lodging prize. Nor, best of man, shouldst thou disown thy sire's hereditary throne, and tread the rough and stony ground, where hardship, danger, wars abound. Come, let Ayodhya rich and bright see thee enthroned with every right. Her tresses bound in single braid, she waits thy coming long delayed. O come, thou royal prince, and share the kingly joys that wait thee there, and live in bliss transcending price, as Indra lives in paradise. The parted king is not to thee, nor right in living man has he. The king is one, thou prince of man, another art, be counselled then. Thy royal sire, O chief, has sped on the long path we all must tread. The common lot of all is this, and thou in vain art robbed of bliss. For those, and only those, I weep, who to the path of duty keep. For here they suffer ceaseless war, and dying to destruction go. With pious care, each solemn day, will man their funeral offerings pay. See how the useful food they waste. He who is dead no more can taste. If one is fed, his strength renewed, whenever his brother takes his food. then offerings to the parted pay, scarce will they serve him on his way. By crafty knaves these rules were framed, and to enforce man's gifts proclaimed. Give, worship, lead a life austere, keep lustral rites, quiet pleasures here. There is no future life, be wise, and do, O Prince, as I advise. Enjoy, my lord, the present bliss, and things unseen from thought dismiss. Let this advice thy bosom move, the counsel sage which all approve. To words honest prayer incline, and take the rule so justly thine. End of Cantos 106, 107, and 108. Cantos 109 to 111 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 109. The Praises of Truth. By sage Javali does it rest, Rama of truthful hearts the best, with perfect skill and wisdom high, does to his speech made feet reply. Thy words that tempt to bliss are fair, but virtue's garb they falsely wear. For he from duty spared who strays, to wander in forbidden ways, allured by doctrine false and vain, praise from the good can never gain. Their lives the true and boaster show, pure and impure, and high and low. Elsewhere no mark to judge between, stainless and stained, and high and mean. They, to whose lot fair signs may fall, were but as they who lack them all. And those, to virtuous thoughts inclined, were but as men of evil mind. If in the sacred name of right I do this wrong in duty's spite, the path of virtue meanly quit, and this polluting sin commit, what man who marks the bounds between virtue and vice with insight keen, would rank me high in after time, stained with this soul-destroying crime? Why there could I, the sinner, turn, how hope a seat in heaven to earn? If I my plighted promise break, and thus the righteous path forsake, this world of ours is ever led to walk the ways which others tread, and as their princes they behold, the subjects too their lives will mould. That truth and mercy still must be beloved of kings is heaven's decree. Upheld by truth the monarch reigns, and truth the very world sustains. Truth evermore has been the love of holy saints and gods above, and he whose lips are truthful here wins after death the highest spare. As from a serpent's deadly tooth we shrink from him who scorns the truth. For holy truth is root and spring of justice and each holy thing, a might that every power transcends, linked to high bliss that never ends. Truth is all virtue's surest base, supreme in word and first in place. Oblations, gifts man offer here, vows, sacrifice, and rites austere, and holy writ on truth depend, so man must still that truth defend. Truth, only truth protects the land, by truth unharmed our houses stand. Neglect of truth makes man distressed, and truth in highest heaven is blessed. Then how can I, rebellious, break commandments which my father spake? I ever true and faithful found, and by my word of honor bound. My father's bridge of truth shall stand, unharmed by my destructive hand. Not folly, ignorance, or greed my darkened soul shall thus mislead. Have we not heard that God and shade turn from the hated offerings paid by him whose false and fickle mind no pledge can hold, no promise bind? Truth is all duty, as the soul, it quickens and supports the whole. The good respect this duty hence, its sacred claims I reverence. The warrior's duty I despise, that seeks the wrong in virtue's guise. Those claims I shrink from, which the base, cruel and covetous embrace. The heart conceives the guilty thought, then by the hand the sin is wrought, and with the pair is leagued the third, the tongue that speaks the lying word. Fortune and land and name and fame, to man's best care, have right and claim. The good will aye to truth adhere, and its high laws must man revere. Base were the deed thy lips would teach, approved as best by subtle speech. Shall I my plighted promise break, that I these woods my home would make? Shall I, as were its words advise, my father's solemn charge despise? Firm stands the oath, which then before my father's face I soothly swore, which Queen Kaike's anxious ear rejoiced with highest joy to hear. Still in the oath will I remain, with food prescribed my life sustain, and pleased with fruit and roots and flowers, ancestral shades and heavenly powers. Here every sense contented, still, heeding the bounds of good and ill, my settled course will I pursue, firm in my faith and ever true. Here in this wild and far retreat will I my noble task complete, and fire and wind and moon shall be partakers of its fruit with me. 100 offerings duly wrought, his rank over gods of Indra brought, and mighty saints their heaven secured, by torturing years on earth endured. That scoffing plea the hero spurned, and thus he spake once more, chiding the while his bosom turned Javali's impious law. Justice and courage never dismayed, pity for all distressed, truth, loving honor duly paid, to Brahman, god and guest. In these, the truth and virtuous, say, should lives of man be passed. They form the right and happy way, that leads to heaven at last. My father's thoughtless act I chide, that gave thee honored place, whose soul, from virtue turned aside, is faithless, dark and base. We rank the Buddhist with the thief, and all the impious crew, who share his sinful disbelief, and hate the right and true. Hence never should wise kings who seek to rule their people well, admit before their face to speak the cursed infidel. But twice born man, in days gone by, of other sort than thou, have wrought good deeds, whose glories high are fresh among us now. This world they conquered, nor in vain they strove to win the skies. The twice born hands pure lives maintain, and fires of worship rise. Those who in virtue's path delight, and with the virtuous live, whose flames of holy zeal are bright, whose hands are swift to give. Who injure none, and good and mild, in every grace excel, whose lives by sin are undefiled, we love and honor well. Thus Rama spoke in righteous rage, Javali's speech to chide, when thus again the virtuous sage in truthful words replied. The atheist's law I use no more, not mine his impious creed. His words and doctrine I abhor, assumed at time of need. Even as I rose to speak with thee, the fit occasion came, that bade me use the atheist's plea, to turn thee from thine aim. The atheist creed I disavow, unsay the words of sin, and use the faithful's language now, thy favor, Prince, to win. Canto 110. The Sons of Ikshaku. Then spake Vasistha, who perceived that Rama's soul was wrought and grieved. Well knows the sage Zavali all the changes that the world befall, and but to lead thee to revoke thy purpose were the words he spoke. Lord of the world, now hear from me how first this world began to be. First water was, and naught beside, Tree-art was formed that stretches wide. Then with the gods from out the same, the self-existent Brahma came. Then Brahma, in a boar's disguise, bade from the deep this art arise. Then with his sons of tranquil soul, he made the world and framed the whole. From subtlest ether Brahma rose, no end, no laws, no chains he knows. His son had he, Marichi styled, and Kashyap was Marichi's child. From him Vivasat sprang, from him Manu, whose fame shall never be dim. Manu, who life to mortals gave, begot Ikshaku good and brave. First of Ayodhya's kings was he, pride of our famous dynasty. From him the glorious Kukshi sprang, whose fame through all the regions rang. Rival of Kukshi's ancient fame, his Aya, the great Bikukshi came. His son was Vana, lord of might, his Anaranya, strong in fight. No famine marred his blissful reign, no drought destroyed the kindly grain. Amid the sons of virtue chief, his happy realm never held a thief. His son was Prithu, glorious name. From him the wise Trishanku came. Embodied to the skies he went, for love of truth preeminent. He left a son renowned afar, known by the name of Thunduma. His son succeeding bore the name of Vivanasha, dear to fame. He passed away, him followed Dan, his son Mandhata, king of man. His son was blessed in high emprise, Susanti, fortunate and wise. Two noble sons had he, to wit, Dhruvasanti and Prasanajit. Bharat was Dhruvasanti's son, his glorious arm the conquest won. Against his son King Asit rose, in fierce array his royal foes. Hyhyas, Talajanga styled, and Sasivindus fierce and wild. Long time he strove, but forced to yield, fled from the kingdom and the field. The wives he left had both conceived, so is the ancient tale believed. One of our rival's hopes afraid, fell poisoned in the viands laid. It chanced that Chauvan, Bhrigu's child, had wandered to the pathless wild, where proud Himalaya's lovely height detained him with a strange delight. Then came the other widowed queen, with lotus eyes and beauteous mien, longing a noble son to bear, and wooed the saint with earnest prayer. When thus Kalindi, fairest dame, with reverent supplication came, to her the holy sage replied, O royal lady, from thy side a glorious son shall spring ere long, righteous and true and brave and strong. He is scourge of foes and lofty souled, his ancient race shall still uphold. Then round the sage the lady went, and bade farewell most reverent. Back to her home she turned once more, and there her promised son she bore. Because her rival mixed a bane, to render her conception vain, and her unripened fruit destroy, Sagar she called her rescued boy. He, when he paid that solemn rite, filled the living creature with affright. Obedient to his high decree, his countless sons dug out the sea. Prince Asamanch was Sagar's child, but him with cruel sin defiled, and loaded with the people's hate, his father banished from the state. To Asamanch his consort bare, bright Ansuman his valiant heir. Ansuman's son, Dilipa famed, begat a son Bhagirath named. From him renowned Kakutstha came, thou bearest still the lineal name. Kakutstha's son was Raghu, thou art styled the son of Raghu now. From him came Purushadak bold, fierce hero of gigantic mould. Kalamasapada's name he bore, because his feet were spotted over. Sankan his son, to manhood grown, died sadly with his host overthrown. But ere he perished sprang from him Sudarsan, fair in face and limb. From beautiful Sudarsan came Prince Agnivarna, bright as flame. His son was Sigraha, for speed unmatched, and Maru was his seed. Prasusruka was Maru's child, his son was Ambarisha styled. Nahus was Ambarisha's heir, with hand to strike and heart to dare. His son was good Nabag from youth, renowned for piety and truth. From great Nabag sprang children too, Aja and Subrat, pure and true. From Aja Dasarat came, whose virtuous life was free from blame. His eldest son art thou, his throne, O famous Rama, is thine own. Accept the sway so justly thine, and view the world with eyes benign. Forever in Ikshaku's race, the eldest takes his father's place, and while he lives, no son beside, as Lord and King is sanctified. The rule by Raghu's children kept, thou must not spurn today, this realm of peerless wealth accept, and like thy father sway. Canto 111. Counsel to Bharat. Thus said Vasistha, and again to Rama spake in duteous strain. All men the light of life who see, with high respect should look on tree. High honour never must be denied to father, mother, holy guide. First to their sires their birth they owe, now with maternal love they grow. Their holy guides fair knowledge teach, so man should love and honour each. Thy sire and thou have learned of me, the sacred guide of him and thee. And if my word thou wilt obey, thou still wilt keep the virtuous way. See, with the chiefs of every guild, and all thy friends this place is filled. All these, as duty bids, protect, so still the righteous path respect. Oh, for thine aged mother feel, nor spurn the virtuous dame's appeal. Obey, O prince, thy mother dear, and still to virtue's path adhere. Yield thou to Bharat's fond request, with earnest supplication pressed, so wilt thou to thyself be true, and faith and duty still pursue. Thus by his saintly guide addressed, with pleas in sweetest tones expressed, the Lord of Man in turn replied, to wise Vasistha by his side. The fondest son's observance never repays the sire and mother's care. The constant love that food provides, and dress and every need besides. Their pleasant words still soft and mild, their nurture of the helpless child. The words which Dasarat spake, my king and sire, I never will break. Then Bharat of the ample chest, the wise Sumantra thus addressed, bring sacred grass, O charioteer, and strew it on the level here, for I will sit and watch his face, until I win my brother's grace. Like a robbed Brahmin will I lie, nor taste of food, nor turn my eye, in front of Rama's leafy cot, until he yield, will leave him not. When Bharat saw Sumantra's eye, looked up to Rama for reply. The prince himself in eager haste, the sacred grass in order placed. Him great and mighty Rama, best of royal saints, in turn addressed. What, Bharat, have I done, that thou beseechest me, a suppliant now? Thus stretched, to force redress for wrongs, to man a Brahman birth belongs. Not those upon whose kingly head the consecrating drops are shed. Up, Lord of Man, arise and quit this fearful vow for thee unfit. Go, brother, seek Ayodhya's town, fair city of supreme renown. But Bharat, as his seat he took, cast all around an eager look. O people, join your prayers with mine, and so his stubborn heart incline. And all the people answered thus, full well is Rama known to us. Right is the word he speaks, and he is faithful to his sire's decree. Nor can we rashly venture now to turn him from his purposed vow. Then Rama spoke, O Bharat, heed thy virtuous friends, and mark their rede. Mark well what I and these advise, and duty view with clearer eyes. Thy hand on mine, O hero, place, touch water, and thy sin efface. Then Bharat rose, his hand he dipped, and purifying water seeped. Each citizen, he cried, give ear, attend, each counsellor and peer. My mother planned, by me untaught, to win the sway I never sought. Never Raghu's son could I despise, in duty's law supremely wise. Now if obedience to our sire this dwelling in the woods require, I, till the destined years be spent, will dwell alone in banishment. The virtuous Rama wonders steered the faithful speech of Bharat heard, and thus the hero's feelings found due utterance as he gazed around. Still to my father's word I hold, whatever he bought or pledged or sold. Never shall his living promise be annulled by Bharat or by me. Not thus my task will I evade, my exile on another laid. Most wise was Queen Kaikeyi's rede, and just and good my father's deed. Dear Bharat's patient soul I know, how reverence due he loves to show. In him, high-souled and faithful found, must each auspicious grace abound. When from the woods I turn again, I with his aid shall nobly reign. With one so good of peerless worth, a glorious lord of happy earth. Her boon Kaikeyi sought and won, I, as my father swore, have done. And oh, do thou, my brother dear, the monarch's name from falsehood clear. End of Cantos 109, 110 and 111. Cantos 112 to 114 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 112. The Sandals. High wonder, mingled with delight, took the great sages at the sight, thrilling their breasts who came to view the meeting of the peerless two. The saints and sages, holy train, departed to their home again, and high each holy voice was raised, and thus the glorious brothers praised. High fate is his, the sire of two most virtuous souls, so brave and true. With wonder and with joy intense, our ears have heard their conference. Then the great sages, longing all to see the ten-necked tyrant fall, to Bharat, bravest of the brave, their salutary counsel gave. O thou of lofty lineage born, whom wisdom, conduct, fame adorn, thou for thy honoured father's sake shouldst Rama's righteous counsel take. All debts to Queen Kaikeyi paid, thy sire his home in heaven has made. So virtuous Rama we would see, from filial obligation free. Thus gave each royal sage advice, high saint and bard of paradise. Then quickly vanishing from the view, each to his proper home withdrew. Then Rama's face his rapture showed, and his full heart with joy overflowed, while, as the sages parted thence, he paid his humble reverence. Then Bharat shook in every limb, as suppliant does, he spake to him. The duty of a king respect, held by our race in high respect. And oh, thy gracious ear incline, to heed my mother's prayer and mine. The mighty realm to rule and guard, for me alone is task too hard. No power have I the love to gain, of noble citizen and swain. All those who know thee, warrior friend, on thee their eager glances bend. As laboring hinds, who till the plain, look fondly for the Lord of rain. O wisest prince, thy realm secure, and make its firm foundation sure. Kakutsta's son, thy mighty arm can keep the nation free from harm. He spoke, and fell in sorrow drowned, at Rama's feet upon the ground. And there the hero soothed and sighed, and "Hear me, Raghu's son," he cried. Then Rama raised him up and pressed his brother to his loving breast, and sweetly, as a wild swan cried, to Bharat dark and lotus-eyed. So just and true thy generous soul, thy hand may well this art control, but many a sage his aid will lend, with counsellor and peer and friend. With these advice their counsel ask, and so perform thy arduous task. The moon his beauty may forego, the cold forsake the hills of snow, and ocean over his banks may sweep, but I my father's word will keep. Now, whether love of thee or greed, thy mother led to plan the deed, forth from thy breast the memory throw, and filial love and reverence show. Thus spake Kaushalya's son, again, Bharat replied in humble strain, to him who matched the sun in might, and lovely as the young moon's light. Put, noble brother, I entreat, these sandals on thy blessed feet. These, Lord of man, with gold bedecked, the realm and people will protect. Then Rama, as his brother prayed, beneath his feet the sandals laid, and these with fond affection gave to Bharat's hand, the good and brave. Then Bharat bowed his reverent head, and thus again to Rama said, Through 14 seasons will I wear the hermit's dress and matted hair, with fruit and roots my life sustain, and still beyond the realm remain, longing for thee to come again. The rule and all affairs of state I to these shoes will delegate. And if, O tamer of thy foes, when 14 years have reached their close, I see thee not that day return, the kindled fire my frame shall burn. Then Rama to his bosom drew dear Bharat and Shatrugna too. Be never wroth, he cried, with her, Kaikeyi's guardian minister. This glory of Ikshaku's line is Sita's honest prayer and mine. He spoke, and as the big tears fell, to his dear brother bade farewell. Round Rama, Bharat, strong and bold, in humble reverence paced, when the bright sandals wrought with gold above his brows were placed. The royal elephant who led the glorious pomp he found, and on the monster's mighty head those sandals duly bound. Then noble Rama, born to swell the glories of his race, to all in order bade farewell, with love and tender grace. To brothers, counsellors, and peers, still firm in duty proved, firm as the Lord of snow uprears his mountains unremoved. No queen, for choking sobs and sighs, could say her last adieu. Then Rama bowed with flooded eyes, and to his cart withdrew. Canto 113. Bharat's Return. Bearing the sandals on his head, away triumphant Bharat sped, and clomb Shatrugna by his side, the car wherein he wont to ride. Before the mighty army went the lords for counsel eminent, Vasistha, Vamadev next, Javali pure with prayer and text. Then from that lovely river they turned eastward on their homeward way. With reverent steps from left to right they circled Chitrakota's height, and viewed his peaks on every side, with stains of 1,000 metals dyed. Then Bharat saw, not far away, where Bharadwaja's dwelling lay, and when the chieftain bold and sage had reached that holy hermitage, down from the car he sprang to greet the saint, and bowed before his feet. High rapture filled the hermit's breast, who thus the royal prince addressed. Say, Bharat, is thy duty done? Hast thou with Rama met, my son? The chief, whose soul to virtue clave, this answer to the hermit gave. I prayed him with our holy guide, but Raghu's son our prayer denied, and long besought by both of us, he answered Saint Vasistha thus, True to my vow I still will be, observant of my sire's decree, till 14 years complete their course, that promise shall remain in force. The saint in highest wisdom taught these solemn words with wisdom fraught, to him in law of language learned, most eloquent himself returned. Obey my rede, let Bharat hold this pair of sandals decked with gold. They in Ayodhya shall ensure our welfare and our bliss secure. When Rama heard the royal priest, he rose, and looking to the east, consigned the sandals to my hand, that they for him might guard the land. Then from the high-souled chief's abode I turned upon my homeward road, dismissed by him, and now despair of sandals to Ayodhya bear. To him the hermit thus replied, by Bharat's tidings gratified: No marvel thoughts so just and true, thou best of all who right pursue, should dwell in thee, O Prince of Man, as waters gather in the glen. He is not dead, we mourn in vain, thy blessed father lives again, whose noble son we thus behold, like virtue's self in human mould. He ceased, before him Bharat fell, to clasp his feet and said farewell. His reverent steps around him bent, and onward to Ayodhya went. His host of followers stretching far, with many an elephant and car, wagon and steed and mighty train, traversed their homeward way again. Over holy Yamuna they sped, fair stream with waves engarlanded. And then once more the river's queen, the blessed Ganga's self was seen, then making over that flood his way, where crocodiles and monsters lay. The king to Sringaveda drew his host and royal retinue. His onward way he thence pursued, and soon renowned Ayodhya viewed. Then bound by war and sad of cheer, Bharat addressed the charioteer. Ah, see, Ayodhya dark and sad, her glory gone, once bright and glad, of joy and beauty reft, forlorn, in silent grief she seems to mourn. Canto 114. Bharat's Departure. Deep, pleasant was the chariot sound, as royal Bharat, far renowned, whirled by his mettled coursers fast, within Ayodhya city passed. There, dark and drear, was every home, where cats and owls had space to roam, as when the shades of midnight fall, with blackest gloom, and cover all. As Rohini, dear spouse of him whom Rahu hates, grows faint and dim, when, as she shines on high alone, the demon shade is over her throne. As burnt by summer's heat aerial, scarce trickling from her parent hill, with dying fish in pools half dried, and fainting birds upon her side, as sacrificial flames arise, when holy oil their food supplies, but when no more the fire is fed, sick lustreless and cold and dead. Like some brave host that filled the plain, with harness rent and captain slain, when warrior elephants and steed, mingled in wild confusion bleed, as when, all spent her stalwart, rocks from her base the loosened out, like a sad fallen star no more wearing the lovely light it wore. So mournful in her lost estate was that sad town disconsolate. Then Carbon Bharat, good and brave, thus spake to him the steeds who drave: Why are Ayodhya streets so mute? Where is the voice of lyre and lute? Why sounds not as of old to-day the music of the minstrel's lay? Where are the reeds they used to twine? Where are the blossoms and the wine? Where is the cool refreshing scent of sandal dust with aloe blent? The elephant's impatient roar, the din of cars I hear no more. No more the horse's pleasant neigh rings out to meet me on my way. Ayodhya's youths, since Rama's flight, have lost their relish for the light. Her men roam forth no more, nor care bright garlands round their necks to wear. All grieve for banished Rama, feast and revelry and song have ceased. Like a black night when floods pour down, so dark and gloomy is the town. When will he come to make them gay, like some auspicious holiday? When will my brother, like a cloud, at summer's close, make glad the crowd? Then through the streets the hero rode, and passed within his sire's abode, like some deserted lion's den, forsaken by the Lord of Man. Then to the inner bowers he came, once happy home of many a dame, now gloomy, sad, and drear. Dark as of old that sunless day, when wept the gods in wild dismay, there poured he many a tear. End of Cantos 112, 113, and 114. Cantos 115 to 117 of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 115, Nandigram. Then, when the pious chief had seen, lodged in a home, its widowed queen, still with his burning grief oppressed, his holy guides he thus addressed. I go to Nandigram, adieu. This day, my lords, to all of you. I go, my load of grief to bear, reft of the son of Raghu dear. The king my sire, alas, is dead, and Rama to the forest fled. There will I wait till he, restored, shall rule the realm, its rightful lord. They heard the high-souled monarch's speech, and thus with ready answer each of those great lords their chief addressed, with Saint Vasistha and the rest. Good are the words which thou hast said, by brotherly affection led, like thine own self, a faithful friend, true to thy brother to the end. A heart like thine must all approve, which not from virtue's path can move. Soon as the words he loved to hear fell upon the Bharat's joyful ear, thus to the charioteer he spoke, My car with speed, Sumantra, yoke. Then Bharat, with delighted mien, obeisance paid to every queen, and with Satrughna by his side, mounting the car, away he hied. With lords and priests in long array, the brothers hastened on their way, and a great pomp the Brahmans led, with Saint Vasistha at their head. Then every face was eastward bent, as on to Nandigram they went. Behind the army followed all, unsummoned by their leader's call, and steeds and elephants and men streamed forth with every citizen. As Bharat in his chariot rode, his heart with love fraternal glowed, and with the sandals on his head, to Nandigram he quickly sped. Within the town he swiftly pressed, alighted, and his guides addressed. To me in trust my brother's hand consigned the lordship of the land, when he these gold-wrought sandals gave, as emblems to protect and save. Then Bharat bowed, and from his head the sacred pledge deposited, and thus to all the people cried, who ringed him round on every side, Haste, for these sandals quickly bring the canopy that shades the king. Pay ye to them all reverence meet, as to my elder brother's feet. For they will right and law maintain, until King Rama come again. My brother, with a loving mind, these sandals to my jaws consigned. I, till he come, will guard with care the sacred trust for Raghu's heir. My watchful task will soon be done, the pledge restored to Raghu's son. Then shall I see, his wanderings over, these sandals on his feet once more. My brother, I shall meet at last, the burden from my shoulders cast, to Rama's hand the realm restore, and serve my elder as before. When Rama takes again this pair of sandals kept with pious care, and here his glorious reign begins, I shall be cleansed from all my sins. When the glad people's voices ring with welcome to the new-made king, joy will be mine fourfold as great, as if supreme I ruled the state. Thus humbly spoke in sad lament the chief in fame preeminent. Thus by his reverent lords obeyed, at Nandigram the kingdom swayed. With hermit's dress and matted hair, he dwelt with all his army there. The sandals of his brother's feet installed upon the royal seat, he all his powers to them referred, affairs of the state administered. In every care, in every task, one golden store was brought, he first, as though they read to ask, those royal sandals sought. Canto 116. The Hermit's Speech. When Bharat took his homeward road, still Rama in the wood abode, but soon he marked the fear and care that darkened all the hermits there. For all who dwelt before the hill were sad with dread of coming ill. Each holy brow was lined by thought, and Rama's side they often sought. With gathering frowns the prince they eyed, and then withdrew and talked aside. Then Raghu's son, with anxious breast, the leader of the saints addressed. Cannot that I have done displease, O reverend sage, the devotees? Why are their loving looks, O say, thus sadly changed or turned away? Has Lakshman, through his want of heed, offended with unseemly deed? Or is the gentle Sita, she, who loved to honor you and me, is she the cause of this offense, failing in lowly reverence? One sage, over whom, exceeding old, had many a year of penance rolled, trembling in every aged limb, thus for the rest replied to him: How could we, O beloved, blame thy lofty souled Vidyahan dame, who in the good of all delights, and more than all of anchorites? But yet through thee a numbing dread of fiends among our band has spread, obstructed by the demon's art, the trembling hermits talk apart. For Ravan's brother, overbold, named Khara, of gigantic mould, vexes with fury fierce and fell all those in Janastan who dwell. Resistless in his cruel deeds, on flesh of man the monster feeds, sinful and arrogant is he, and looks with special hate on thee. Since thou, beloved son, hast made thy home within this holy shade, the fiends have vexed with wilder rays the dwellers of the hermitage. In many a wild and dreadful form around the trembling saints they swarm. With hideous shape and foul disguise they terrify our holy eyes. They make our loathing souls endure insult and scorn and sights impure, and flocking round the altar stay their holy rites we love to pay. In every spot throughout the grove with evil thoughts the monsters rove, assailing with their secret might each unsuspecting anchorite. Ladle and dish away they fling our fires with floods extinguishing, and when the sacred flame should burn, they trample on each water urn. Now when they see their sacred wood plagued by this impious brotherhood, the troubled saints away would roam, and seek in other shades a home. Hence will we fly, O Rama, ere the cruel fiends our bodies tear. Not far away a forest lies, rich in the roots and fruit we prize. To this will I and all repair, and join the holy hermits there. Be wise, and with us thither flee, before this Khara injure thee. Mighty art thou, O Rama, yet its day with peril is beset, if with thy consort by thy side thou in this wood wilt still abide. He ceased. The words the hero spake, the hermit's purpose failed to break. To Raghu's son farewell he said, and blessed the chief and comforted. Then with the rest the holy sage departed from the hermitage. So from the wood the saints withdrew, and Rama, bidding all adieu, in lowly reverence bent, instructed by their friendly speech, blessed with the gracious love of each, to his pure home he went. Nor would the son of Raghu stray a moment from the grove away, from which the saints had fled, and many a hermit thither came, attracted by his saintly fame, and the pure life he led. Canto 117. Anasuya. But dwelling in that lonely spot, left by the hermits, pleased him not. I met the faithful Bharat here, the townsman and my mother dear. The painful memory lingers yet, and stings me with a vain regret. And here is the host of Bharat camped, and many a courser here has stamped, and elephants with ponderous feet have trampled through the calm retreat. So forth to seek a home he hied, his spouse and Laxman by his side. He came to Atri's pure retreat, paid reverence to his holy feet, and from the saint such welcome won, as a fond father gives his son. The noble prince with joy unfeigned, as a dear guest he entertained, and cheered the glorious Lakshman too, and Sita with observance due. Then Anasuya, at the call of him who sought the good of all, his blameless venerable spouse, delighting in her holy vows, came from her chamber to his side. To her the virtuous hermit cried, "Receive, I pray, with friendly grace, this dame of my tell monarch's race." To Rama next he made known his wife, the devotee of saintliest life. 10,000 years this votaress bent on sternest rites of penance spent. She, when the clouds withheld their rain, and drought 10 years consumed the plain, caused grateful roots and fruit to grow, and ordered Ganga here to flow. So from their cares the saints she freed, nor let these checks their rites impede. She wrought in heaven's behalf, and made 10 nights of one, the gods to aid. Let holy Anusuya be an honored mother, prince, to thee. Let thy Videhan spouse draw near to her whom all that live revere, stricken in years, whose loving mind is slow to wrath and ever kind. He ceased, and Rama gave assent, and said, with eyes on Sita bent, "O princess, thou hast heard with me this counsel of the devotee. Now that her touch thy soul may bless, approach the saintly votaress. Come to the venerable dame, far known by Anasuya's name. The mighty things that she has done, high glory in the world have won." Thus spake the son of Raghu. She approached the saintly devotee, who with her white locks, old and frail, shook like a plantain in the gale. To their true spouse she bowed her head, and "Lady, I am Sita," said, raised suppliant hands, and prayed her tell that all was prosperous and well. The aged matron, when she saw fair Sita true to duty's law, addressed her thus, "High fate is thine, whose thoughts to virtue still incline. Thou, lady of the noble mind, hast kin and state and wealth resigned, to follow Rama, forced to tread where solitary youths are spread. Those women gain high spheres above, who still unchanged their husband's love, whether they dwell in town or wood, whether their hearts be ill or good. Though wicked, poor, or led away in love's forbidden paths to stray, the noble matron still will deem her lord a deity supreme. Regarding kin and friendship, I can see no better, holier tie, and every penance rite is dim beside the joy of serving him. But dark is this to her whose mind promptings of idle fancy blind, who led by evil thoughts away makes him who should command obey. Such women, O dear my tell dame, their virtue lose and honest fame, enslaved by sin and folly, led in these holy paths to tread. But they who good and true like thee, the present and the future see, like man by holy deeds will rise to mansions in the blissful skies. So keep thee pure from taint of sin, still to thy Lord be true, and fame and merit shalt thou win, to thy devotion due. End of Cantos 115, 116, and 117. Cantos 118 to 119 are Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki, translated by Ralph D. H. Griffith. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Om123. Canto 118. Anasuya's Gifts. Thus by the holy dame addressed, who banished envy from her breast, her lowly reverence Sita paid, and softly does her answer made. No marvel, best of dames, thy speech the duties of a wife should teach. Yet I, O lady, also know due reverence to my lord to show. Were he the meanest of the base, unhonoured with a single grace, my husband still I never would leave, but firm through all to him would cleave. Still rather to a lord like mine, whose virtues high exalted shine, compassionate of lofty soul, with every sense in due control, true in his love of righteous mind, like a dear sire and mother kind. Even as he ever loves to treat Kausalya with observance meet, has his behaviour ever been to every other honoured queen. Nay, more a son-like reverence shows the noble Rama even to those on whom the king his father set his eyes one moment to forget. Deep in my heart the words are stowed, said by the mother of my lord, when from my home I turned away, in the lone fearful woods to stray. The counsel of my mother deep, impressed upon my soul I keep, when by the fire I took my stand, and Rama clasped in his my hand, and in my bosom cherished yet, my friend's advice I never forget. Woman her holiest offering pays, when she her husband's will obeys. Good Savitri her lord obeyed, and highest saint in heaven was made, and for the self-same virtue thou hast heaven in thy possession now. And she with whom no dame could vie, now a bright goddess in the sky, sweet Rohini, the moon's dear queen, without her lord is never seen, and many a faithful wife beside, for her pure love is glorified. Thus Sita spake, soft rapture stole through Anasuya's saintly soul, kisses on Sita's head she pressed, and thus the Maital dame at rest. I by long rites and toils endured, rich store of merit have secured. From this my wealth will I bestow, a blessing ere I let thee go. So right and wise and true each word that from thy lips mine ears have heard. I love thee, be my pleasing task to grant the boon that thou shalt ask. Then Sita marvelled much, and while played over her lips a gentle smile. All has been done, O saint, she cried, and naught remains to wish beside. She spake, the lady's meek reply swelled Anusuya's rapture high. Sita, she said, my gift to-day thy sweet contentment shall repay. Accept this precious robe to wear, of heavenly fabric rich and rare. These gems thy limbs to ornament, this precious balsam sweet of scent. O my dame, this gift of mine shall make thy limbs with beauty shine, and breathing over thy frame dispense its pure and lasting influence. This balsam on thy fair limbs spread, new radiance on thy lord shall shed, as Lakshmi's beauty lends a grace to Vishnu's own celestial face. Then Sita took the gift the dame bestowed on her in friendship's name, the balsam, gems, and robe divine, the garlands wreathed of bloomy twine, then sat her down with reverence meet at saintly Anusuya's feet. The matron rich in rites and vows turned her to Rama's Maital spouse, and questioned us in turn to hear a pleasant tale to charm her ear. Sita, it is said that Raghu's son thy hand mid gathered sweetest won. I fain would hear thee, lady, tell the story as it all befell. Do thou repeat each thing that passed, reviewing all from first to last. Thus spake the dame to Sita, she, replying to the devotee, then, lady, thy attention lend, rehearse the story to the end. King Janak, just and brave and strong, who loves the right and hates the wrong, well skilled in what the law ordains, for warriors over with their reigns. Guiding one on the plough, his hand marked out for rights the sacred land, when as the ploughshare cleft the earth, child of the king I leapt to birth. Then as the ground he smoothed and cleared, he saw me all with dust besmeared. And on the new-found babe, amazed, the ruler of Videha gazed. In childless love the monarch pressed the welcome infant to his breast. My daughter, thus he cried, is she, and as his child he cared for me. Forth from the sky was heard overhead, as it were a human voice that said, Yea, even so, great king, this child, henceforth thine own, be justly styled. Videha's monarch, virtuous-souled, rejoiced over me with joy untold, delighting in his new-won prize, the darling of his heart and eyes. To his chief queen of saintly mind, the precious treasure he consigned, and by her side she saw me grow, nursed to the love which mothers know. Then as he saw the seasons fly, and knew my marriage time was nigh, my sire was vexed with care, as sad as one who mourns the wealth he had. Scorn on the monarch's sire must wait, from man of high and low estate, the virgin's father all despise, though Indra's peer who ruled the skies. More near he saw, and still more near, the scorn that filled his soul with fear, on troubles below ocean tossed, like one whose shattered bark is lost. My father, knowing how I came, no daughter of a mortal dame, in all the regions failed to see a bridegroom meet to match with me. Each way with anxious heart he scanned, and thus at length the monarch planned. The bride's election will I hold, with every rite prescribed of old. It pleased King Barun to bestow quiver and shafts and heavenly bow upon my father's sire who reigned, when Daksha his great rite ordained. Where was the man might bend or lift, with utmost toil, that wondrous gift? Not even in dreams could mortal king strain the great bow, or draw the string. Of this tremendous bow possessed, my truthful father thus addressed the lords of many a region all, assembled at the monarch's call. Whoever this bow can manage, he, the husband of my child, shall be. The sweetest viewed with hopeless eyes that wondrous bow of mountain size. Then to my sire they bade adieu, and all with humbled hearts withdrew. At length with Vishwamitra came, this son of Raghu, dear to fame, the royal sacrifice to view. Near to my father's home he drew, his brother Lakshman by his side, Rama in deeds heroic tried. My sire with honor entertained, the saint in law of duty trained, who does in turn address the king. Rama and Lakshman here who spring from royal Dasarath long, to see thy bow so passing strong. Before the prince's eyes was laid that marvel as the Brahman prayed. One moment on the bow he gazed, quick to the notch the string he raised. Then in the wondering people's view, the cord with mighty force he drew. Then with an awful crash as loud as thunderbolts that cleave the cloud, the bow beneath the matchless strain of arms heroic snapped in twain. Thus giving purest water he, my sire, to Rama offered me. The prince the offered gift declined, till he should learn his father's mind. So horsemen swift Ayodhya sought, and back her aged monarch brought. Me then my sire to Rama gave, self-ruled, the bravest of the brave. And Urmila, the next to me, graced with all gifts most fair to see, my sire at Raghu's house allied, and gave her to be Lakshman's bride. Thus from the princes of the land Lord Rama won my maiden hand, and him exalted high above heroic chiefs I truly love. Canto 120. The Forest. When Anasuya, virtuous-souled, had heard the tale by Sita told, she kissed the lady's brow and laced her loving arms around her waist. With sweet-toned words, distinct and clear, thy pleasant tale has charmed mine ear, how the great king thy father held that maiden's joys unparalleled. But now the sun has sunk from sight, and left the world to holy night. Hark, how the leafy thickets sound, with gathering birds that twitter round. They sought their food by day, and all flock homeward when the shadows fall. See, here comes the hermit band, each with his pitcher in his hand. Fresh from the bat, their locks are wet, their coats of bark are dripping yet. Here saints their fires of worship tend, and curling wreaths of smoke ascend. Borne on the flames they mount above, dark as the brown wings of the dove. The distant trees, though well nigh bare, gloom thickened by the evening air, and in the faint uncertain light shut the horizon from our sight. The beasts that prowl in darkness rove on every side about the grove, and the tame deer at ease reclined their shelter near the altars find. The night over all the sky is spread with lunar stars and garlanded, and risen in his robes of light the moon is beautifully bright. Now to thy Lord I bid thee go, thy pleasant tale has charmed me so. One thing alone I needs must pray, before me first thyself array. Here in thy heavenly raiment shine, and glad, dear love, these eyes of mine. Then like a heavenly goddess shone fair Sita with that raiment on. She bowed her to the matron's feet, then turned away her lord to meet. The hero prince with joy surveyed his Sita in her robes arrayed. As glorious to his arms she came, with love gifts of the saintly dame. She told him how the saint to show her fond affection would bestow that garland of celestial twine, those ornaments and robes divine. Then Rama's heart, nor Lakshman's less, was filled with pride and happiness, for honours high had Sita gained, which mortal dames have scarce obtained. There, honoured by each pious sage, who dwelt within the hermitage, beside his darling well content, that sacred night the hero spent. The princess, when the night had fled, farewell to all the hermits said, who gazed upon the distant shade, their lustral rites and offerings paid. The saints, who made their dwelling there, in words like these addressed the pair. O princess, monsters fierce and fell around that distant forest dwell. On blood from human veins they feed, and various forms assume at need. With savage beasts of fearful power, that human flesh and blood devour. Our holy saints they rend and tear, when met alone or unaware, and eat them in their cruel joy. These chase, O Rama, or destroy. By this one path our hermits go, to fetch the fruits that yonder grow. By this, O prince, thy feet should stray, through pathless forests far away. Thus by the reverend saints addressed, and by their prayers auspicious, blessed, he left the holy crowd, his wife and brother by his side. Within the mighty wood he hid, so sinks the day god in his pride, beneath a bank of cloud. End of Cantos 119 and 120. End of Book 2 of the Ramayana of Valmiki. Translated by Ralph T. H. Griffith.